Sir.
Yes.
Yeah. So, friends, I extend my warm welcome to all the learned participants, those who have gathered in this virtual platform for this short-term program, UGC-sponsored short-term program on the creativity and the design innovation. Yesterday, the session was preliminary, and we have discussed the different things with regards to this startup ecosystem with the help of different experts that has been called from this domain expertise. In the today's session, we will going to discuss the three different aspects. That is, first is the problem identification, opportunity, and the recognition. Why this problem identification is very much important stage while we are considering the innovation. Then after we will discuss on the market analysis and the feasibility assessment. And in the last session, we're going to discuss the design thinking for the catalyst for the creativity and the entrepreneurship solution. So friends, we will start this first day with the problem identification and opportunity recognition in the innovation. Why this stage is very much important in the early stage development of the startup. We will discuss this thing with regard with the help of one of our renowned expert, Professor Amol Hirulkar sir. Sir, first of all, I extend my warm welcome to you on behalf of all the learned participants and the MMTTC Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University to this platform. Friends, it's my privilege to introduce Professor Hirulkar sir, who is the Business Incubator Manager at SGBU Research and Incubation Foundation, that is the Section 8 company of Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, established the Innovation and Startup Facilitation Center, or the ARM, at our university, that is the Incubation Center. Mr. Professor Hirulkar sir is actively involved in nurturing innovation, mentoring early stage entrepreneurs, and building a vibrant startup ecosystem within the university and the Vidarbha region. Through the incubation center platform, he worked closely with the student, researcher, and aspiring founders, helping them to transform idea into prototypes into startup, and startup into the sustainable enterprises. With hands-off experience in the startup incubation, business model development, mentoring, and connecting innovators with the industry and the funding opportunity, he has been instrumental in guiding young entrepreneurs to navigate the complex journey from the innovation to market readiness. His work strongly aligned with the national innovation initiatives such as the Startup India and the Atal Innovation Mission, which aim to cultivate an entrepreneurial culture among the youth mindsets. Through the workshops, mentoring sessions, and the incubation support, Professor Hirulkar sir continue to inspire the student to think beyond the conventional career path and embrace the entrepreneurship as a powerful tool for the innovation, employment generation, and the ultimate nation building. Today, we are fortunate to have have him with us to share his insight on the startup ecosystem, specifically the opportunities and problem identification with regards to the startup ecosystem, innovation pathway, and the practical journey of building the successful venture. So let us warmly welcome Professor Hirulkar sir once again. And sir, now may I request you to please start with your session. Sir, please.
Thank you, Thakur sir. Very wonderful introduction you have made. And thank you, MMTCC, to invite me for take a session for faculty development. And thank you, Atik sir and Sharikar madam. So, shall I share my screen?
Yes, sir, you can share. We have provided the access.
Is it visible?
No, sir, no. Yes, sir. Now it's visible.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, myself, Amol Hirulkar, I'm working as a business incubator manager at Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University. Is an incubation center. Incubation provider nurture the idea of students and convert them those idea to the commercial products. So they guide them nurture them, give information about the patents, file their innovations. So all types of handholding provided by the incubation center. So it's a heart of it's a filling the gap between the academic and industry. You can say that it's fill the gap. So main yesterday you look the saw the startup ecosystem. What is entrepreneur? What is a startups? So I'm not going to that part, but in 2016, our honorable Prime Minister started this startup ecosystem and you were ignited these missions. So incubation center from that 2016 has been started, and many startups came, main startup ecosystem streamline. But what happened? Hello.
You are audible,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes, sir.
So what is a major problem identified is that 90% of the startups are failure. You know why? Because startups and entrepreneurs are develop their products and their solutions, but solution for problem that do not actually exist, or they are not significant enough for a customer actually. So they develop a product and technology, but not get properly understand the problem what are the facing by the user, and they making a solutions only the problem they are thinking, and might be that problem is not actually exist. So those due to these 90% of the startups are fail. Therefore, the first and most crucial step in the innovation, I think, is a problem identification is a play a major role. So innovation not uh, I think innovation does not begin with an idea or technology uh, or any product. It I think it's begin with the deep understanding of real world challenges or need faced by the users or industry or any society. Many we saw many students and innovator often fail because they provide a solution first and problem later. So this is a what we call as a solution first trap situation. So student came to us and said that we are develop this technology, and we innovate this thing, but we said who is a user for it? So they don't have an answer for it. So there's a gap between. So you student must identify the problem first, and after research on it they can provide a solution. So it became as a valid startup will be created. So who is a successful who works in a opposite direction? It follows the problem first and approach. So he carefully observe the environment and identify the real challenge, and after that then he design that effectively, then he can solve this problem. Innovation succeed when it solve a meaningful problem faced by the large number of people. So if you think you saw in academic environment, student often focus on primary or they are primary focus on the completing their assignments, or you can say projects, or technical demonstration to achieve their only academic goal. While this approach may not fulfill the only the academic requirement, but it does not always lead a practical innovation or entrepreneurship. Many in universities and institutes conducted various hackathon competition. Students demonstrate their projects, but they are only, I think, theoretical base. Last year, I visited one institute as a judge for a hackathon. I saw many projects, but there are I saw that third year, final year student showcase their product like a school projects. So we can't say that this is a innovation and problem solving. I don't know, innovation entrepreneurs problem. So startup development requires a different mindset. Instead, asking always questions: what technology can I build? What problem need to be solved? So these points should come to his mind. The thinking is extremely important for building an effective um, innovation ecosystem in university is very important, because when you build a innovation ecosystem in your institute or universities, the mindset of student will change. So in that case, faculty member and play a very vital role. I think the mentor, they guide the students. So first responsibility of innovator not to build a product immediately. He first observe, analyze, and understand what is a problem, and understand the problem deeply. Once he found the problem, he carefully defined, and process of innovation become much more structured. It will design for it, and it will become easier him to validate the need of user, and he can design that appropriate solution, develop he can develop a prototype, and eventually build a scalable startups. So we must remember that innovation begin with not about technology or any idea, but it is curiosity and observation. By curiosity and observation, he can build finding the problems. So this mindset should student have to find, having a curiosity and observation in them. So
Sir, sorry to interrupt. You can use Hindi also because more than 60% participate in Marathi language.
okay, no problem. I got it. Shall I use Marathi or Hindi?
Hindi, sir.
Hindi, sir, Hindi.
हिंदी ओके
Yeah.
ओके. सो बहुत से बच्चों का जो माइंडसेट जो रहता है वो प्रोजेक्ट के बिहाफ रहता है. वो देखते हैं कि जो भी प्रोडक्ट्स लाते हैं वो प्रोजेक्ट बेस लाते हैं, और हम देखते हैं कि कैसा मैं इससे नवी इनोवेशन करूंगा. वो अपने मन में ही सोच लेते हैं कि भाई ये मैंने प्रॉब्लम फाइंड आउट किया और मैं सोल्यूशन इसको दे दूंगा. सो एक्चुअल ग्राउंड पे वो काम ही नहीं करते. पता ही नहीं रहता कि इंडस्ट्री में क्या चल रहा है, एग्रीकल्चर में क्या चल रहा है, कौन सा डोमेन में क्या चल रहा है. सो उस टाइम वो उस जर्नी से, अपनी कॉलेज के जर्नी से स्टार्टअप नहीं बन पाते. सो फैकल्टी का मेन रोल यही है कि उनको उन स्ट्रीम में लाने के लिए उनको मोटिवेट करना कि भाई प्रोजेक्ट अलग है और स्केलेबल स्टार्टअप्स अलग है. तो इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर से जो हमारे फैकल्टीज को जुड़े हुए हैं, तो हम उनको वही स्ट्रीमलाइन करते कि आप उनको थोड़ा डिफरेंशिएशन कीजिए कि प्रोजेक्ट्स, कॉलेज प्रोजेक्ट को आप अलग रखिए और एक स्केलेबल स्टार्टअप्स को आप अलग रखिए। सो अभी जो प्रोजेक्ट बच्चे करते हो सिर्फ मार्क और ग्रेड मिलने के लिए करते हैं, बस वो देखते हैं कि भाई कैसे मैं निकल जाऊं और करके दो। लेकिन स्टार्टअप जो होता है मार्केट ओरिएंटेशन रहता है, वो देखता है कि मार्केट कैसा है, यूजर ओरिएंटेशन कैसा है, उसके हिसाब से वो वर्क करता है। सो ये इम्पोर्टेंट है कि आपका मार्केट कैसा है उसके हिसाब से आप, और रिक्वायर्ड क्या है उसके हिसाब से करिए। बच्चे जो थेरेटिकल सॉल्यूशंस जो लाते हैं बहुत ही थेरेटिकल लाते हैं और कुछ उसमें प्रैक्टिकली कुछ रहता नहीं है, तो ये डिफरेंशियस है। मैं थोड़ा फास्ट ले लेता हूँ, बहुत से बार मालूम है बच्चों। ड्यूरेशन जो 3 साल में बच्चा आता है, देखता है कि ये मुझे करना है भाई, फिर 6 महीने में करता है, कुछ तो भी करता है और सबमिट करके चला जाता है, उसके बाद उसका कुछ नहीं होता। तो और जो हम स्टार्टअप में सोचते हैं वो लॉन्ग टर्म विजन के हिसाब से होता है। तो बच्चा जो भी आता है उसको अगर आपको डेवलप करना है तो उस माइंडसेट से तैयार करना होगा कि वो अपनी करियर वहां से शुरू करे। तो इसके लिए बहुत जरूरी है कि फैकल्टी उसमें इन्वॉल्व हो, बच्चों को इंडस्ट्री के साथ जोड़े ताकि वो आगे बढ़े और रियल प्रॉब्लम फाइंड करे। अभी हम एक मेरे पास एक स्टार्टअप आया था, जो उन्होंने बताया कि सर मैंने एक ड्रोन बनाया हुआ है और डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट के लिए काम करता है। मतलब क्या बनाया आपने? तो उसने बोला कि मैं सर जब भी कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो, अर्थक्वेक हो या वाटर फ्लड हो, तो ड्रोन जाएगा वहां पे, हीटर से चेक करेगा कि भाई वहां पे कोई आदमी पड़ा हुआ है नहीं पड़ा है, वो डिटेक्ट करेगा। मतलब आपने ये सोचा कि ये ऐसा प्रोडक्ट ऑलरेडी मार्केट में है क्या? डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट वाली बहुत बड़ी टीम रहती है, उनके पास ऐसा है क्या? बोल नहीं सर मैंने देखा नहीं। और ऐसा आपने, ठीक है ऐसा देखा नहीं, और ऐसे डिजास्टर होते कितने हैं? ऐसे डिजास्टर 3 या 4 या 5 साल में होते हैं। तो आपने जो डिवाइस आप बनाने की सोच रहे हैं, ये सब करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, ये जो आपने प्रॉब्लम आइडेंटिफाई की सही में वैलिड है क्या? इससे आप स्टार्टअप बन सकते हैं क्या? तो देखने में अच्छा प्रोडक्ट लग रहा है, सुनने में अच्छा लग रहा है, लेकिन मैं सही में वर्क करेगा? क्या आपको सही लग रहा है सुरेश सर, कोटे सर?
yes, it's okay.
सो आपको ये, अगर हम ऐसे आपके पास भी अच्छे बच्चे आते हैं, ऐसे इनोवेशन लेके आते हैं, तो इसको फिर आगे बढ़ाना कि नहीं बढ़ाना? तो फैकल्टी को ये प्रॉब्लम जाता है, फिर इसको वैलिडेट करे या ना करे, क्योंकि वो रियल यूजर से तो मिला ही नहीं है। तो ये प्रॉब्लम एक्चुअली यूजर जो यूज कर रहा है, जो डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट टीम यूज कर रही है, उनके पास ये प्रॉब्लम, ये बच्चा गए नहीं, उससे डिस्कस ही नहीं किया, उनको पता ही नहीं वहां पे ग्राउंड लेवल पे क्या प्रॉब्लम होते हैं। तो ये वर्क करेगा नहीं करता। तो जब तक आप यूजर से बच्चा मिलेगा नहीं, तब तक समझेगा नहीं कि क्या करना है कैसा करना है, तब तक वो सॉल्यूशन बना के कुछ फायदा नहीं है। इसलिए रियल प्रॉब्लम फाइंडिंग करना बहुत जरूरी है। सो देयर आर different types of real problems and for real users। तो आप अगर बच्चों को अगर आप इन मोटिवेट करते हैं कि आप आपको अगर कुछ भी प्रोजेक्ट करना है, तो आप पहले तो जाइए, इंडस्ट्री में जाइए, देखिए कि कैसे करते हैं, वहां पे क्या कर काम चलता है, कैसे चलता है, कैसा सिस्टम है, तभी आपको समझेगा कि कैसे कैसे आपको स्ट्रीमलाइन में वर्क कर रहा है। अभी अमरावती में एक टेक्सटाइल पार्क है, तो वहां पे अगर देखेंगे आप, तो टेक्सटाइल तीन इसमें हिस्सों में डिवाइड है। कुछ इंडस्ट्री है जो जिनिंग फैक्ट्रीज है, कुछ इंडस्ट्रीज है जो ओनली फ्रॉक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में है, और कुछ इंडस्ट्री जो है जो ओनली गारमेंट्स में है। तो टेक्सटाइल होके भी वो तीन पार्ट्स में डिवाइड है, और हर एक के अलग अलग प्रॉब्लम्स है। अभी फ्रॉक इंडस्ट्री इतनी बड़ी है कि आप ऐसे बोल सकते हैं कि अमरावती एक फ्रॉक इंडस्ट्री का बहुत बड़ा हब है, जहाँ पे लेबर पूरा वेस्ट बंगाल से आता है, और उनके जो प्रॉब्लम्स है कि मार्केटिंग बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है। अभी आपने येवला साड़ी सुना होगा, येवला साड़ी सुना है, ब्रांड बन गया कि भाई येवला साड़ी है तो येवला। लेकिन अगर फ्रॉक लेना है तो अमरावती है, ये किसी को नहीं पता, क्योंकि अमरावती एक ब्रांड ऐसा बना ही नहीं है। सो दे आर इंडस्ट्री आर फेसिंग अ प्रॉब्लम राइट नाउ, ब्रांडिंग, प्रमोशन, बिकॉज फ्रॉक इंडस्ट्री का कोई प्रमोशन हो ही नहीं रहा है। तो वो उनका एक फेज है। दूसरा, टेक्सटाइल इंडस्ट्री का प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है परचेस। जब वो कॉटन परचेस करते हैं तो वहां पे बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम्स आ रहे हैं। गवर्नमेंट के प्रॉब्लम्स है, नाबार्ड के प्रॉब्लम्स है, जब तक, और ऑटोमेशन के प्रॉब्लम्स है। अभी एक इंडस्ट्री से मैं बात कर रहा था, तो पता चला कि वहां पे अभी जो उन्होंने ऑटोमेशन किया है, उनमें कम से कम 8 स्ट्रीम लाइन्स है। अभी उनको उसमें टाइम बहुत कंज्यूम होता है, अभी उनको 8 से 6 करना है। तो ऑटोमेशन के लिए उनको रोबोटिक्स ऑटोमेशन अभी करना है, लेकिन कहाँ जाए, कैसे करे, किससे कांटेक्ट करें, तो वो फेस में अभी कुछ इंडस्ट्रीज वाले हैं। कोई इंडस्ट्री को सीआरएम की तकलीफ है, ऐसे ऐसे अलग अलग प्रॉब्लम है। जब तक बच्चा, उस स्टूडेंट वहां पे जाएगा नहीं, फाइनल करेगा नहीं, देखेगा नहीं, तब तक वो समझेगा नहीं कि क्या चल रहा है क्या नहीं चल रहा है। तो इसलिए इंडस्ट्री विजिट बहुत जरूरी है। अभी एक मुझे एक स्टार्टअप आया था सर, बोले मैंने एक इनोवेशन बनाया है कि मॉइस्ट एग्रीकल्चर में मॉइस्चर डिटेक्शन डिवाइस हमने बनाया और ऐप से कनेक्ट करेगा, फलाना फलाना करेगा, तो वो फिर उसके बाद वो ऑटोमेटिक पानी डालेगा ना, ऐसा करेगा। जब हम मैं उसको फिर हम उसको बोला एक काम करो, चलो एक फार्मर से आपको मिलाता हूँ, मैं उसको जानता हूँ, आपको फोन करते हैं। मैंने फोन किया उसको और उससे बातचीत की, तो वो जो डिवाइस है वो खाली 20 मीटर का एरिया कवर करता था। अगर वो 20 मीटर का एरिया कवर कर रहा है तो एग्रीकल्चर में डिवाइस कितने लगाने पड़ेंगे, और इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल। तो तो बच्चा अगर वहां पे अगर जाएगा ही नहीं, देखेगा ही नहीं, समझेगा ही नहीं कि कैसा काम चलता है एग्रीकल्चर का, कौन सी जमीन में कितना मॉइस्चर है, कितना कंटेन है, तो उसको पता ही नहीं चलेगा कि क्या है। इसलिए कोई भी अगर स्टूडेंट या इनोवेटर जानना चाहता है कि भाई उनको अगर एक प्रॉब्लम आइडेंटिफाई करके स्टार्टअप पे बनना है, तो वो मस्ट गो टू द फील्ड फर्स्ट। जिसको उसको बेचना है एंड यूजर को, उसको जानना जरूरी है कि ये खरीदेगा कि नहीं खरीदेगा, तब तक उसको पता नहीं चलेगा। अभी बहुत सारे सेक्टर्स में गैप्स है। अभी बोट का मैं एग्जांपल लेता हूँ। अभी अमन गुप्ता सब जो जानते हैं बोट का, जो एयरपोर्ट बना रहे हैं। अभी एयरपोर्ट तो पहले भी था मार्केट में, 100 रुपए का भी मिलता था और 1500 का भी मिलता था, लेकिन 400 या 500 के रेंज में नहीं था। सो ही फाइंड गैप कि भाई इस प्राइस रेंज में एक गैप है, यहाँ पे परचेस करने वाला कम्युनिटी बहुत है, क्योंकि 100 रुपए वाला एक सस्ता वाला कोई लेना नहीं चाह रहा है, और महंगा 1100 1500 कोई लेना नहीं चाह रहा है। तो अगर 400 या 500 के रेंज में मैं अगर बनाऊं, एक तो एक अफोर्डेबल मुझे मिल जाएगा। सो वो फाइंडिंग द गैप कि भाई यहाँ पे है, अपॉर्चुनिटी है। फिर क्या उसने तुरंत बना दिया? नहीं। सबसे पहले उसने सर्वे किया कि ऐसा टोटल मार्केट में कितना ऑडियंस है जिसको इतना कितने लोग हेडफोन खरीदते हैं, उसका डेटा बहुत जरूरी है। कितने मोबाइल यूजर्स हैं। जब वो देखा, उसने जब देखा देखा तो 70% के पास हेडफोन यूज ही नहीं कर रहे। तो एक बहुत, जिनके पास मोबाइल है लेकिन 70% उसमें से यूज ही नहीं कर रहे, तो बहुत बड़ा मार्केट उनको दिखा। और उन्होंने प्राइसिंग का गैप पहले निकाला था, और उन्होंने उस हिसाब से डिजाइन करके, उस हिसाब से मार्केटिंग करके लॉन्च किया। तो ये प्रॉब्लम आइडेंटिफिकेशन और उसको बार बार आइडेंटिफाई करना, इससे पता चलेगा कि मार्केट में रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है। कभी कभी तो ऐसा, हम जब प्रॉब्लम आइडेंटिफाई करते और उसको फील्ड वर्क पे जाते, कभी कभी फाइंड करते करते वो प्रॉब्लम के साथ साथ दूसरे नए प्रॉब्लम मिल जाते हैं, और नए मार्केट से एक नया इनोवेशन तैयार होता है, नया प्रोडक्ट तैयार होता है। हाल ही में हम अभी एक एमआईडीसी में एक इंडस्ट्री को विजिट किया था, जो बच्चों के लिए खाने वाले, क्या बोलते हैं उसको, पोंगा बोलते हैं उसको मराठी में, पोंगा बोलते हैं मराठी में, जो एडिबल है और छोटे से दुकानों में मिलता है। तो उसका बहुत सारा वेस्ट निकल रहा था, और वो जो वेस्ट है गुजरात की कंपनी उठा रही थी, और वहां से वो उसके दो अलग प्रोडक्ट बना रहे थे। माल अमरावती का उठा रहा है गुजरात वाला, और उस वेट से, वेस्ट जो है, अलग प्रोडक्ट्स, अलग अलग टाइप्स के प्रोडक्ट्स बन रहे थे। सो यहाँ का इंडस्ट्री वाला से बात की, सर बोले आप यहाँ का माल उधर क्यों जा रहा है? अरे यहाँ पे करने वाला कोई नहीं है, यहाँ पे अगर कोई करना चाहता है तो करे, साथ में मैं कोलैबोरेट हो जाता हूँ। सो ऐसे भी बहुत सारे गैप्स है, लेकिन जब तक स्टूडेंट वहां पे जाएंगे नहीं, इंडस्ट्री को मिलेंगे नहीं, तब तक पता ही नहीं चलेगी चल क्या रहा है। हेल्थ सेक्टर में बहुत सारे गैप्स है, एग्रीकल्चर, हर डोमेन में कहीं ना कहीं बहुत सारे गैप्स है, सिर्फ वो ढूंढने की देर है। हम मैक्सिमम स्टूडेंट जो रहते हैं सब थियोरेटिकली काम कर रहे हैं। सो जब तक आप वो, एक बार का आपका प्रॉब्लम, आपने अगर इंडस्ट्री में जाके, एग्रीकल्चर में जाके जब आप आइडेंटिफाई कर लेंगे प्रॉब्लम, तो आपको ये भी देखना जरूरी है कि आपका वहां पे टारगेट ऑडियंस कौन है, आप किसको माल बेच रहे हैं, आपका यूजर को, यूजर कौन है, सही में वो आपका रियल यूजर है क्या। तो उसके लिए जब तक आप कुछ डेटा नहीं लाओगे, जब तक बाहर मिलोगे नहीं, उसको एक क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछेंगे कि भाई आप लेंगे, मैं अगर एक बनाता हूँ एक प्रोडक्ट, तो आप लेंगे कि नहीं लेंगे, सही में आपका प्रॉब्लम है कि नहीं है, जो जिसका प्रॉब्लम है वही ले रहा है कि दूसरा ले रहा है, ले रहा है तो कितने बार ले रहा है, अगर मैं एक आधा प्रोडक्ट बना के बेच रहा हूँ तो एक बार ले रहा है कि 2 बार ले रहा है, 3 बार ले रहा है, अगर वो साल में या 2-3 साल में एक बार ले रहा है तो मेरा प्रोडक्ट काम करेगा क्या? मैं वो स्टार्टअप बनाऊं कि फायदा है कि नहीं? अगर मैं किसी चीज 1,000-1,500 रुपए की प्राइस रेंज में बना रहा हूँ और वो प्रोडक्ट साल या 3 साल बाद, 4 साल बाद कोई लेता है यूजफुल, तो फायदा है कि नहीं है? और रिपीट होगा तो ही फायदा है, तभी वो सक्सेसफुल स्केलेबल स्टार्टअप बन सकता है। कितने लोग सीरियस, जो आपने प्रॉब्लम आइडेंटिफाई किया स्टूडेंट ने, वो सही में कितना सीरियस है वो प्रॉब्लम को लेकर, सही में वो उसको पिंच पॉइंट है कि नहीं है, कि वो उसको जो जिसको आपका जो यूजर है उसको सही में वो सीरियस है कि नहीं है, कि वो ऐसा लगता है कि ठीक है मेरा चल जाएगा अगर मेरा प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व ही नहीं हुआ तो आपको सीरियसनेस भी देखना जरूरी है कि जिसका आप प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर रहे हैं वो कितना सीरियस है। आप जिस यूजर का प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर रहे हैं अभी वो कैसे काम कर रहा है कि नहीं कर रहा है, कि उसको कोई दूसरा एक सॉल्यूशन, अभी वो कुछ उसका कोई अल्टरनेटिव लेके वो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर रहा है, क्या उसके पास कोई एग्जिस्टिंग सॉल्यूशंस है कि नहीं है? हो सकता है कुछ तो भी वो अभी वो प्रॉब्लम का सॉल्व करने के लिए कुछ तो भी जुगाड़ कर रहा है, तो जुगाड़ क्या कर रहा है अभी, कर रहा है कि नहीं कर रहा है, तो ये
Hello, sir.
सब देखना जरूरी है। So,
Sir, sir, just a minute. I cannot follow the content that much fluently. Can you communicate in English, sir?
yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir.
So we are talking that before developing a new innovation, it is important to understand how many people are currently managing the problems. Often users develop temporary work or rely on insufficient method to face the challenges. So studying those existing solutions by innovator can identify the limitations or cost and inefficiency. So when innovator finding a problem, he must understand how user right now solving this problem and which method he is using. So by this limitation and current situation, he develop a new product or innovation and provide him a better product. So I already discussed about the gap. So after analyzing the target audience, frequency, seriousness, existing solution, innovator must determine where is the opportunity lies right now. So there must be a questions, why are the current solution insufficient? This current solution अभी insufficient है कि नहीं है, कि इसको हम आगे कि is this current solution is working or not? Is there any opportunity to develop the current solution? So there may be existing products, or these are maybe too expensive or too complicated. So sometimes some products are develop for the particular one region, not for the another region. So there may be a gap. So innovator must find these gaps and create an opportunity for innovator to design and improve the solutions. So by carefully examining these 5 factors, target audience, frequency, severity, existing solution, and market gaps, innovator can determine whether a problem is worth or not. So focus on the opportunity that have real demand and meaningful impact. So innovators should not begin with the assumption. It should begin with the careful observation, validation, and understanding the real user need. So when a problem is properly validated, the chances of building a successful innovation or sharp or startup increase significantly. So this is the 5 point innovator must observe that and finding the right problems. So what is the role of faculty? So faculty play a very important role, and while students providing a right problem to the students. So major role play is the internship. So internship can become a powerful platform for problem discovery and innovations. So internship are not only mean for the gaining experience or for the academic requirement. There also be it also provide an excellent opportunity for student to observe the real world challenges that may later involve into the startup idea. So during the internship, students are exposed to actual industry environment, operational system, and real customer interaction. So it allow them to understand how organization functions are going on, where insufficiency or challenge are exist in their day-to-day process. Once the most valuable aspect I think of internship is observation and learning. So students get an opportunity to observe how tasks are performed, how system operate, and how employee handle different challenges. So by carefully observing this process, student can identify uh, areas where the improvement are needed. So such observation can become a starting point for the innovations and solution. So another I think important point of internship is direct interaction with user and that industry stakeholder. It give impact. The interaction allow them to understand the pain points that people experience in the real working environment. So which are not oftenly documented in any textbook. So is a real working opportunity for student to learning real experience. So students should not treat internship as a task oriented assignment. They must complete the work. So this approach of internship will increase the mindset of student about the curiosity and inquiry. So student have to answer ask them always a questions that is that process carried out, why this process is carried out in particular way, why not this way. there may be a different type of processes. So is there any more efficiency method to perform these task? So what are the difficulties employee or customer I experience during that process? So is there any technology or innovation improve this kind of system? So such kind of questions, student, if get it, he can find another problem and he can get another opportunity. So this kind of habit of questioning or observing help student to develop a problem solving mindset, which is essential for an entrepreneur and innovation. So at the same time, faculty um, faculty members play a very crucial role for guiding student to make the most of their internship experience. Once effective approach, I'm going to tell you the problem report. So students are encouraged or even required to document 3 to 5 specific problem what they observe during their internship. So faculty encourage them to write down 3 to 5 specific problem what they observe in their internship program. So these problems clearly describe that where the problem occurs, who affected by the problems, how frequently it occurs, why existing solution may not be effective. Such questions should student have. So by this process and encouraging student to move beyond the observation, it is called as a critical thinking about the real world challenges. So by this critical thinking, student can develop his problem, and by analyzing the perfect problem, he can make a roadmap toward his startup journey. So by reviewing that problem report, faculty can give them a topic in their final year project or research initiative or getting a startup idea. So his journey will start. By this structural approach, I think we can breach the gap between academic learning and real world innovations. So therefore, internship platform for discovering the real world problem that can lead the innovation and entrepreneurship. So if student approach entrepreneurship and curiosity, observation, or analytical thinking, definitely they can transform their internship experience into a valuable source of problem identification and startup opportunities. So is there any questions? Is there any question? Shall we move ahead?
Sir, you can go ahead, sir.
So the next step is I'm talking about the from problem to developing a startup model. So far finding a problem is a actually main problem. After getting a right finding a well structured problem, now we going to the structure innovation journey of startup. So there are, I think, 7 steps of every startup journey. So the first step is to identify. So as we talk about the innovations journey, always begin with identifying the uh, real problem or real friction in the real world. So this problem could be related to daily life, industrial problem, agriculture, healthcare, education, or any nowadays technology, digital services. The key is to recognize the situation where the people face inconvenience, inefficiency, or any need or want. So identify their need is very important. So how then we can find a real problem. So difficulty in finding transportation, long waiting queues in hospitals, use of their insufficient irrigation systems in agriculture. So this kind of examples are there. So we must identifying the problem. Then can we go to the next step is means what is the root cause of that problem. So root cause analysis is very important. Once the problem is identified, innovator must understand why the problem is actually exist. Often the visible problem is only a symptom or uh, deeper use of user. Therefore, innovator must investigate the root cause of behind the problem. One commonly used method is to generally we use 5 ways technique, where innovator repeatedly asks the question why, when, where. So why to identify the fundamental reason behind a challenge, understanding the root cause. So that ensure that the solution addressed by the real issue, or maybe it may be symptoms. So the innovator should find the root cause and then he go ahead. So the third step is to validate. So at this stage, innovator must confirm whether the problem truly exists and whether people genuinely care about solving it. This is done by the interacting with potential users through interview, through survey, or by observation. So interacting with people, end users, and by survey, you can validate this problem is real or not. So validation helps innovator to understand whether uh, the problem is widespread, how frequently, whether users are actively seeking this problem, or is there any better solution for it. So this kind of questions and by methods we can validate this idea. The fourth step up is design a solution. Once the problem has been validated, innovator can began designing a solution that's basically address the identifying the challenges. The step involved uh, in designing the solution. First step is brainstorming ideas, evaluating possible opportunities, approaches, and selecting the most practical and effective concept. So designing the solution is a continuous process. It need a time, and you if you make any innovator provide any solution, he must go to the end user and discuss with them. Again, he develop a new designer solutions for it. So it's a continuous process. The focus at this stage should be on creating a solution that is uh, simple, efficient, and aligned with the user need. The solution must be a simple. What is he required? The solution for this product problem. Only innovator should provide us only a solution for this only problem, not giving a many additional services. So solution that is simple, sufficient, efficient, and align with the user need. And after that, finding a right designing a solution, the fifth step is developing a prototype. Instead of building a complete product immediately, innovator should develop a minimum viable product. Commonly, we use a term in incubation like MVP. MVP stands for minimum viable product. So MVP is a basic version of product that demonstrate the core functionality of the solution. So
करना चाहिए, अपना नुकसान नहीं करना चाहिए,
मैंने ये तो कही थी कि मैं तेरी से मकान लिखवा दूंगा छुट्टी। ज्यादा अब ज्यादा चूचा पाटा करेगा ना इस तारीख, अब आज तो अगर इसने नहीं दिए
Hello,
पैसे तो आप
can you
तारीख
mute?
लग जाएगी 4-5 दिन की, उसके बीच में
बस।
इसका मकान लिखवा दो
हाँ।
अर्चना दीदी के नाम कि चल ले पकड़ पैसे, चल ले राकेश राठी तू भी आ, तू भी ले पकड़ पैसे, मकान लिख चल बेनामा कर इसका।
Can you mute?
और बेनामा के पैसे भी हम दे रहे हैं, बेनामा कर इसका सारे
कमा
ले।
तो हो जाएगा।
अब
अर्चना
आप
चौहान
चल
जी,
अब बैंक से इससे मकान
अर्चना जी,
अर्चना चौहान जी म्यूट करिए अपने आप को।
है सही है। हाँ
अर्चना जी
ले किराए
म्यूट
पर
करिए
कहीं पे
अपने
भी
आप
रहे,
को।
कहाँ निकल यहाँ से मकान में से।
hello अर्चना मैडम।
अर्चना मैडम म्यूट कीजिए।
सर म्यूट कर दिया, सॉरी।
So the purpose of developing the prototype is to test the idea, and so we can innovator can test this idea quickly and gather feedback from the user without investing investing a huge excessive amount or huge amount for preparing a final product. So it is an important step developing a prototype. It will help user to identify time to time, and he develop as per requirement of user and make a change in a prototype continuously. So prototype development is also a continuous process with users. The sixth step is to testing. So once the prototype is developed, it should be tested with the real user. When innovator develop a prototype and provide it to the end user, he take a feedback collected. So feedback collected during this stage is extremely valuable. Those feedbacks are very important to develop this MVP. So user may highlight the problem, suggest improvement, or identify the feature that needed modification. So those feedback provide a create a valuation, create a value impact on that MVP. So based on this feedback, innovation refine and improve the product through multiple times. So this is a continuous improvement process that helps ensure that the final product truly meets the user need. So after continuous process, and we innovator or startup can launch his by can provide a product to the end users. So final step is the business model development. After validating the solution and improving the product through the testing, innovators must convert the idea into a sustainable business model. This involves identifying how the product will create a value, who the customers are, and how revenue will be generated, and how the solution can scale to the reach and larger market. So business developing a business model itself as a different subject. So it need a developing a business model play a very vital role in the startup journey. So it took time. Sometimes innovator have simple model, but he has a good business model, sustainable business model, and he earn many huge amount of success. So at this stage, incubation center play a very important role. So incubation center and startup question this provides support through mentorship, uh, networking, funding opportunity, and business guidance. So incubation centers provide in this area very important role. So when these 7 steps are followed by systematic, from problem identification to business model development, innovator significantly increase their chances of building a successful startups. So innovation is not a random process. It is a structured journey that began to identify the real problems and progress it through the validation, providing solution development, testing, and business model creation. So by this structural approach, student and innovator can transform simple observation into the impactful innovation and become a scalable startup. So these are the very 7 steps are very crucial in the early stage startups. So faculty should have followed these 7 steps, from identifying the problem and to the business model. Definitely incubation center help developing a business model, because in academic it don't have any might have, may not have the business mind, business developing a business model development, any idea. So incubation center help them. So is there any questions regarding this?
So these steps are quite essential and important for identifying and moving further in this field. I think it's my observation.
Hello.
Hello, sir. These you have given very nice steps. I think they are quite useful for teachers like us.
Okay, thank you. So these are already discussed about the so one also terms in startup journey in design thinking. So we already covered the lot of part of designing thinking. So design thinking is a human centric approach actually for innovation. It focuses on understanding the need or emotions and experience of the user. So it help before designing the solution. So I think you have a different part for the designing session for the design thinking, because it's same as a huge topic. So I take some part of it. So the practical and meaningful for the people who will use them. It ensure that we by this goal we innovator can achieve. Design thinking encourage innovation to empathize the users, so understand their challenges, defining the core problems, generate possible ideas, develop prototypes, so testing and real user. So this kind of methodology is widely used by the or institution or by the startups around the world, because it helps to ensure the solution truly addressed by the user need. So already we take some part of it by users interview. By taking a user interview involves have a structured conversation with the industry who experience the problem. Through this interview, innovators can gain deeper insight into the frustration, expectation, and behavior of users. So by interview, field observations, and problem mapping with the users, it give a insight of that designing the product. So these are the due to the by the critical leverage points, innovator can improve and can create a significant impact. Important topic now. So what is the role of faculty as a catalyst in the startup ecosystem is important. So faculty members play a very crucial role in nurturing the innovation and entrepreneurship among the students. Faculty members are often, I think, the first mentor and guide who influence the students. So, therefore, they have the potential to act. Student have potential. Faculty have a potential to act as a catalyst in transforming the academic ideas into the practical solutions and startup opportunity through the students. one of the most effective ways faculty can contribute to problem-based assessment. If faculty provide a faculty problem-based assignment, it will very useful for the student to getting a problems and design and start their entrepreneurship journey. So actually, right now in many institution or university, academic assignment often focus for the theoretical topics or literature-based research, while such work help to develop academic understanding. It may not providing it provide only for the mark basis. It is not always encourage student to solve the real world challenges. So faculty can instead of encourage student to work on problem oriented projects where the objective is identify and real challenges and develop a potential solution. Another important role of faculty is strengthen the industry connection. Nowadays, many institutions connect their connections to university connected to the academic and industry connections. And nowadays, why important? Because they provide an internship and student get a chance to join and get a job in that industry, and it will also help to become a encourage a student become a startup. So universities often maintain relationship with industries. So faculty members can leverage these networks to connect student with industry experts, enabling them to validate their ideas and understand a real world requirement. So such industry interaction expose student to practical challenges and help to ensure that their ideas are aligned with the market needs rather than the purely theoretical concept. Faculty member can also play an important role in promoting research to startups. So by research to startup conversation play a nowadays very important role. Many universities adopt this situation to research to startup conversation. So many universities conduct extensive research across various areas. So faculty members can encourage student and researcher to explore their commercial products to commercialization or social application of their research outcome. So by this identifying practical relevance of research finding, universities can transform research output into innovative product, services and startups. So another key contribution of faculty members is referring promising ideas to the incubation center. So when faculty observe that student project has a strong innovation potential, he has a good idea, then faculty can guide the student toward the incubation center. Incubations are there in our university also, and many university also. So incubation center provide us structural support such as mentorship, providing business model development, market validation, provide a network opportunity, and also provide access to the funding. So here play incubation center very good important role, and it provide a platform where the innovation ideas can nurture and transform into viable startups. So ultimately, the role of faculty is evolving from being only an educator and evaluator to becoming a innovations mentor and ecosystem builder. So by encouraging student to identify the real world problem, guiding them toward the practical solution and connecting them with the incubation center and incubations by the incubation support, faculty can significantly contribute to building a vibrant startup culture, startup ecosystem within the university or within the region. So the development of strong innovation ecosystem required active collaboration between student, faculty, industry partners, and the incubation center. When faculty actively support problem-based learning and entrepreneurship thinking, they help to transform student from passive learner into the innovator and future entrepreneur. So these are the faculty must, I think, do for the future creation of their being a catalyst in their startup ecosystem. Is there any question?
Yes, participants, is there any questions? Please confirm if there are any questions. I think a couple of questions have been put in the chat box here. If you
Sir,
could.
I have a question.
Yeah,
Yes.
Dr. Rao, ma'am, please.
Sir, this is regarding that you just talked about the conventional method of design, how to go about innovation. When we talk about design thinking has steps which are a little different from the 7 steps which you just talked about. So, can you just tell us that how is the difference? I mean, how is the conventional method different from design thinking, and why design thinking is a much they say more advanced and more connected with people?
So design thinking is a continuous process actually. There is collecting primary and secondary data and what is the problem. So collecting the data, gathering all the primary and secondary data, what is the problem and what are the solutions are providing. So it is a continuous program to identify the problem, to develop a prototype, and again go to the end users and get a feedback and again develop a solution for it. So it is a continuous process. So it is a practical base. So the method is only a practical base. Because of practical base, we can solve and develop the real product and services to the end users.
Okay, so the conventional method does not have a iterative. It's not iterative.
No. Interaction with end user while developing a product is very important. Right?
That is.
Otherwise, elsewise is not work.
Thank you, sir.
So
Thank you, sir. Good session.
So faculty play a very important role providing a right problem and right guidance, and it will become a successful uh, entrepreneur or startups. So I hope so. Faculty will help students. Mommy, mommy, 1 minute. So faculty will help students and innovator to help them their startup journey, and definitely we look forward to the students innovation in next few years from your faculty. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I think there are no more questions. So if you could permit, shall we conclude, sir?
Yes.
So on behalf of Malvi Mission Teacher Training Center, Sant Gadge Baba, Amravati University, and all the learned participants, I extend my sincere thanks to Professor Hirulkar, sir, for such a wonderful session and deeper understanding towards this problem identification with respect to the design thinking, and as well as the sir has elaborately described the role of this HEIs, as well as the other stakeholders that includes specifically the faculty, role of faculty in this scenario to develop the early stage startup from the build up for the nation's building. Throughout this session, sir has described the different processes from how to identify the problem and how to develop this startup in a very very effective manner. With this said, I once again extend my sincere thanks to you for your thought-provoking session and precious time. And on the participants, I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to all the participants for their patience listening and active interaction during the session. And with the kind consent of Professor Redulkar sir, I would like to declare that this particular session will be over here, and we will continue for the next session. Thank you, sir. Thank you, and thank you, participants.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Participants, we will continue our next session sharp from 12:30. Okay. So till that, we have couple of timing. You can take the break also. Tea break will be there because it is very needed.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So we will gather. Please stay be connected, and you can take till that the tea break, and we will continue from. Thank you. Hello. Good afternoon, participants. Shall we start with the session?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
Hello, Professor Yadav sir.
Hello.
Yeah, sir. Good afternoon. Shall we start, sir? If you could permit with the session.
Yeah, sure.
So, good afternoon, friends. Once again, as continuing to the session, as we have discussed in the earlier before starting the today's morning session, the today's session have been interlinked to each other. And now in the next session, we are going to discuss the market analysis and the feasibility assessment for the new venture with the help of one renowned and scholarly expert in the domain of the startup and the incubation. Professor Anand Yadav sir. Sir, first of all, I extend my warm welcome to you to this flagship program and particular to this session. दोस्तों हर घर बनाने के लिए पिलर्स की जरूरत बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होती है एंड whenever we are running this incubators, so the pillar is very much important behind that particular ecosystem. And Professor Anand Yadav sir, who is the CEO, that is the Chief Executive Officer of our incubation center, that is the SGBO Research and Incubation Foundation, situated in the Sant Garge Baba Amravati University. He is the foremost pillar of this incubation center that promoting the innovation and startup incubation arm of the Sant Garge Baba Amravati University. Professor Yadav sir is widely recognized for his commitment to promoting the innovation, entrepreneurship, and the startup culture among the student and the young innovator. Under his able leadership, the Incubation Foundation actively support the early stage startups, provide mentoring, facilitates the industry linkage, and help the innovators translate idea into the viable enterprises. He is author of the book that is the Startup Yatra, which was released during the prestigious Startup Mahakumbh that will be held at New Delhi in the April 2025. This book reflects his experience and insight into the journey of building startup and nurturing the innovation ecosystem in the country. Mr. Professor Yadav himself is the innovator and the entrepreneur with the DPIIT registered startup to his credit under the National Initiative of the Startup India, demonstrating his commitment to research-driven innovation. He has also filed a patent for his innovative work, contributing to the growing culture of the intellectual property and the technology lead entrepreneurship. In addition to his entrepreneurial contribution, he is also served as the secretary of the Sant Garge Baba Amravati University Alumni Association, that actively engaging with the university community in strengthening the institutional initiative and collaborative network. Through his work in incubation, authorship, innovation, and the institutional leadership, Professor Yadav sir continued to inspire the young mind to think creatively, pursue entrepreneurship, and contribute meaningfully to the nation's innovator landscape. Today, we are fortunate to have Professor Yadav sir with us to share his valuable insight on the that market analysis with respect to particular this innovation startup ecosystem and the real journey of transformation from idea to successful venture. So let us warmly welcome Professor Yadav sir once again. And sir, now may I request you to please start with your session. Sir, please.
Yeah, thank you, Ankit ji. Am I audible to all?
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to share my screen. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. Yes, sir. So first of all, thank you, Ankit ji. So today's topic is market analysis and feasibility assessment for new venture. सबसे पहले मैं बताना चाहूंगा, आई एम CEO in Incubation Center. So I'll start with a brief introduction about Incubation Center. Incubation is a medical word. आप सभी ने सुने होंगे इंक्यूबेशन, जब एक नया बेबी जन्म लेता है और अगर वो कमजोर होता है तो उसे इंक्यूबेटर में रखा जाता है. ओके, बिकॉज कई बार क्या होता है कि वो अडॉप्ट नहीं कर पाता है हमारे एनवायरमेंट को, या फिर वो इतना कमजोर होता है कि वो अच्छी तरीके से सामने नहीं आ पाता है. सो इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर की नियरली सेम ऐसा ही काम करती है. दैट इंक्लूड्स इंक्यूबेशन ऑफ आइडियाज. अगर आपके पास में कोई आइडिया है, उसका मार्केट एनालिसिस, उसका फिजिबिलिटी चेक करना, ये सब कुछ हमें इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर के थ्रू होता है. So this is brief about incubation center. Moving forward for today's topic, that is market analysis and feasibility assessment for new venture. So what you will going to learn in this particular session. So the main objective, you will going to understand the product market fit डीपली. बिकॉज कई बार हमारा आइडिया होता है और उसे मार्केट में हम ले जाते हैं, बट वो सच में मार्केट फिट है या नहीं है. कई बार होता है कि हम हमारे रिसर्च में, हमारे इनोवेशन में इतने बिजी हो जाते हैं कि हम ये पर्टिकुलर प्रोडक्ट सच में मार्केट फिट है ये वो. So
Sir, your voice is cracking.
Sir, your voice is cracking. Huh. Sir, your voice
Hello.
is cracking. Your voice is cracking, sir. We can't hear you.
Hello. Now is it
Hello?
good?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Hello. Is it good now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Hello. Am I audible now?
Yes. Audible, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to share my screen now.
Yes, sir. It's visible.
So yeah. So we are talking about understanding product market fit. कई बार हम हमारे इनोवेशन में इतने बिजी हो जाते हैं कि हमारा प्रोडक्ट या इनोवेशन ये सच में मार्केट की नीड है या नहीं है, ये हम देखना भूल जाते हैं. सो ये सेशन में हम देखेंगे कि प्रोडक्ट मार्केट फिट, एक पर्टिकुलर इनोवेशन या फिर हमारा प्रोडक्ट मार्केट फिट किस तरीके से हो सकता है. देन वी विल गोइंग टू लर्न अबाउट द स्टार्टअप लाइफ साइकिल. आप सभी को स्टार्टअप के बारे में पता ही होगा, तो उसकी जो जो ग्रोथ स्टेज होती है, हम स्टार्टअप के बारे में भी इस पर्टिकुलर सेशन में देखेंगे. देन कई सारे टूल्स होते हैं इन जो कि हमें बताता है कि हमारा इनोवेशन या प्रोडक्ट या फिर हमारा वेंचर सच में मार्केट फिट है या नहीं है. तो ये जो टूल्स है जनरली लीन कैनवास और बिजनेस मॉडल कैनवास के नाम से जाना जाता है, तो इसके बारे में भी हम सुनेंगे. देन कुछ केस स्टडी के बाद, केस स्टडी जो इंडियन स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम में, उसके बारे में देखेंगे. देन कुछ एक्सरसाइज करेंगे जिससे हमें सच में हमारा प्रोडक्ट या इनोवेशन मार्केट फिट है या नहीं है, उसके बारे में हमें पता चलेगा. सो जनरली व्हाई स्टार्टअप और वेंचर फेल्स. हम पहले सक्सेस की पहले हम फेल के बारे में जानेंगे। तो जनरली क्या होता है कि लैक ऑफ रियल मार्केटिंग, हम हमारा रिसर्च या इनोवेशन तो कर ही लेते हैं, बट सच में मार्केट में उसकी नीड है या नहीं। इसलिए जनरली एक स्टार्टअप फेल होता है। देन पुअर टाइमिंग और मार्केट रीडिंग है। आप सभी लोग यूपीआई यूज कर रहे होंगे आज, जो कि फोन पे, गूगल पे है। लेकिन फर्स्ट यूपीआई किसने लॉन्च किया था, इसके बारे में आपको कुछ नॉलेज है? कोई बता पाएंगे? फर्स्ट यूपीआई था फोन पे, भारत पे के थ्रू। अश्नीर ग्रोवर का नाम अपने शार्क टैंक वगैरह में सुने होंगे। सो ये उस समय की बात है जब यूपीआई मार्केट में नहीं, बट वो तब से एक अच्छे यूपीआई मार्केट में स्टैंड कर रहा था। तो उसकी कहानी ऐसी थी, वो उनके लिए एंड यूजर या कस्टमर हम लोग नहीं थे। उसके लिए एंड यूजर और कस्टमर स्टोर कीपर थे या फिर रिटेल स्टोर वाले थे। बट क्योंकि उस समय यूपीआई या फिर हमारा 4G या 5G नेटवर्क इतना स्ट्रांग नहीं था, इसलिए हमें भारत पे के बारे में बहुत कम लोगों को पता है। आज हम सभी लोग फोन पे के बारे में पता है, गूगल पे के बारे में पता है, बट भारत पे के बारे में कई कम लोगों को पता है, क्योंकि उसकी मार्केट एंट्री जो थी उसकी टाइमिंग सही नहीं थी। देन इनकरेक्ट प्राइसिंग मॉडल। मैं वापस से इसी का एग्जांपल दूंगा। जब शुरुआत में फोन पे या यूपीआई ट्रांसफर शुरू हुआ था, तो आप सभी को पता होगा कि प्लेटफॉर्म फीस लगती थी। अगर हम 100 रुपए किसी को शेयर भेज रहे हैं, तो कुछ परसेंटेज हमें उस प्लेटफॉर्म को देना पड़ते थे। तो वो बहुत इनकरेक्ट प्राइसिंग। बट आज हम किसी को भी हमारे यूपीआई से किसी भी फोन नंबर को या फिर किसी भी स्कैनर को अगर पैसे भेजते हैं, तो हमें पैसे नहीं लगते हैं, एक एक्स्ट्रा फीस नहीं देनी होती। तो अगर आपके इनोवेशन में या स्टार्टअप में इनकरेक्ट प्राइसिंग है, तो भी आपका स्टार्टअप फेल हो सकता है। देन पुअर कस्टमर अंडरस्टैंडिंग। जब हम इनोवेशन या फिर हमारा स्टार्टअप करते हैं, तो आपको पता होना चाहिए कि हमारा हमारा कस्टमर कौन है। जैसे मैंने ये जो एग्जांपल दिया, इसमें हम यूपीआई में हम लोग नहीं थे सबसे पहले उनके कस्टमर, भारत पे के उनके थे रिटेल स्टोर वाले। वो अंडरस्टैंड ही नहीं कर पाए कि इसका एंड यूजर कोई और है। सेम चीज ओला का जब फर्स्ट वर्जन लॉन्च हुआ था, हमें लगता है कि ओला हमारे लिए बनाया गया, बट ओला जब फर्स्ट टाइम बनाया गया था, तो वो टैक्सी ड्राइवर्स के लिए बनाया गया था। तो अगर आपके कस्टमरेज का आपको अंडरस्टैंडिंग नहीं हुआ, तो भी आपका स्टार्टअप फेल हो सकता है। देन स्केलिंग बिफोर प्रोडक्ट मार्केट फिट। हम अपने इनोवेशन या प्रोडक्ट के लॉ में इतना बह जाते हैं कि हम हमारा स्केलिंग करना शुरू करते हैं। हम एक एक वेंचर को छोड़ के या फिर एक सिटी को छोड़ के जल्द से जल्दबाजी में दूसरे स्टेट या फिर ग्लोबल मार्केट में जाने की सोचते हैं। तो अगर ये स्पीड मार्केट फिट के अकॉर्डिंग नहीं रही, तो भी आपका स्टार्टअप फेल हो सकता है। तो दीज आर फ्यू पैरामीटर जिससे कोई भी एक वेंचर या स्टार्टअप फेल हो सकता है। देन मूविंग फॉरवर्ड, स्टार्टअप। व्हाट इज स्टार्टअप? आपको पता है स्टार्टअप क्या है? कोई बता पाएगा? एनीवन? व्हाट इज स्टार्टअप? हम दाल मिल या किराना स्टोर को स्टार्टअप बोलेंगे?
हाँ, ये सर स्टार्टअप बोल सकते हैं ना
नहीं।
सर
अकॉर्डिंग टू
स्टार्टअप
डीपीआई,
मतलब कि मतलब मार्केट में अगर क्या इम्पोर्टेंट है
कोई भी
नीड
छोटे से
तो
बिजनेस को शुरू करने के लिए स्टार्टअप बोलती है।
सॉरी मैम। तो मैं एक
किसी भी
अपना,
कार्य को करने के लिए, मतलब कुछ छोटा सा कोई भी बिजनेस शुरू करने के लिए, या कुछ नहीं छोटा, उसको भी स्टार्टअप ही बोलेंगे आप।
हाँ,
अपना
ठीक
खुद
है।
का
हम
प्रोडक्ट मार्केट में लाने के लिए।
अपना खुद का प्रोडक्ट मार्केट में लाने के लिए कोई भी
जी
वेंचर
जी
स्टार्ट
सर।
करेंगे,
हाँ, अपनी कोई
तो
छोटी चीजें बेचने के लिए हम अगर शुरुआत करते हैं, तो वो स्टार्टअप ही कहलाती है।
हाँ, इसमें मैं थोड़ा सा क्योंकि हम परिभाषा में जाएंगे, डेफिनेशन में जाएंगे, तो स्टार्टअप और कन्वेंशनल बिजनेस, इसमें थोड़ा सा डिफरेंस है। जैसे मैडम ने बताया कि हमारा प्रोडक्ट हम कुछ लॉन्च करेंगे, अगर वो कन्वेंशनल है,
जी
जैसे कि हम अगर ब्यूटी पार्लर या फिर कुछ इस तरीके के वेंचर शुरू करेंगे तो वो स्टार्टअप डेफिनेशन में नहीं आएंगे। हाँ, वो बिजनेस स्टार्टअप है बट दैट इज कन्वेंशनल बिजनेस। और स्टार्टअप मतलब अगर आपके वेंचर में कुछ इनोवेशन है, अकॉर्डिंग टू स्टार्टअप इंडिया डेफिनेशन, अगर कुछ इनोवेशन है देन इट इज कंसिडर्ड इन स्टार्टअप कैटेगरी,
जी
स्टार्टअप
सर,
डेफिनेशन।
जैसे
ठीक है।
एमबीए चाय वाला है, डॉली चाय वाला है, ये
हाँ,
सब स्टार्टअप
अब
ही है।
डॉली चाय वाला नहीं बोलेंगे हम, एमबीए चाय वाले को बोलेंगे, बिकॉज
जी
चाय बेचना
जी
ये कन्वेंशनल बिजनेस हो गया है।
जी
बट
ठीक।
एमबीए चाय वाले ने उसकी फ्रेंचाइजी मॉडल रन किया था, और
ओके सर।
फ्रेंचाइजी था, उसके पीछे एक बिजनेस का पूरा का पूरा स्टडी था। तो उसकी फ्रेंचाइजी अलग अलग स्टेट में थी। देन उसका रॉ मटेरियल अपने आप में एक यूनिक सेलिंग पॉइंट था। तो वो हम
ओके
स्टार्टअप, मैं
सर।
एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल देता हूँ अगर आपको क्लियर हो। अगर हम किराना शॉप लगा रहे हैं, शॉप या ग्रोसरी स्टोर हम लगा रहे हैं, तो वो कन्वेंशनल बिजनेस में कंसिडर होगा। समझ में आया? क्योंकि उसकी रीच कहाँ तक है, हमारे को ज्यादा में ज्यादा हमारे सिटी तक, है ना? तो वो कन्वेंशनल बिजनेस में कंसिडर होगा। इसको सपोर्ट करने के लिए कई सारे सिस्टम है, जैसे एमएसएमई हो गया, डीआईसी हो गया, अगर मुद्रा लोन हो गया, ये आपको उसको करने के लिए सहूलियत देगी। बट मैं अगर किराना स्टोर से घर तक के सारा सामान भेजने के लिए एक ऐप डेवलप करता हूँ, ठीक है, तो वो ऐप में ही है। एग्जाम्पल के तौर पे मैं समझा कि किराना शॉप जो आपके घर के आसपास होंगे वो, बट एक ऐप अगर मैं डेवलप करता हूँ लाइक बिग बास्केट, लाइक अभी आप सब लोग यूज करते होंगे ब्लिंकिट, तो ये स्टार्टअप या फिर इनोवेशन कैटेगरी, बिकॉज हमने कन्वेंशनल बिजनेस को कुछ एक एक्स्ट्रा चीज। तो आए अभी शायद आपको क्लियर होगा कि कन्वेंशनल और स्टार्टअप बिजनेस क्या है, बिकॉज अभी कुछ दिन। हेलो, एम आई ऑडिबल?
जी सर, जी बिल्कुल।
सो हेलो। हेलो।
जी सर, सुन रहे हैं।
हाँ, तो अब शायद आपको क्लैरिटी आई होगी व्हाट इज स्टार्टअप एंड कन्वेंशनल बिजनेस। तो अगर हम स्टार्टअप की बात करते हो अकॉर्डिंग टू स्टार्टअप इंडिया डेफिनेशन, तो उसके कुछ स्टेजेस होते हैं। हम वो स्टेजेस के बारे में डिस्कस करेंगे। फर्स्ट इज आइडिया, क्योंकि हम शुरुआत कर रहे हैं हमारे इनोवेशन से, तो इट इट कुड बी एनी आइडिया। देन उस आइडिया का वैलिडेशन, वैलिडेशन के बाद में मिनिमम वायबल प्रोडक्ट, मतलब हम हमारे जो फाइनल प्रोडक्ट है उसके पहले हम एक छोटा सा उसका पार्ट बना के या फिर उसका छोटा सा स्केल बना के हम उसको मार्केट में सर्वे के लिए देंगे। देन प्रोडक्ट मार्केट फिट, इस छोटे से स्केल को मार्केट में देने के बाद में कस्टमर का फीडबैक क्या आता है ये हम जानेंगे, और फिर प्रोडक्ट मार्केट फिट के अकॉर्डिंग हमारे मिनिमम वायबल प्रोडक्ट को हम मॉडिफाई करेंगे। तो हमारी जर्नी स्टार्ट हुई आइडिया से। एक आइडिया को हमने वैलिडेट करे, वो सच में काम का है या नहीं है। देन उसका एक मिनिमम वायबल प्रोडक्ट बनाए। देन उसको मार्केट फिट, अकॉर्डिंग टू मार्केट हमने उसको मॉडिफाई किए। देन ग्रोथ, ग्रोथ एंड स्केलिंग। स्केलिंग मीन्स हम अलग अलग स्टेट में उसका प्रेजेंस है, हम ग्लोबल जा रहे हैं, तो ये उसके अलग अलग स्टेजेस है। सो स्टेज नंबर वन हम डिस्कस करेंगे आइडिया जनरेशन। आइडिया कहाँ से आएगा? फॉर एग्जाम्पल, यू नीड टू ऑब्जर्व एनी प्रॉब्लम। आप सोसाइटी में अगर आप कोई प्रॉब्लम आइडेंटिफाई कर रहे हो, तो आपका आइडिया जनरेट होगा। एग्जाम्पल के तौर पे कि हम कई बार कई जगह पे घूमते हैं, अलग नई सिटी में जाने के बाद में हमको सबसे बड़ा क्वेश्चन आता है ट्रांसपोर्ट का। तो ये एक प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट था जिसको ओला ने आइडेंटिफाई किया। इस प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट को आइडेंटिफाई करने के बाद में उन्होंने कि जो नए बंदे या फिर सेम सिटी में एक जगह से दूसरी जगह जाने के लिए प्रॉपर टैक्सी नहीं मिलता है, उनको प्रॉपर ट्रांसपोर्ट नहीं मिलता है, तो उसके लिए हम क्यों ना एक प्लेटफॉर्म बनाए। ठीक है। सो ये एक प्रॉब्लम ओला या फिर बाकी की भी इंडस्ट्रीज ने देखे, तो उन्होंने ओला उबर जैसा एक प्रॉब्लम आइडेंटिफाई करने के बाद में उसका सोल्यूशन दिया। देन लुक एट इन इफिशियंसी इन द मार्केट इन द इंडस्ट्री। अगर कोई इंडस्ट्री ऑलरेडी स्टैब्लिश्ड है, लेकिन उसमें एक प्रॉपर एक छोटा सा पार्ट जो है जिसमें सप्लाई मैनेजमेंट चेन का बहुत बड़ा हाथ है, बट वो प्रॉपर इनसफिशियंट है। अगर हम ये आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं तो भी हम नए आइडिया को जनरेट करते हैं। फॉर एग्जांपल ईवी, आप सभी को पता होगा, इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल की बैटरीज हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं, उसका एक अलग अलग टेक्निकल पार्ट होता है जो हमें टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर करने पड़ते हैं। तो अगर कोई ईवी में ऐसी बैटरी मॉडिफाई करता है जो लॉन्ग लास्टिंग हो, कम टाइम में चार्ज हो, तो ईवी इंडस्ट्री, ईवी व्हीकल में, इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल में आप वो एक इन इफिशियंसी को एड्रेस कर रहे हो, तो उस सप्लाई चेन में आप वहां पे आ सकते हो। देन यूज एकेडमिक रिसर्च इनसाइट। जनरली हम जो एकेडमिक में होते हैं, हम जो रिसर्च करते हैं, उससे हम आइडिया जनरेट कर सकते हैं। देन ब्रेनस्टॉर्म मल्टीपल सॉल्यूशन। अगर एक प्रॉब्लम है तो उसको सॉल्व करने के लिए हम मल्टीपल सॉल्यूशन पर जा सकते हैं। देन मार्केट वैलिडेशन। हाँ, हमने आइडिया जनरेट कर लिए, हमको पता चल गया है कि हमारा प्रोडक्ट किस तरीके से आगे जाएगा और किस तरीके से अब हम मार्केट में इसका वैलिडेशन करेंगे, तो किस पैरामीटर पे हम वैलिडेट करेंगे। तो जनरली जो एक नया स्टार्टअप होता है या फिर नया वेंचर होता है, वो सर्वे लॉन्च करता है। आप कई बार देखते होंगे गूगल सर्वेस पे या फिर आपको मेटा इंस्टाग्राम वगैरह पे कई सारे सर्वे आते होंगे, आपका इंटरव्यू लिया जाता होगा एज अ कस्टमर, बिकॉज मुझे मेरे प्रोडक्ट के बारे में उसको वैलिडेट करना है। तो कई बार आपके घर पे आते होंगे कि हम कंपनी से आए हैं, ये प्रोडक्ट हमने नया नया लॉन्च किया है, इसके बारे में आप अपना राय दीजिए। तो मार्केट वैलिडेशन के लिए जो फर्स्ट स्टेप है कि हमको कस्टमर के पास जाना पड़ेगा, उनका सर्वे लेना पड़ेगा। देन पायलट प्रोग्राम रन करना, प्रोटोटाइप को यूज करना यूजर के साथ में, और उनकी डिमांड क्या है। कस्ट हमने तो प्रोडक्ट बना लिया, बट अगर कस्टमर की डिमांड कुछ और होंगी तो उसको इवेल्युएट करके हम हमारे प्रोडक्ट को मॉडिफाई कर सकते हैं, हमारे मार्केट को वैलिडेट कर सकते हैं। तो दिस इज सेकंड स्टेप। फर्स्ट स्टेप ऑफ स्टार्टअप इज आइडिया जनरेशन, सेकंड स्टेप इज मार्केट वैलिडेशन, एंड थर्ड एंड मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट स्टेप इज एमवीपी डेवलपमेंट। एमवीपी मिनिमम वायबल प्रोडक्ट। अगर हमने कुछ मार्केट सर्वे कर लिया, आइडिया से हमारा प्रोडक्ट बन गया, प्रोडक्ट हमने मार्केट में सर्वे करके उसका वैलिडेशन कर लिया है, तो अब हम उसे एमवीपी मतलब मिनिमम वायबल प्रोडक्ट पे लेके जाएंगे। सो उसके लिए हम क्या करेंगे, सिंपलेस्ट प्रोडक्ट वर्जन, हमारा जो प्रोडक्ट है उसका एकदम सिंपल फॉर्म में, जो हमारा स्केल था हमारे वैलिडेशन के लिए, उससे थोड़े बड़े स्केल पे हम जाएंगे। देन लॉन्च क्विकली, कलेक्ट यूजर फीडबैक। अब हमारा एमवीपी बन चुका है, हम हमारे यूजर से फीडबैक लेंगे, और अगर उसमें भी कुछ हमें फीडबैक मिलता है, कुछ इम्प्रूवमेंट लगता है, तो हम उसको इम्प्रूव करेंगे। सो मैं वापस रिपीट करूंगा स्टार्टअप की स्टेजेस। फर्स्ट स्टेज इज आइडिया जनरेशन, सेकंड स्टेज इज मार्केट वैलिडेशन, एंड थर्ड स्टेज इज एमवीपी डेवलपमेंट। तो इस तीनों स्टेज में जो एक एंटरप्रेन्योर लेसन ले सकता है, या फिर अगर कोई एंटरप्रेन्योर को आपको लेसन देना होगा तो आप ले सकते हो कि स्टार्टअप सक्सीड बाय सॉल्विंग रियल प्रॉब्लम। अगर सही में आपका आइडिया कोई रियल प्रॉब्लम के अराउंड है, अगर वो कुछ सही में सॉल्व कर रहा है, देन आपका स्टार्टअप या फिर आपका वेंचर सक्सेस हो सकता है। सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है आपका कस्टमर। कस्टमर अगर प्रॉपर है, कस्टमर से आप फीडबैक लेते हो, तो आपका स्टार्टअप सक्सेस होगा। अगर आप कितनी भी बड़ी टेक्नोलॉजी बना, अगर हम टेक्नोलॉजी बना लिए कि पेट्रोल रिप्लेस एग्जाम्पल के तौर पे, तो वो टेक्नोलॉजी सिर्फ काम नहीं आएगी, उसके साथ में आपको कुछ ना कुछ वैल्यू देना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज यू आर नॉट ओनली रिसर्चर। अगर हम एंटरप्रेन्योर या फिर स्टार्टअप को एड्रेस कर रहे हैं, या फिर हम सोच रहे हैं कि हमारे स्टूडेंट या फिर हम लोग स्टार्टअप क्रिएट करेंगे, तो सिर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी अलोन काम नहीं करेगा, हमें उसके साथ में कुछ क्रिएटिव वैल्यू प्रपोजिशन देना पड़ेगा। देन मार्केट डिमांड मस्ट ड्राइव इनोवेशन। अकॉर्डिंग टू मार्केट डिमांड क्या है, उस हिसाब से हमारा इनोवेशन मॉडिफाई होगी। तो यहाँ तक क्लियर है सभी को? आर यू विथ मी?
यस सर, यस यस।
तो देखें स्टेजेस ऑफ स्टार्टअप। अब इसी को मैं एक एग्जांपल के तौर पे समझाऊंगा। अगर हमारा एक स्टार्टअप है दैट इज हेल्दी टिफिन डिलीवरी फॉर स्टूडेंट। सिंपल आइडिया है। हम सोच रहे हैं कि हमारे स्टूडेंट को हेल्दी टिफिन दिया जाए, क्योंकि स्टूडेंट अपने घर से दूर रहते हैं। उनका कई समय पे टिफिन नहीं आता है। तो ये एक आइडिया है, एक हम प्रॉब्लम एड्रेस कर रहे हैं जिससे हम हेल्दी टिफिन अपने स्टूडेंट को भेज सके। दिस आइडिया। तो आइडिया जनरेशन, स्टूडेंट नीड हेल्दी अफोर्डेबल मील। सिर्फ वो हेल्दी ना हो, अफोर्डेबल भी हो। सो फर्स्ट स्टेज इज आइडिया। हमने सोच लिया हमारे स्टूडेंट को एक हेल्दी मील मिलना चाहिए। अब हम नेक्स्ट, हमने आइडिया सोच लिया, वो काम का है, हमने मार्केट में देख ली इसकी जरूरत है, और इसके बाद में हम हमारे आइडिया को वैलिडेट करेंगे। अब वैलिडेट कैसे करेंगे? हम सर्वे करेंगे हमारे स्टूडेंट का कि सच में उनको जरूरत है इस चीज की, सही में वो इंटरेस्टेड है। अगर हम उनको समय पे टिफिन पहुंचाएंगे या फिर एक हेल्दी ऑप्शन देंगे, तो सही में वो अगर हमारे स्टार्टअप में इंटरेस्टेड है। अगर 65% इंटरेस्टेड है, सो हमारा आइडिया वैलिडेट हो गया, हमारा मार्केट वैलिडेट हो गया। सो वी आर रेडी टू लॉन्च आवर प्रोडक्ट, वी आर रेडी टू गो इन द मार्केट। बट डायरेक्टली हम मार्केट में जाएंगे कि हमने देखे स्टेज में, हम मार्केट में जाएंगे कि हम उसका एक मिनिमम वायबल प्रोड्यूस करेंगे। हमने सर्वे कर लिए हैं 200 स्टूडेंट का, हमारा आइडिया भी सबने पसंद कर लिया है। सो हम डायरेक्टली हमारे पूरे सिटी में लॉन्च करेंगे कि नहीं, हम उसका एक मिनिमम वायबल प्रोडक्ट बनाएंगे कि स्टार्ट विद ओनली 20 बॉक्स डेली इन वन हॉस्टल। ये करने के बाद में हमें पता चलेगा कि हमारा जो एमवीपी है, फिर हमारा आइडिया, हमारी जो जर्नी स्टार्ट हुई आइडिया से, देन मार्केट वैलिडेशन हुआ, तो हमारा प्रोडक्ट सही वायबल है क्या। दिस इज कॉल्ड मिनिमम वायबल प्रोडक्ट। ये मिनिमम वायबल प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च करने के बाद में हम हमारे स्टूडेंट का फीडबैक लेंगे। फीडबैक लेने के बाद में अगर वो बोलते हैं कि नहीं, हमें मेनू उसको इम्प्रूव करना है, हम जो दे रहे हैं वो हेल्दी तो है लेकिन नॉट गुड फॉर द टर्म, हमारे टेस्ट के लिए वो अच्छा नहीं है, तो हम हमारा मेनू इंप्रूव कर सकते हैं। और डिलीवरी टाइमिंग, कई स्टूडेंट का डिलीवरी टाइमिंग जो रहता है, किसी का मॉर्निंग में कॉलेज रहता है, किसी का 10 के बाद में रहता है, अलग अलग टाइमिंग रहता है। तो क्या हम टाइमिंग पे मॉडिफिकेशन कर सकते हैं? सो ये हो गया हमारे एक स्टार्टअप का आइडिया से लेके मार्केट वैलिडेशन से लेके मिनिमम वायबल प्रोडक्ट और फीडबैक जनरेशन। अगर ये सब कुछ पॉजिटिव, देन वी आर गोइंग फॉर द स्केल अप, देन वी लुक फॉर द मार्केट फिट एनालिसिस। यहाँ तक सभी को क्लियर है? एनी डाउट टिल नाउ?
It is clear, sir.
नो सर, यस इट्स
So
क्लियर।
I roll it up again. We are looking for a startup journey and startup life cycle, which will start from the idea generation, then market validation, then MVP development. Then हमने एक एग्जांपल देखे, छोटा सा एग्जांपल जो हम सभी के आसपास है, उससे हमें आइडिया जनरेशन, मार्केट वैलिडेशन, एमवीपी के बारे में समझ में आया। इसके बाद की नेक्स्ट स्टेप क्या है? हमारा स्टार्टअप लॉन्च हो गया, हमने मिनिमम वायबल प्रोडक्ट उसका प्रोड्यूस लॉन्च कर दिए है। देन इसके बाद का है प्रोडक्ट मार्केट फिट। सच में अगर हम एक हॉस्टल से दूसरे हॉस्टल पे मूव करते हैं या फिर एक सिटी से दूसरे सिटी पे मूव करते हैं, तो सही में ये मार्केट फिट है या नहीं। तो इसके लिए कुछ फिर से पैरामीटर्स है। हम देखेंगे कस्टमर नीड। हमने तो देख ली कि हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट में या फिर हमारे हॉस्टल में, हमारे कॉलेज से एसोसिएट हॉस्टल में इसकी नीड है, तो सच में बाकी लोगों को भी इसकी नीड है क्या? देन सेगमेंट, कस्टमर सेगमेंट। हमारा जो इनिशियल प्रोडक्ट था वो था हेल्दी टिफिन फॉर द स्टूडेंट, बट कस्टमर सेगमेंट में क्या हम हेल्दी टिफिन फॉर वर्किंग पीपल ये भी उसमें इंट्रोड्यूस कर सकते हैं क्या? ये आ जाएगा कस्टमर सेगमेंट में। देन सही में हम प्रॉब्लम का सॉल्यूशन दे रहे हैं, सभी की इसको नीड है। ये सब होने के बाद में जो हम फूड डिलीवर कर रहे हैं, जो फूड हम दे रहे हैं, उसका एक्सपीरियंस कैसा है, उसका डिलीवरी टाइम या उसकी सर्विस कैसी है, इसका हमको चेक करना पड़ेगा। देन हम हमारे टिफिन के साथ में और क्या फीचर्स ऐड कर सकते हैं, मे बी सम फिश, मे बी सम एड ऑन सर्विसेज, मे बी सम एज रिक्वायर्ड मेनू। मुझे आज दूसरा कुछ मेनू खाना है तो हम वो दे सकते हैं। तो ये दिस कॉल्ड प्रोडक्ट फीचर्स। हम हमारे प्रोडक्ट के साथ में और क्या दे सकते हैं, इसी को एक एग्जांपल के जैसे हम देखेंगे। फोन पे सबसे पहले जब लॉन्च हुआ तो यूपीआई पैसे ट्रांसफर के लिए था, आप सभी के पास में फोन पे होंगे। तो उसके बाद में फिर हम देखेंगे कि आज हमको अगर पॉलिसी भी निकालनी या फिर टिकट बुक करनी है तो हम फोन पे से या कर सकते हैं, पेटीएम से कर सकते हैं। सो दिस कॉल्ड एड ऑन सर्विसेज, एड ऑन फीचर्स टू अवर एग्जिस्टिंग प्रोडक्ट। तो उसी एग्जांपल से हम देखेंगे टिफिन के साथ में हम और क्या दे सकते हैं। तो ये सब एनालिसिस करने के बाद में हमारा प्रोडक्ट सच में मार्केट फिट है या नहीं है, इस चीज का हमें पता चलता है। नेक्स्ट इंडिकेटर ऑफ मार्केट फिट। तो हमारे कस्टमर एक्टिवली यूज कर रहे हैं हमारे प्रोडक्ट को या नहीं। हमने मंथली उसका सब्सक्रिप्शन स्टूडेंट को दे दिए है, लेकिन सही में वो स्टूडेंट उससे यूज कर रहा है या नहीं है। वर्ड ऑफ ग्रोथ, एक स्टूडेंट अपने क्लोज फ्रेंड को बता रहा है। हेलो,
Yes, sir. Yes. Audible.
सॉरी, कॉल ड्रॉप हो गया था। या सो वी आर ऑन इंडिकेटर ऑफ प्रोडक्ट मार्केट फिट। हमने देखे कि हमारा कस्टमर सच में हमारा प्रोडक्ट यूज कर रहा है या नहीं कर रहा है। वर्ड ऑफ माउथ, जो हमारे स्टूडेंट है वो हमारे टिफिन सर्विस लेने के बाद में सच में हमारे उनके दोस्तों को सजेस्ट कर रहे हैं या नहीं कर रहे। तो वर्ड ऑफ माउथ ग्रोथ, देन कस्टमर रिटेंशन, 1 महीने के बाद में कंटिन्यूस वो हमारा सर्विस रखता है कंटिन्यू या नहीं रखता है। देन रेवेन्यू, फाइनली जो भी हम स्टार्टअप कर रहे हैं उसका रेवेन्यू कितने जल्दी हम शुरू हो रहा है, हमें उससे पैसा कितने जल्दी मिल। these are few indicators। एक एग्जांपल टैक्सी डिसरप्शन का हम लेंगे, सेम ओला वाला। व्हाट ओला डज, ओला सॉल्व टैक्सी अवेलेबिलिटी प्रॉब्लम। हमें पता है कि हम जब भी हमें हमारे घर से कहीं और जाना होता था तो हमें सबसे पहले देखना होता था कि ऑटो या फिर टैक्सी अवेलेबल नहीं है या नहीं है। देन वो टैक्सी अगर है तो फिर उसे कॉल करके हमारे घर तक बुलाना, वो हमारे घर तक आने तक के चार्ज लेता था। तो ये प्रॉब्लम को ओला ने आइडेंटिफाई किया कि अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ टैक्सी ये फ्रिक्वेंटली नहीं होती। तो इसे हम सॉल्व कर सकते हैं या नहीं कर सकते। अब टैक्सी तो अवेलेबल हो जाएंगी, तो क्या हम टैक्सी ड्राइवर को फोन पे कॉल करके बुलाएंगे? ये तो पॉसिबल नहीं है। तो क्योंकि हम ऑनलाइन सर्विसेज को देख रहे हैं। सो ओला लॉन्च ऐप बेस्ड बुकिंग एंड डिजिटल पेमेंट। आप अपने ही फोन से ऑनलाइन बुकिंग भी कर सकते हो, पेमेंट भी कर सकते हैं। ट्रांसपेरेंट प्राइसिंग, इंक्रीज ट्रस्ट। अगर हम ऑफलाइन वाले ऑटो या टैक्सी वाले को एक पॉइंट ए से पॉइंट बी तक जाने तक 100 रुपए चार्ज लग रहा है, तो ओला अगर उसको 200 या 250 रुपए लेता था, तो हम कभी तो लोकल ऑफलाइन वाले में हमें अगर मिलता है ऑनलाइन वाला, तो हम उसे प्रिफर करेंगे। सो देयर शुड बी अ ट्रांसपेरेंट प्राइसिंग दैट इंक्लूड ट्रस्ट इशू, देन रैपिड अडॉप्टेशन इन इंडियन सिटी। अगर ये सिर्फ मेट्रो सिटीज में होता था, एक या दो सिटी में, तो लोग इसे ट्रस्ट नहीं करते थे या फिर लोग इसे अडॉप्ट नहीं करते। बट ये रैपिडली अभी फैल रहा है। अभी ऑलमोस्ट टायर 2 सिटीज तक के ओला की सर्विसेज पहुंच गई। तो दीज आर द एग्जाम्पल जिसमें हम देख सकते हैं कि मार्केट फिट जाने के लिए या फिर रेवेन्यू जनरेट करने के लिए ये और कुछ पैरामीटर है कि हमने जो सर्विस बनाए हैं वो सच कस्टमर सेगमेंट के पास पहुंच रहा है या नहीं पहुंच रहा। वो सच में रियल प्रॉब्लम नहीं कर रहा। मैं जैसे बताया था, प्रोडक्ट मॉडिफिकेशन किया जा सकता है। तो दीज आर फ्यू पैरामीटर जिससे हम एक स्ट्रॉन्ग कस्टमर एज और स्ट्रॉन्ग स्टार्टअप या वेंचर हम बिल्ड कर सकते हैं। इसलिए हम कस्टमर का अगर इंटरव्यू लेते हैं या फिर सर्वे करते हैं, तो किस पॉइंट पे हमें फोकस करना चाहिए? व्हाट इज योर बिगेस्ट चैलेंज इन दिस एरिया? हम हमारा एग्जांपल वापस से दोहराएंगे कि जैसे मैंने बताया था कि हमें टिफिन सर्विस अगर शुरू करनी है, तो हम हमारे स्टूडेंट से पूछेंगे कि आपको इसमें क्या चैलेंजेस आते हैं। जनरली उनको हम उनके क्लासरूम से लंच टाइम में हॉस्टल तक वापस जाना पड़ता था, या फिर अगर वो टिफिन सुबह आ जाता है तो उनका फूड ठंडा हो जाता है। तो ये एक चैलेंज है जो शायद हमें आंसर जो स्टूडेंट
सर आपका आवाज नहीं आ रहा है।
am I audible now?
यस सर।
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Sorry for disruption. I'll share my screen. तो हम देख रहे थे कि अगर हम सर्वे लॉन्च करते हैं, तो कस्टमर किस तरीके से फीडबैक लेना चाहिए। तो ये कुछ एग्जांपल थे। सो ये सब मार्केट फीड को एनालिसिस करने के लिए कुछ टूल्स होते हैं। हम हमारे स्टार्टअप या वेंचर को कुछ टूल, प्रोडक्ट मार्केट या फिर में मार्केट में जाने लायक है या नहीं। Any doubt till now?
No, sir, no.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll move forward. Tools to analyze our product. अगर वो market fit है या नहीं है. So first tool is Lean Canvas framework. Lean Canvas is a one-page business planning tool used by startup to quickly test
Sir, there is a network issue maybe.
it, then enable rapid experimentation and iteration.
Your voice is not clear.
You are not audible, sir.
Sir, नाही येत.
Sir is not there, I think.
Yes, sir. Yes.
त्यांचा नेटवर्क इश्यू आहे बहुतेक.
ठाकुर सर.
अर्पित सर है क्या? मैं फोन लगा था अंकित सर को।
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, audible, sir.
स्क्रीन दिख रही है आपको प्रेजेंटेशन? इज इट विजिबल? सो हम देख रहे थे टूल्स एक स्टार्टअप, वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट अ लीन कैनवास फ्रेमवर्क. सो व्हाट इज लीन कैनवास फ्रेमवर्क? जनरली हमारे स्टार्टअप को एक फ्रेम में लाने के लिए हम जो एक्सरसाइज करते हैं या फिर टूल यूज करते हैं, इट इज लीन कैनवास फ्रेमवर्क, जो इंक्लूड होता है कि प्रॉब्लम, कस्टमर सेगमेंट, यूनिक वैल्यू प्रपोजिशन, हमारे जो इनोवेशन है या फिर हमारा जो प्रोडक्ट है उसमें यूनिक वैल्यू पॉइंट क्या है, देन हमारा सोल्यूशन, चैनल, रेवेन्यू स्ट्रीम, हम किस स्ट्रीम से रेवेन्यू जनरेट करेंगे, हमारा जो पैसा है उस किस स्ट्रीम से आएगा ये हम देखते हैं. देन कॉस्ट स्ट्रक्चर, हमारे सोल्यूशन का या फिर हमारे प्रोडक्ट का कॉस्ट क्या होना चाहिए, की मैट्रिसेस एंड अनफेयर एडवांटेज. जनरली हमारे प्रोडक्ट है उसका, हमारे इनोवेशन का अनफेयर एडवांटेज क्या है. हाउ टू यूज लीन कैनवास, define the problem clearly in single page, identify your customer segment, propose a simple solution and define revenue model. So ये हम एक एग्जांपल से समझेंगे कि जनरली लीन कैनवास मॉडल क्या है. वापिस से सेम एग्जांपल हम लेंगे कि ऑनलाइन हेल्दी मील डिलीवरी फॉर ऑफिस वर्कर. अब इसका लीन कैनवास ब्लॉक में कस्टमर सेगमेंट क्या होगा कि बिजी ऑफिस प्रोफेशनल, हेल्दी, एक उनको फूड हम प्रोपोजिशन दे रहे हैं. प्रॉब्लम क्या है इसमें, लैक ऑफ हेल्दी लंच ऑप्शन, लिमिटेड टाइम टू कुक, क्योंकि हमने टाइम कम होता है अपना हेल्दी फूड कुक करने के लिए. इसका यूनिक वैल्यू प्रपोजिशन क्या होगा, फ्रेश हेल्दी मील डिलीवरी टू योर ऑफिस इन 20 मिनट. जब जरूरत है तो उसके 20 मिनट पहले ही हम कुक करके आपको डिलीवर करेंगे. ये शायद हमारे स्टार्टअप का या फिर हमारे वेंचर का एक यूनिक वैल्यू प्रपोजिशन हो सकता है. देन सॉल्यूशन, मोबाइल ऐप हम बना सकते हैं. चैनल क्या होगा, मोबाइल ऐप से, सोशल मीडिया से, कॉर्पोरेट पार्टनरशिप से के थ्रू हमारा स्टार्टअप रन कर सकते हैं. हमारा रेवेन्यू, किस तरीके से हम हमारे स्टार्टअप या वेंचर से रेवेन्यू जनरेट करेंगे. तो इट्स सब्सक्रिप्शन मॉडल, मंथली सब्सक्रिप्शन हम दे सकते हैं या फिर पर मील, हमें आज सिंगल फूड चाहिए तो उसका पर मील हम सेल कर सकते हैं. कॉस्ट स्ट्रक्चर, किचन ऑपरेशन, डिलीवरी, लॉजिस्टिक, मार्केट मार्केट इसमें हमारा कॉस्ट जाने वाला है. सब्सक्रिप्शन ग्रोथ और अनफेयर एडवांटेज, हमारे प्रोप्राइटरी न्यूट्रिशन प्लान, हम क्योंकि न्यूट्रिशन बिजनेस में, एक हेल्दी फूड बिजनेस में, तो हम हमारे मेनू को इस तरीके से प्लान कर सकते हैं जो हमारे खुद की प्रोप्राइटरी, ये हमारा खुद का इजाद किया हुआ एक न्यूट्रिशन प्लान है. सो ये जो कैनवास है, लीन कैनवास फ्रेमवर्क, इसमें आप किसी भी स्टार्टअप आइडिया या फिर किसी भी इनोवेशन को डाल दें, स्टार्टअप का रेवेन्यू जनरेशन स्ट्रीम तक के आप अपने स्टार्टअप या फिर इनोवेशन को ले जा सकते हैं. तो ये एक सिंगल फ्रेमवर्क है जिससे हम हमारे आइडिया को वैलिडेट कर सकते हैं, हमारे स्टार्टअप को वैलिडेट कर सकते हैं. में एक एक पॉइंट हमने देखे हैं जिसमें कस्टमर सेगमेंट, प्रॉब्लम, यूनिक वैल्यू प्रपोजिशन, सॉल्यूशन, चैनल, रेवेन्यू स्ट्रीम, कॉस्ट स्ट्रक्चर, की मैट्रिक्स, अनफेयर एडवांटेज. सो ये पहला टूल है हमारे इनोवेशन को और हमारे स्टार्टअप को वैलिडेट करने के लिए. इसमें किसी को कुछ डाउट तो हम एक न्यू टूल के तरफ बढ़ेंगे. लीन कैनवास फ्रेमवर्क। एनी डाउट? या फिर
नो सर, नो नो।
इसके अलावा कोई एग्जांपल के साथ में हम इसको और अच्छे से समझ पाएंगे? ठीक है, ओके, थैंक यू। सो हमने देखे लीन फ्रेमवर्क। नेक्स्ट टूल है बिजनेस टोकन। हमने हमारे कस्टमर सेगमेंट या फिर हमारा लॉन्चिंग या फिर हमारे अनफेयर एडवांटेज ऑफ अवर स्टार्टअप, ये हमने देख लिया। अब इसका बिजनेस मॉडल में हम कैसे कन्वर्ट करेंगे? तो ये एक सिंगल, जैसे हम सिंगल पेज पे हमारा लिंक कैनवास मॉडल देखे, वैसे ही हमारे बिजनेस प्लान को एक सिंगल पेज पे लाने के लिए हम क्या करेंगे? तो इट इज कॉल्ड बिजनेस मॉडल ऑन अ सिंगल पेज, डेवलप बाय अलेक्जेंडर। पर्पस क्लैरिफाई बिजनेस आइडिया, मार्केट से पैसा बना के देगा या नहीं, ये इस कैनवास से देखेंगे। हेल्प स्टार्टअप टू प्लान क्विकली, इजी विजुअलाइजेशन ऑफ एंटायर बिजनेस। हम हमारे स्टार्टअप को रेवेन्यू मॉडल तक, मार्केट फिट तक देख सकते हैं। तो सेम जैसा हमने लीन कैनवास देखे थे, बिजनेस मॉडल है। इसमें हमारे की पार्टनर क्या होंगे, हमारे स्टार्टअप की एक्टिविटीज क्या होंगी, की रिसोर्सेस, वैल्यू प्रपोजिशन क्या है, कस्टमर रिलेशनशिप क्या है, ये सारा एक सिंगल पेज पे है। नेक्स्ट, बिजनेस मॉडल थिंकिंग। हाउ डज द स्टार्टअप क्रिएट वैल्यू? वैल्यू मीन्स हम हमारे रेवेन्यू कैसे जनरेट करेंगे, हाउ डज इट डिलीवर वैल्यू। जैसे मैंने एग्जांपल दिया, फोन पे से के अलावा, फोन पे पे हम पैसे ट्रांसफर के अलावा बहुत सारी चीजें, टिकट बुक, तो ये एक नया वैल्यू आपको दे रहा है क्या? हाउ डज इट कैप्चर वैल्यू, हाउ विल इट स्केल सस्टेनेबली। हमने हमारा जो मेन बिजनेस है उसको तो लॉन्च कर दिए, बट ये सस्टेनेबल है या नहीं, ये ऑटो पायलट मोड पे जाके हमें कंटिन्यूस रेवेन्यू देगा या नहीं देगा, ये हम स्केल सस्टेनेबिलिटी में देखते हैं। तो इस एग्जांपल में हम उबेर का एग्जांपल लेंगे फॉर बिजनेस मॉडल कैनवास। तो उनका कस्टमर सेगमेंट था अर्बन ट्रैवलर, कम्यूटर्स।
सर आवाज नहीं आ रहा है आपका
वैल्यूएबल
क्लियर।
है या नहीं?
आनंद सर, आपका आवाज नहीं आ रहा है क्लियर।
हेलो, हेलो।
हाँ सर,
सर यू
अभी
आर
अभी अभी आ रहा है सर आपका आवाज, पर अभी।
अब ठीक है?
हाँ, यस सर, यस।
ओके। तो हम उबेर का एग्जांपल ले रहे थे फॉर बिजनेस मॉडल कैनवास। इसमें जो ब्लॉक्स है या फिर जो सेगमेंट्स है, उसमें फर्स्ट है कस्टमर सेगमेंट। अगर हम उबेर का एग्जांपल ले रहे हैं तो वो किसके लिए बनाएंगे, उसका कस्टमर कौन है? तो जनरली अर्बन ट्रैवलर। उसका वैल्यू प्रपोजिशन क्या है? जो कन्वीनियंट ऑन डिमांड ट्रांसपोर्ट, आपको जब जरूरत है तब आप उबेर से टैक्सी बुक कर सकते हैं, ट्रांसपोर्ट बुक कर सकते हैं। इसका चैनल क्या है? जनरली मोबाइल और वेबसाइट से हम बुक कर सकते हैं। मतलब ये कस्टमर को कितना कन्वीनियंट है, अगर जितना कन्वीनियंट होगा उतना हमारे सक्सेस होने के चांसेस बढ़ जाएंगे। कस्टमर रिलेशनशिप, हम देखते हैं कि हमारे मोबाइल, अगर हम कोई टैक्सी बुक कर रहे हैं तो उसका रेटिंग हम दे सकते हैं कि इसका बिहेव अच्छा था या नहीं था, या फिर इसने हमें सर्विस दिया या नहीं दिया। तो ये कस्टमर रिलेशनशिप बिल्ड करने के लिए फायदेमंद होंगे। देन रेवेन्यू स्ट्रीम, राइट फेयर। इसमें से पैसे कैसे कमाएंगे? तो हर राइड पे फेयर ले सकते हैं। की रिसोर्सेस, टेक्नोलॉजी प्लेटफॉर्म, ड्राइवर्स, ऐप, ये हमारे रिसोर्सेस है। एंगेजमेंट किस किस की इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे? तो जनरली ऐप डेवलप, ड्राइवर्स की है, ठीक है। देन की पार्टनर्स, ड्राइवर्स, पेमेंट, कॉस्ट स्ट्रक्चर, टेक्नोलॉजी, मेंटेनेंस, मार्केटिंग। इसी तरीके से अगर हम, हमारा कोई स्टार्टअप है, और हम इस ब्लॉक में हमारे स्टार्टअप को डालते हैं, तो हमें पता चलेगा कि हमारा बिजनेस मॉडल मार्केट फिट है या नहीं। तो ये दो टूल्स थे जो हमने देखे, एक स्टार्टअप को मार्केट वैलिडेट करने के लिए या फिर मार्केट फिट करने के लिए, जिसमें फर्स्ट कैनवास फ्रेमवर्क एंड सेकंड था बिजनेस मॉडल कैनवास। तो यहाँ तक किसी को कोई डाउट या फिर किसी एग्जांपल के पर किसी का कुछ
सर
क्वेश्चन?
मुझे, यस, मुझे एक पूछना है सर कि सर
यस
मैं
यस।
लाइब्रेरियन हूँ। ओके, तो मुझे अगर यूजर को
राइट।
अट्रैक्ट करना है तो कोई ऐसा ऐप हो सकता है, या कुछ ऐसा, आप कुछ एग्जांपल मुझे दे सकते हैं सर लाइब्रेरी के लिए, या कैसे कर सकते हैं सर?
मैडम लाइब्रेरी में जनरली जो है
हम्म।
रीडिंग लवर, जो जिनको रीडिंग जनरली
सर नहीं
अच्छी लगती
नहीं
है, ऐसे
सर,
लोग आए।
सर नहीं सर लाइब्रेरी के भी सर्विसेज
हाँ
होते हैं, या जो भी है, जैसे कि वेबसाइट है तो वेबसाइट पे तो सारे सर्विसेज अवेलेबल, पर अगर हैंडी अगर कुछ दे, जैसे कि आप बोल रहे हैं, जैसे मैं अभी, मुझे अगर बाहर जाना है कई बार, तो मैं टिकट अभी रेल वन के ऐप से ही निकालती हूँ सर, या आईआरसीटीसी के ऐप से ही मैं टिकट निकालती हूँ। तो वो वैसा ही, तो वैसे अगर आप कुछ
ठीक है।
मोबाइल ऐप लाइब्रेरी के लिए कुछ बता सकते हैं सर?
बिल्कुल। आपका जो आइडिया है, हम
हम्म।
ये दोनों में से किसी भी एक मॉडल में सोचेंगे डालने का।
ओके।
ठीक है।
ओके।
पहला मॉडल लीन कैनवास मॉडल सोचते हैं। तो आपका जो ये ऐप है, उसमें आपका कस्टमर सेगमेंट कौन होना है?
कस्टमर मेरे यूजर्स, मेरे स्टूडेंट।
यूजर स्टूडेंट्स है, तो
हम्म।
ये जनरली आ जाएगा स्टूडेंट। बट
हम्म।
वो आज की डेट में प्रॉब्लम क्या फेस कर रहे हैं? अभी भी तो लाइब्रेरी है,
हम्म।
तो किस प्रॉब्लम को हम आइडेंटिफाई कर रहे हैं? आपका ऐप किस प्रॉब्लम को आइडेंटिफाई कर रहा है? अगर हम
सर।
देखेंगे कस्टमर
हम्म।
सेगमेंट हमारा हो गया है, यहाँ पे
हम्म।
स्टूडेंट आ गया है,
हम्म।
देन अब वो प्रॉब्लम कौन सा फेस कर रहा है आज की डेट में?
सर देखिए कैसे है
मतलब उनके
कि,
पास में
हाँ,
लाइब्रेरी।
हाँ, उनका अगर आईडी वगैरह तो उनका ऑलरेडी है सर, पर जो अगर लाइब्रेरी
हाँ
में वो
बोलिए।
आते हैं, लाइब्रेरी में अगर वो आ रहे हैं ना
हाँ।
सर, तो उनको सर्विसेज मिलने चाहिए, जैसे कि वेब ओपैक है, कि बुक्स कहाँ
हम्म
कौन से शेल्फ में है। तो ये तो हम वेब ओपैक के थ्रू ही उनको बता रहे हैं, पर अगर मोबाइल ऐप बनाना है तो उसके लिए कौन से फीचर्स उनके लिए
हम्म।
रखने चाहिए सर? ये मुझे क्वेश्चन था कि कौन से फीचर्स उनके लिए रख सकते हैं हम बच्चों के लिए, तो उसके लिए प्रॉब्लम्स ढूंढनी पड़ेगी पहले।
पहले प्रॉब्लम ढूंढना पड़ेगी कि आज की डेट में वो स्टूडेंट को क्या प्रॉब्लम जा रही है। जैसे आपने बताई, वेबो ऐप से ऑलरेडी कौन
हम्म।
से सेल्फ पे कौन सी बुक है ये हमें पता चल जाता है।
बराबर है,
बट
राइट।
वो शेल्फ पे अभी अवेलेबल है या नहीं,
हम्म।
वो अभी
हम्म।
अवेलेबल है या नहीं, या फिर
हम्म।
उस टॉपिक का कोई एडवांस वर्जन,
हाँ,
एडवांस
यस सर,
स्टडी की
यस।
कोई बुक लॉन्च हुई है या नहीं हुई
ओके।
है ना? तो
ओके,
ये हो
यस।
गया हमारा प्रॉब्लम।
हाँ, हाँ, राइट सर, राइट।
फॉर एक एग्जांपल देंगे कि अगर मैंने डाल दिया कि मुझे ह्यूमन एनाटॉमी पढ़ना है
हम्म।
ना? तो
हम्म।
ह्यूमन एनाटॉमी की लेटेस्ट बुक अवेलेबल है या नहीं है, ये उसको लाइब्रेरी में जाके या फिर आपके पास आके चेक करना पड़ेगा।
राइट, राइट।
तो अवेबिलिटी ऑफ लेटेस्ट
एडिशन
वर्जन ऑफ
वाइज, हाँ, एडिशन वाइज अगर
एडिशन,
हम,
या
हम्म।
ये हो गया आपका प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट।
राइट,
ठीक
राइट।
है। तो
हम्म।
स्टूडेंट आपका कस्टमर सेगमेंट, प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट, अवेबिलिटी ऑफ लेटेस्ट एडिशन,
हम्म।
देन यूनिक वैल्यू प्रपोजिशन।
हम्म।
इसमें
हम्म।
यूनिक वैल्यू प्रोपोजिशन में आपका ऐप ने तो बता दिया कि इसका लेटेस्ट एडिशन ये है, बट
हम्म।
उसके
हम्म।
साथ में हम और क्या दे सकते हैं? क्या उस पर्टिकुलर टॉपिक से रिलेटेड रिसर्च पेपर या जर्नल्स उसको बता सकते हैं, ताकि उसको
यस, हाँ।
स्टडी में ताकि
हाँ,
इसको
मोर
स्टडी में
रिसर्च,
और
यस,
फायदा हो,
यस, यस
है ना? तो
यस सर,
ये
यस।
ये ये हो गया आपके ऐप का
हम्म।
यूनिक वैल्यू प्रोपोजिशन।
हम्म।
सॉल्यूशन सॉल्यूशन पे हम बात ही कर रहे हैं, हम सॉल्यूशन
हम्म।
ऐप या फिर उनको इजीली एक्सेसिबल मोबाइल ऐप दे। फिर चैनल
हम्म।
क्या होगा?
हम्म।
सिर्फ मोबाइल ऐप होगा हमारा। अब आता
हाँ।
है कि आपने ऐप बना ली है, आपने
हम्म।
स्टूडेंट को तक पहुंचा दी है, आपका
हम्म।
रेवेन्यू स्ट्रीम क्या होगा इसमें? आप उसमें से पैसा कैसे कमाओगे? तो
सर
मैं,
नहीं, यहाँ पे अगर अगर सपोज मुझे यहाँ पे पैसा ही नहीं कमाना है, पर जस्ट कि मेरा मार्केटिंग हो लाइब्रेरी का, तो वो मुझे चाहिए
हाँ,
सर, वैसा कि मुझे यहाँ पे
नहीं नहीं,
रेवेन्यू नहीं चाहिए अगर।
देखिए देखिए मैडम, दो
हम्म।
तरीके से होते हैं रेवेन्यू।
हम्म।
आप आप क्योंकि लाइब्रेरियन हो और आप इंस्टीट्यूट से जुड़े, तो आप नहीं चाहते कि स्टूडेंट पे करे,
हम्म
ठीक है। बट
हम्म
रेवेन्यू एक और चीज हो सकता है ना, कि जो बुक न्यू एडिशन आ रहे तो बुक पब्लिशर आपको पैसा दे एडवर्टाइजमेंट के लिए,
हाँ, यस सर,
है
यस
ना।
यस,
तो
ओके।
आपको आपकी स्टूडेंट के लिए तो ये फ्री हो गई सर्विस, बट
हाँ,
आपका ऐप ऐप के मेंटेनेंस के लिए तो पैसा
मेंटेनेंस के लिए
लगेगा।
मुझे रेवेन्यू लगेगा, यस
हाँ, तो
यस।
ये हो गया आपका एडवर्टाइजमेंट का। हम
ओके।
कोई सब्सक्रिप्शन मॉडल फ्रॉम स्टूडेंट नहीं ले रहे।
हम्म
देन कॉस्ट स्ट्रक्चर सेम हुई, आगे हमें मेंटेनेंस है, कुछ
हम्म
लोग एम्प्लॉय करना पड़ेंगे, तो हमारा
हम्म
खर्चा कहाँ कहाँ होगा। तो ये हो
हाँ,
गया आपका
यस यस सर।
की मैट्रिक्स। की मैट्रिक्स मतलब स्टूडेंट कैसे यूज कर सकते हैं इसको, ये इसमें जनरली हमारा डेली यूज ये आएगा,
हम्म,
है ना।
यस।
अनफेयर एडवांटेज। अनफेयर एडवांटेज आप समझ पाए हो क्या होंगे?
प्रोप्राइटरी न्यूट्रिशन। ओके सर, यहाँ पे अगर मैं जो पार्टनरशिप करूँ कि जैसे कि जर्नल्स के कोई कुछ पब्लिशर है उनके साथ अगर मैं पार्टनरशिप करूँ तो यहाँ पे।
नहीं, यहाँ पे अनफेयर एडवांटेज आपका ये होगा,
हम्म
क्योंकि आप इंस्टीट्यूट में ऑलरेडी हो,
हम्म
आपका फेस या फिर आपको सब जानते हैं।
हम्म
और अगर मैं आपके इंस्टीट्यूट से बाहर का हूँ, मैंने
हम्म
सेम ऐप बनाया, तो स्टूडेंट मेरे पे ट्रस्ट नहीं करेंगे, आप पे ट्रस्ट करेंगे।
राइट।
दिस इज अनफेयर एडवांटेज ऑफ योर ऐप,
ओके ओके।
है ना। तो
हम्म।
ये हो गया। इसमें आप किसी भी तरीके से अपना स्टार्टअप डालिए, आपका स्टार्टअप एग्जामिन होके बाहर नहीं जाएगा,
गुड सर, ओके, थैंक यू
है
सर,
ना।
थैंक यू, यस।
या
अच्छे आइडियाज दिए सर अपने, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू। और कोई डाउट किसी को? हम आगे बढ़े फिर।
Yes, sir, you can proceed.
यस।
या तो हमने टूल्स देख लिए हैं, हमने हमारा स्टडी कर लिए है कि हमारा प्रोडक्ट क्या होगा, कैसे होगा। अब मार्केट साइज फ्रेमवर्क जनरली क्या होता है, कि हमने अभी छोटा सा एग्जांपल लेके, जैसे मैडम का एग्जांपल देखेंगे हम, कि वो एक इंस्टीट्यूट के लिए, लेकिन ये पर्टिकुलर आइडिया का या फिर पर्टिकुलर ऐप का कितना बड़ा मार्केट है। तो जनरली ये तीन टर्मिनोलॉजी में समझा जाता है, जो कि पहला होता है टैम, टोटल एड्रेसेबल मार्केट। जनरली ये पूरे सिटी का या फिर पूरे इंडिया का या फिर ग्लोबली इसका कितना मार्केट है। तो ये टोटल एड्रेसेबल मार्केट, ये बहुत बड़ा आंकड़ा होता है, मतलब ये पूरे ऐप की जरूरत कितने लोगों को है, ठीक है। टैम इज सर्विसेबल अवेलेबल मार्केट, कि हम इस जो पर्टिकुलर जो हमारा मार्केट है, उसमें से हम सर्विस किसको दे सकते हैं, कितने लोगों को दे सकते हैं, ठीक है। तो वो हो गया आपका सैम, सर्विसेबल अवेलेबल मार्केट। अब सर्विसेबल ऑप्टेबनेबल मार्केट, मतलब हमारे जो हमारा इनोवेशन है, तो विदाउट स्केलिंग अप या फिर विदाउट एग्जैगरेटिंग, हम इजीली ऑप्टेन कितना कर सकते हैं मार्केट को। तो जनरली ये कोई भी स्टार्टअप या फिर वेंचर के ये तीन पिलर रहते हैं अपने मार्केट को एनालिसिस करने के लिए, दैट इज टैम, सैम एंड सो, ठीक है। अब इसको हम एक एग्जांपल से समझने की कोशिश करेंगे। टोटल एड्रेसेबल मार्केट से एक आइडिया लेंगे कि ऑनलाइन फूड डिलीवरी का सर्विस का मार्केट कितना है। अगर हम पूरे इंडिया की बात करेंगे, तो जनरली 60,000 करोड़ का है एक ईयर में। अगर सभी लोग इंडिया में हमारा ऐप यूज कर रहे हैं या फिर हम सभी को सर्विस दे रहे हैं, तो ये मार्केट इतना बड़ा, ठीक है। लेकिन हम इतना कर सकते हैं कि बिकॉज वी आर सिटिंग इन महाराष्ट्र, तो हम देखेंगे कि इसका अवेलेबल मार्केट कितना है महाराष्ट्र में से। सो फूड डिलीवरी मार्केट इन महाराष्ट्र इज 8,000 करोड़, बट 8,000 करोड़ को भी हम सर्व कर सकते हैं कि फर्स्ट गो, तो दैट इज ऑप्टेनेबल मार्केट। कि महाराष्ट्र का एक छोटा सा सिटी का अगर हमने रेशियो निकाले, दैट इज 2%, तो 8,000 करोड़ का 160 करोड़ हम हमारे स्टार्टअप से आज की डेट में इतना अचीव कर सकते। तो दीज आर फ्यू एग्जाम्पल, और ये जनरली टर्मिनोलॉजी है हमारा मार्केट साइज एनालिसिस करता है, ठीक है। तो इस मार्केट साइज फ्रेमवर्क में, बिकॉज मार्केट एंट्री या फिर मार्केट फिजिबिलिटी डेट है, तो ये तीन टर्म जनरली सभी के सामने रहती है। तो ये तीन टर्म में अभी किसी को अगर कोई प्रॉब्लम ना हो तो फिर हम आगे बढ़ते हैं। देयर इज टैम, सैम एंड टोटल एड्रेसेबल मार्केट, टोटल सर्विसेबल मार्केट एंड सर्विसेबल ऑब्टेनेबल मार्केट। पूरा मार्केट इंडिया का कितना है, हमारे महाराष्ट्र का कितना है, और हम उसमें से कितना अचीव कर सकते हैं, ये तीन चीजें यहाँ पर हम समझ रहे हैं। सो हम आगे बढ़ते। अब हमने सब कुछ देख लिया, कुछ केस स्टडी देंगे ताकि हम जो हमने आज सीखे हैं, टूल्स सीखे हैं, मार्केट फ्रेमवर्क सीखे हैं, तो जो एग्जिस्टिंग स्टार्टअप है उनकी हम केस स्टडी क्या है उसके बारे में देखेंगे। तो सबसे पहले फ्लिपकार्ट। आपको पता है फ्लिपकार्ट से हम आज सब कुछ मंगाते हैं, लेकिन उसकी शुरुआत कैसे हुई? वो ओनली ऑनलाइन बुक का प्लेटफॉर्म था, वो सिर्फ बुक सेल करता था। बट सेम वही कैनवास में वैल्यू प्रपोजिशन, उसने एक मार्केट को भी किया कि हम बुक के अलावा बाकी चीजें भी यहाँ पे डिलीवर कर सकते हैं। और बिफोर एक्सपांशन उसने ट्रस्ट बिल्ड कर दिया था सभी कस्टमर कि भाई हाँ, आपकी बुक की सर्विस तो हमें मिल भी है, बट अगर आपने दूसरा प्रोडक्ट भी हमें भेजोगे तो हम हमें आप पे। सो ये उनकी जर्नी थी, स्टार्टेड फ्रॉम ऑनलाइन बुक, और आज हम सभी को पता है फ्लिपकार्ट कहाँ पर है। देन स्विगी, फूड डिलीवरी लॉजिस्टिक इनोवेशन। पहला इनोवेशन था कि फूड डिलीवरी कोई कर सकता है, हमने कभी ये सोचे नहीं थे कि फूड की कोई डिलीवर हमारे डोर स्टेप पे कर सकता है क्या। तो फूड डिलीवरी लॉजिस्टिक का फर्स्ट इनोवेशन हम बोल सकते हैं, स्टार्टेड इन बैंगलोर। जैसे कि हमने अभी देखे टोटल एड्रेसेबल मार्केट, सर्विसेबल मार्केट, तो इनका स्टार्ट पॉइंट था ओनली बैंगलोर, सिर्फ बैंगलोर में सर्व कर रहे थे। बट आज हम हमारे सिटी में भी स्विगी का ऐप ओपन करके फूड का लॉजिस्टिक या फिर फूड। नेक्स्ट इज नायका। नायका हमने देखे हैं जनरली ऑनलाइन ऑर्डर करते, उनको पता होगा कि इनका जो फोकस था शुरुआत में ओनली ब्यूटी मार्केट था। बट स्ट्रॉन्ग बिल्ड, स्ट्रॉन्ग कस्टमर बिल्ड करने के बाद में, ब्रांड बिल्ड करने के बाद में, आज के डेट में ये पूरे के पूरे फैशन इंडस्ट्री में आए हुए। जोमेटो। जोमेटो आज हम फूड इससे बुलाते हैं, फूड ऑर्डर करते हैं, बट ये तो शुरुआत में लिस्टिंग प्लेटफॉर्म, सारे जो रेस्टोरेंट है इनको वो एक जगह पे लिस्ट करना चाह रहा था, और वो लिस्ट करने के बाद में वो एक अवेलेबल प्लेटफॉर्म था जो सभी कस्टमर को दिख सकते थे कि यहाँ पे कौन सा रेस्टोरेंट है, वहां पे कौन सा रेस्टोरेंट है। बट आज हम देख रहे हैं फूड डिलीवरी सर्विस भी शुरू की है, और इनका एक्सपांशन अब इंटरनेशनली हुआ है। ओयो, एग्रीगेटर बजट होटल, इन्होंने सबसे पहले जो उनका प्लानिंग था, अगर हम नई न्यूज में कोई जाते थे तो कोई भी ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं था, हमें हमारे ऑटो वाले से, टैक्सी ड्राइवर से पूछना पड़ता था कि आसपास में कौन सा अच्छा होटल है, कौन सा बजट होटल है। बट ओयो ने सारे जो बजट होटल को एक जगह पे एग्री किया है, एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे लाया है, और इनका होटल के साथ में इन्होंने पार्टनर किए। तो ओयो का जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कॉस्ट था वो खत्म हो गया, इनको सिर्फ प्लेटफॉर्म प्रोवाइड करना था होटल को, और हम इजीली हमारे होटल बुक कर सकते थे। देन आज उनको हमें पता है कि वो ग्लोबली करते हैं ओयो। पेटीएम। पेटीएम सबसे पहले एक डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म, डिजिटल वॉलेट के जैसा यूज था, हमें वो वॉलेट में पैसा डालने होते थे, फिर जब हम किसी और को देते थे तो उसमें एक चार्जेस लग के हम किसी और को ऑनलाइन पैसे दे सकते थे। वहां से पेटीएम की शुरुआत हुई। हमको पता है डिमोनिटाइजेशन के बारे में, जब एक टाइम में हम सिर्फ 2,000 रुपये निकाल पाते थे, तब हमको ऑनलाइन सर्विस, ऑनलाइन क्यूआर कोड या फिर किसी को पैसे भेजने के लिए इजी साधन चाहिए था। इसका जो रैपिड ग्रोथ है वो डिमोनिटाइजेशन पर में हुआ। एथर एनर्जी, आप सबके व्हीकल, इसमें हम डिटेल में नहीं जाएंगे। बिग बास्केट, ऑनलाइन ग्रोसरी प्लेटफॉर्म, कन्वीनियंस ड्रिवन, हमें हमारे कन्वीनियंस के हिसाब से अपने मार्केट में या फिर अपने घर पर इसकी ग्रोसरी डिलीवर हो जाता है। बायजूस डिजिटल लर्निंग प्लेटफॉर्म, शुरुआत में एक सिंपल प्लेटफॉर्म था जिसमें आप लर्निंग कर सकते थे। देन उन्होंने वीडियो बेस्ड एजुकेशन सिस्टम मॉडल तैयार किए। फिर उसके बाद में हम सभी को पता है कि वन टाइम बायजूस यूनिकॉर्न जो बड़ा स्टार्टअप था, थाउजेंड्स करोड़ के ऊपर। सो कोई भी मार्केट में एंट्री के लिए, कोई भी मार्केट में हमारा प्रोडक्ट मार्केट फिट बनाने के लिए, आज का जो हमारा टाइटल था, उसके लिए ये सारे कुछ पैरामीटर है। जैसे नीश मार्केट हमें देखना है, वही जो हमारा कस्टमर है कौन है, हम जोग्राफिकली एंट्री कैसे ले सकते हैं, हमारे सिटी से या फिर हमारे एक लोकेलिटी से, हमारे टाउनशिप से, देन हमारे सिटी में, सिटी से स्टेट में, स्टेट से ग्लोबली हम कैसे एक्सपांड कर सकते हैं, इसमें पार्टनरशिप मॉडल क्या हो सकता है, हमारे किस प्लेटफॉर्म पे हमें इंस्टाग्राम पर या फेसबुक पे हमारा मॉडल रन करना, या फिर हमें हमारा मॉडल तैयार करना है, और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट प्राइसिंग स्ट्रेटेजी। सो आई थिंक ये सारे सबके फैमिलियर एग्जांपल थे जो हमने देखे। आर यू विथ मी?
Yes, sir. Yes, yes.
हेलो?
Yes, sir. Yes, yes.
यस। सो एनी डाउट टिल फर्स्ट स्लाइड, टिल दिस स्लाइड? एनी डाउट?
No, sir.
या सो अगर सब क्लियर है, सब कुछ आपको ध्यान में आ गया है, तो किसी के पास और कोई एग्जांपल हो जो हम एक्सरसाइज के तरीके से यूज कर सके? जैसे मैडम ने अभी एक लाइब्रेरी का एग्जांपल दी थी, और किसी के पास में कोई एग्जांपल है? किसी का कुछ आइडिया हो जिस पे हम वर्क कर सके, सो दैट जो हमने आज सीखे हैं वो थोड़ा डीपली उसका नॉलेज रहेगा? एनी आइडिया? ओके, मैं आपको ऐसे इसको इजी कर देता हूँ कि अब
हेलो
थोड़ा सा
सर.
इंटरएक्टिव ये
हेलो
सेशन
सर.
रखेंगे। यस।
हेलो. हाँ सर.
हाँ।
मतलब इसमें और एक भी हो
यस मैम।
सकता है कि जैसे कि अभी जैसे ये स्विगी वगैरह है, वैसे ही बुक्स का अगर मतलब आप समझे ना, मतलब बुक्स अगर अगर डिलीवरी करना है और वैसे कुछ कर सकते हैं सर इसमें.
मैडम, आपको किंडल पता होगा, किंडल
हाँ,
अमेजोन
किंडल.
का
यस,
प्रोडक्ट है।
यस, यस.
तो
हाँ.
तो वो सब्सक्रिप्शन मॉडल पे, क्योंकि अभी क्या हो गया था, उनका प्रॉब्लम आइडेंटिफाई उन्होंने
हम्म.
किए थे
हम्म.
कि जो रीडर है, जो अच्छे
हम्म.
वाचक है, वो हर बार किताब मंगाते हैं और उनके पास में रद्दी में किताबें जमा हो गई, तो एक बार पढ़ने के
राइट.
बाद में उसका यूज थोड़ी ना है, वो हम किसी को पास ऑन कर देते हैं, बट हमें
राइट.
पैसे जो है वो किताब के लिए देना पड़ता है ना।
हम्म.
तो किंडल ने सब्सक्रिप्शन मॉडल, ऑनलाइन आप ऑनलाइन पढ़ लो, और ऑनलाइन पढ़ने के बाद में आपका
हम्म.
सब्सक्रिप्शन खत्म हो जाएगा,
हम्म.
वो
हम्म.
बुक की हार्ड कॉपी अपने शेल्फ पे रखने की जरूरत नहीं।
हम्म. हम्म.
सो ई बुक के लिए एक इनोवेशन था किंडल का।
हाँ
सेम चीज
सर, एक
हमारे
ऐप
पर
है
में शायद हमने देखी,
प्रतिलिपि.
लाइब्रेरी से हमें
हाँ
दो
सर.
दिन।
हाँ सर, एक ऐप है जैसे प्रतिलिपि करके एक ऐप आता है. उसमें सारे स्टोरीज होते हैं, मतलब. तो अगर डिफरेंशिएट करके ऐसे कुछ अगर मतलब इसमें हो सकता है सर.
ओके, हो सकता है मैडम।
ओके.
सेम हो सकता है कि हम उस लोकल लेवल पे या फिर लोकल कॉल करके उनको
हम्म.
घर तक के बुक पहुंचा दे, और एक टाइम के बाद में वो उसको रिटर्न कर दे।
ओके. और अगर
एक
इनकेस अगर
कॉशन
वो ई
मनी का
बुक.
उसमें ऑप्शन रख।
हाँ, अगर अगर सपोज ई बुक के तरीके से जैसे कि किंडल है, वैसे ही अगर ई बुक अगर कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि उसमें पैसा भरना पड़ता है सर, मंथली पैसा होता है कि तुम आप इतना ही आगे पढ़ सकते हो, मतलब फर्स्ट
हाँ।
इंट्रोडक्शन या समरी फ्री होगा. और उसके बाद अगर पढ़ना है आगे जाके इंटरेस्टिंग लगा, देन यू कैन
यस।
पे द अमाउंट, ऐसा।
नीड टू पे।
हाँ,
यस।
यस, यस।
इसमें लोकल लोकल जो ग्रंथालय लाइब्रेरीज है
हम्म।
इनको ऑनबोर्ड किया जा सकता है। अच्छा आइडिया, इस पे वर्क कर सकते हैं।
यस। हाँ।
ठीक है। सो बाकी बाकी भी सभी थोड़ा सा इसको फास्ट मूव ऑन करते हैं। आई थिंक लास्ट 10 मिनट है। तो ये एक इंटरएक्टिव सेशन हम रखते हैं जिसमें हम हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट के सराउंड प्रॉब्लम आइडेंटिफाई करेंगे। ये एक्सरसाइज आपके लिए तो ऑफलाइन भी बाद में हमारे सेशन के बाद में कर सकते हैं। तो कोई भी 3 प्रॉब्लम अपने सराउंडिंग की, जैसे मैडम ने अपने लाइब्रेरी की प्रॉब्लम आइडेंटिफाई करे, तो अपने इंस्टीट्यूट की या फिर हमारे surround कोई भी 3 प्रॉब्लम आप आइडेंटिफाई करो। उसमें से बेस्ट प्रॉब्लम कौन सा है? हेलो। उसमें से बेस्ट प्रॉब्लम कौन सा है हम चेक करें। हमारे कस्टमर सेगमेंट क्या है उसको डिफाइन करेंगे, और हमारा स्टार्टअप सॉल्यूशन क्या होगा। तो ये एक एक्सरसाइज आप ऑफलाइन भी इसको करें। ये होने के बाद में 3 में से एक प्रॉब्लम से कस्टमर सेगमेंट होने की में हम टूल्स है, बिजनेस मॉडल कैनवास और लीन कैनवास, उसमें हम उसको डालेंगे, उसमें एक्सरसाइज करेंगे और समझेंगे कि सच में वो मार्केट है या नहीं। सेम जो हमारा प्रोडक्ट है या फिर जो हमारा सॉल्यूशन है, हम लीन कैनवास में यूज करके देन प्रॉब्लम सॉल्यूशन डिजाइन एमवीपी और प्रेजेंट आइडिया इन योर क्लास विथ योर फ्रेंड और विथ योर रिलेटिव्स। ऐसा हम एक एक्सरसाइज कर सकते हैं सो दैट ये जो पर्टिकुलर सेशन है इसका कुछ ना कुछ आपको आउटपुट या फिर फायदा होगा। ठीक है, मूविंग फॉरवर्ड। एनी क्वेश्चन? अभी ये मैं एक एग्जांपल रखा था, लेकिन मैडम का एग्जांपल हम सभी सुन लिए, उसके ऊपर अच्छा एक डिस्कशन हो गया है। सो ये हम स्किप करेंगे। मैंने ऐसे ही रखा था एक एग्जांपल कि अगर एआई रिसर्च असिस्टेंट स्टार्टअप में जाते हैं तो कौन कस्टमर हो सकता है, हम किस प्रॉब्लम को आइडेंटिफाई कर रहे हैं, और हम हमारे आइडिया को टेस्ट करेंगे। मैं ये पर्टिकुलर स्लाइड स्किप करूंगा क्योंकि हमने लाइब्रेरी के ऐप की एक एग्जांपल इसमें ले ली है। सो की टेक अवे, स्टार्ट विथ रियल कस्टमर प्रॉब्लम, आइडेंटिफाई प्रॉब्लम, वैलिडेट विथ बिफोर एनी इन्वेस्टमेंट। कोई बड़ा खर्चा करने से पहले जो टूल उसमें आप इसको वैलिडेट कर लीजिए अपना एक मिनिमम वाइबल प्रोडक्ट यहाँ पे, और अचीव प्रोडक्ट मार्केट फिट बिफोर स्केलिंग। तो दीज आर द की टेक अवे फ्रॉम आवर सेशन। आप कोई भी प्रॉब्लम आइडेंटिफाई कर सॉल्यूशन इसमें आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। फाइनल थॉट, एनी ग्रेट स्टार्टअप और वेंचर आर नॉट बिल्ड इन लैब। हमको लैब या फिर हमारे जो कन्वीनियंस जोन है उससे बाहर जा प्रॉब्लम आइडेंटिफाई करना पड़ेगा। बिल्ड बाय अंडरस्टैंडिंग कस्टमर, हमें कस्टमर से बात करना होगा और वो मार्केट फिट है इसका एक फाउंडेशन तैयार करना पड़ेगा, तभी आपका स्टार्टअप सक्सेस होगा और फुल स्टार्टअप फिट फिट कर सकते हो, जो कि हमारे आज के सेशन का मेन उद्देश्य। तो थैंक्स। एनी डाउट? आई एम ओपन फॉर एनी क्वेश्चन फॉर Q&A और एनीथिंग। So any question?
Yes. Super. Questions?
No, sir.
Hello.
No, sir, no.
So my contact is available with Ankit. If anyone want to discuss his idea, अगर आपको कोई आइडिया डिस्कस करना है और स्टार्टअप के लिए, नए वेंचर के लिए मार्केट फिट, या फिर एनी डाउट, आई एम अवेलेबल. माय कांटेक्ट इज विद अंकित जी. ही विल शेयर my contact with you. You can contact me anytime.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I think, sir, there was no question. So, if you could permit, can we conclude, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So, on behalf of Malvi Mission Teacher Training Centers and Garge Baba Amravati University and all our learned participants, I extend my sincere thanks to Professor Yadav, sir, for such a wonderful session.
अंकित जी, सॉरी, मैं जस्ट अभी टेक्स्ट मैसेज देख रहा हूँ.
Yes,
विशाल सर इज मैसेज, फाइंडिंग टोटल मार्केट साइज इज अ चैलेंजिंग पार्ट, वन स्ट्रगल विथ ऑथेंटिक डाटा. सो मैं जस्ट इसका आंसर दे देता हूँ.
Yeah, sir. Please.
डाटा हमें जनरली 2-3 जगह से वेरी. हाँ. तो विशाल जी, ऑथेंटिक डाटा अगर हम टोटल मार्केट देख रहे हैं तो हमें वेरीफाई करना ही होगा, एक सोर्स से दूसरे सोर्स से, और कई सारे बिजनेस मैगजीन से हमें वो डाटा निकालना पड़ेगा, कई सारे बिजनेस चैनल है वहां से हमें निकालना पड़ेगा, तभी जाके हमको एक टोटल मार्केट साइज, चाहे वो टैम हो, सोम हो, वो पता चलेगा. So I think I answered this particular question.
एक्सक्यूज मी सर.
Yes.
सर, जैसे मैं ड्राइंग पेंटिंग की टीचर हूँ, तो अगर जैसे पेंटिंग को हमें सेलिंग करना है मार्केट में, तो उसका स्टार्टअप करना पड़ेगा या हमें दूसरी तरीके से हमें उसकी सेल करनी पड़ेगी?
मैडम, आप दोनों तरीके से कर सकते हो. आप जैसे कि एक ऐप बना सकते हो, और कुछ जैसे हम एआई को प्रॉम्प्ट देते हैं, तो कोई अगर
जी.
कस्टमर आपका होगा कि मुझे इस तरीके से पेंटिंग चाहिए, वो अगर आपको कुछ डिजाइन दे के मुझे पेंटिंग में इस तरीके से चाहिए, नदी, ये पहाड़ ऐसे चाहिए, और उसको आप कस्टमाइज पेंटिंग दे पाओगे, तो शायद ये आपका
अच्छा,
ऐप बन सकता है
कस्टमाइज.
थोड़ा सा इनोवेटिव कैटेगरी में. यस.
हाँ, मतलब
और
कि अपना
आपके आर्ट
अपना ही
गैलरी
कुछ
को भी.
इनोवेटिव होगा तभी हम उसको आगे स्टार्टअप में का रूप दे सकते हैं. वैसे तो फिर वो सिंपल वे में तो सेल
यस.
हो ही जाती है.
हाँ, आप अपने आर्ट गैलरी को ऑनलाइन
है ना सर?
शोकेस कर सकते हो. और
अच्छा.
यस मैडम. और नेक्स्ट, अगर मुझे कुछ पेंटिंग आपसे बनवानी है तो मैं आपको कुछ डिटेल दूंगा कि मुझे इस तरीके से पेंटिंग चाहिए, ये कुछ इमेजेस है, वो देने के बाद में अगर आप कस्टमाइज
उसको हम
मुझे
किस
रिटर्न
कैटेगरी में
पेंट
रखेंगे
करके
सर?
देते
उसे हम किस
मैडम,
कैटेगरी में रखेंगे?
ये जनरल स्किल, जो कैटेगरी स्किल की कैटेगरी आती है स्टार्टअप के अंडर में, तो उसमें कई सारे हैं, 18 से
अच्छा.
20
जी जी.
कैटेगरी
जी
है,
जी.
तो उसमें हम उसको एनलिस्ट कर
अच्छा,
सकते
एनलिस्ट कर सकते हैं.
हैं.
जी.
या
ओके सर, थैंक यू सर.
Anyone have any another question? अगर किसी के कोई प्रश्न हो तो ठीक है. Either we shall conclude the session.
Yes.
Sir, I think we should conclude if you could permit.
Yeah, sure, sir. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, UGC, MMTC, GBAU, and all organizing team, Ankit ji, and director, sir. Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Friends, before concluding,
सर नमस्कार सर.
before concluding this session, while I am introducing Professor Anand sir, I have not categorically stated that we are really proud of him, proud to him, because he is the one of the alumni of our department, university teaching department. That is the Department of Biotechnology, who is always trying to inculcate the young mindset towards the entrepreneurship, skill development. Therefore, we are really proud to him, because being the alumni of our university, he is sorry. Yeah, sorry, participant. He is taking the initiative towards this startup and entrepreneurship things. So we are really thankful to you, Professor Anand sir, for such a wonderful session. You have deepened our understanding towards the market analysis and what is the current scenario from the local perspective to the global vision. We are really thankful to you, sir, for such a wonderful session. And I am also thankful to participants, those who have taken the active participation in the interaction as well as the question answer session. And with the kind consent of Professor Anand sir, I would like to declare that this particular session will be over here. Thank you, Professor Anand sir, and thank you, participants. We will stop now here and meet sharp at 3 p.m. with our afternoon schedule. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Anand sir. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you, sir.
Anand sir.
Till that, you can take your lunch break. Thank you. We are here only to percolate the information, sir.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I think our expert has joined. Hello, Professor Chaudhary, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Namaskar. Yeah.
Sir, shall we start if you could permit, sir?
Yes, please.
So, friends, good afternoon once again. As we are informally discussing with regards to this entrepreneurship, startup, and skill development activity, with regard that has been aligned with the national education policy in the recent era. Being this policy, we being the teachers are the driven forces behind it, because the implementation of this policy is always depending upon the teacher. And this part this is the ultimately outcome learning outcome part of our this policy that policymakers expect it exist. So friends, as we have earlier discussed that today's session have been started from the problem identification now, and in this session we are going to discuss the design thinking for the early stage startups with the help of one renowned scholarly and the senior personality, Professor Bhushan Chaudhary, sir. Sir, first of all, I extend my warm welcome to you to this platform, as well as on behalf of the MMTTC and all the learned participants. Friends,
Thank you.
Professor Bhushan Chaudhary, sir, is the professor and the director at the School of Life Sciences at North Maharashtra, Kavitri Behnabai Chaudhary, North Maharashtra University, Jalgaon. He is also head of the Department of Biotechnology. He is formerly served as a director of Board of Innovation, Incubation and Linkages at the same university, and under his able guidance, and number of startup has been grooming. He has received the DAAD fellowship from the Germany, JSPS for postdoctoral fellowship Japan, and the JSPS Bright fellowship from the Japan. He is also worked in the university in the Almaba of Huntsville of the USA. Professionally, his work in the Lupin Chemicals, Tarapur, and the Navin Process Systems at the Pune. His research area in the microbial technology and work on the 12 research different projects that has been the value of more than 2 crore rupees that has been funded by the different funding agencies. He has published more than 60 research papers in the Scopus Index Journal with the 1,600 citations and five different patents. He has guided more than the 50 research scholars, and under his able guided, two are still pursuing their PhD. And he has also guided for the 2 MPhil scholars. Presently, he is instrumenting in the providing the consultancy to the many industries. He was a member secretary of the IPR cell of the of the University of the North Maharashtra Jalgaon University, and is coordinator of the Innovation Facility Center granted by the National Research Development Corporation, New Delhi. He is director in charge of the Innovation Incubation Linkages at the same university, and also the director of Incubation Center, that is the KCIIL of the KBC NMU Jalgaon. He was the chairman of the Board of Studies in the Life Sciences for the subject of microbiology, biotechnology, and the biochemistry. He is honored with the fellow of the Maharashtra Academy of the Sciences since 2016. He has, for his generous contribution, he has recipient of the Commendation Award for the Startup India by the Ministry of Commerce of the Government of India. Friends, this is a brief introduction with regards to Professor Chaudhary, sir. In the today's session, he will going to exchange his thought, because he has instrumentally engaged in all this ecosystem of startup, and with the closely engaged with the industries, different industries. So he have the vast experience in this field of ecosystem of the startup, and he has nurtured a number of early stage startup from his incubation center. So we are luckily fortunate to get enlightened such a experience and diverse diversification personality in terms of startup ecosystem. So without taking too much time, sir, I once again extend my warm welcome to on behalf of the organizers and all the participants, and request you to please start with your session. So please.
Right. So thank you, Thakur sir, for introducing me in a lucid way. And थोड़ा ज़्यादा ही हो गया ऐसे मुझे लगता है, लेकिन ठीक है. Thank you very much, and so kind of you. It's my pleasure to be here to talk several things over here, especially the innovation, incubation, and so. Maybe, may I get the rights to load my presentation actually?
Yes, sir, I have already given the rights. You can please check.
Okay. Yeah. Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is sharing, sir. Yes, now it is visible, sir.
Yes, sir, visible.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Sir, one more request is there. If you could go bilingual, it will be very convenient for us, sir.
Okay, okay. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
ठीक है. I believe that there are several people from different disciplines and subjects even. I will prefer that. Yeah. This topic is a bit difficult and very comprehensive to understand basically. That is design thinking as a catalyst for creativity and entrepreneurial solutions. I'm not going to speak directly as such. I'll be giving some of the examples that will make you understand easily what exactly does it mean and what is the utility of all these things basically. If we see developments in science and technology, that is very important, which is happening in this present century and even the last century. Over the past 100 years, there have been several discoveries and further innovations which took place. Technology feeds on itself. It is said, look at this, technology makes more technology possible. This is stated by American author Alvin Toffler. In simple words to understand, what kills the technology? Can somebody tell me? We already have this focal point, technology feeds on itself. But do you understand what exactly does it mean?
Sir, updating the technology itself, the answer for this question.
Correct. Very much correct. In very simple words, I will tell it like this. Technology kills the old technology. New technology kills the old technology. Maybe one of the classical and the best example, that is the telephone. We were already having the wired telephone previously. That changed to telephones with the button like Nokia phones. जैसे कि पत्थर नहीं मिलता है तो वो फेंक के मारो, that will work. That was robust, extremely robust telephone. कुछ नहीं होता था, 50 बार गिरने दो. But later, newer telephones came into market, smart telephones. So वो कहाँ गए दिन, ऐसे बोलना पड़ेगा कि भाई वो जो पुराने टेलीफोन थे बटन वाले नोकिया वाले, वो कहाँ गए? That were brutally killed by the new technology. So technology feeds on itself. Technology makes more technology possible, and in simple words, new technology kills the old technology. और ये new technology आती कहाँ से है? Is it comfortable to speak in English and Hindi together or Marathi? Together. Okay. So Marathi, is it possible to understand for everybody? Or are there people from different states also?
येस सर, मराठी कम्फर्टेबल.
पण काही आहेत बाहेरचे, त्यांच्यासाठी हिंदी पण लागेल ना.
ओके ओके
ठीक आहे, चालेल. हिंदी इंग्लिश चालेल.
सरांनी मला ठाकूर सरांनी सांगितलं. ओके, नो इश्यू. राईट. न्यू सायन्स कॅन lead to technology. Similarly, emergence of technology can stimulate science. This is very interesting. Emergence of technology can stimulate science. Best innovations came up during disastrous time. Best innovations came up during disastrous time. The classical example, recent classical example, I can say. Why classical? Over the period of time, I mean to say last 3, 4, 5 years, it has established war, pandemic, and natural disasters can bring new things. See, there is no vaccine against malaria, but vaccine against corona is now available. Malaria since 100 years. Since 100 years, more than that perhaps, since when the Panama Canal was being built up to bridge Pacific Ocean to Atlantic Ocean. That time itself, malaria was one of the most dangerous disease, and the French company which was working on that gave up the contract for building Panama Canal. If you know the story of Panama, maybe it's easy to understand. So that time, the dominant disease was malaria. Today also we don't have the vaccine against malaria, but corona abhi aaya tha, and immediately within couple of years or so we do have the vaccine against it, because this was a pandemic period. It was a great natural disaster, and nonetheless all the community involved in research and development activities started working on that, and that brought solution to us. पर मलेरिया के लिए अभी भी नहीं है. I can give another very good example. In the Second World War, before that 1928, Alexander Fleming discovered antibiotic penicillin, but it was very difficult to produce on large scale. So when the Second World War started, several people started dying due to war. Probably today is also the same situation with this existing war in Gulf. So that time, Dr. Chan from USA started working on penicillin production, and they produced it on very large scale, and they also received Nobel Prize along with Alexander Fleming. So that was the disastrous time due to war. So under that, creativity is coming up and innovation is taking up. Look at this difference basically. What exactly does it mean? Creativity. Creativity refers to the ability to think of new and original ideas. Fundamentally, something very new, original, it was never existing. And it involves imagination, artistic expression, and unique thinking. Unique, nobody has that. Some kind of imagination, it was never before. Since when this creativity was applied to that particular synthesis of materials or service. Creativity is not always practical, but focuses on generating fresh concepts. Okay, on the other hand, if we see the innovation refers to implementing new ideas in a useful and practical way. New idea, making it useful and practical way. कुछ उससे नया बनाना है, and making it to work. It is about improving existing things, or creating new solutions that bring value. Innovation often involves technology, business, and problem solving. Of course, problem solving is first. Then comes technology, and then comes business or the economics or the money. Creativity may not be related to money as such, but using creativity, that creative idea can be metamorphosed into innovation. Nai idea that you can make it into a technological innovation. This is the difference. So if you see creativity माँ है और innovation उसकी बेटी है, something like that. So innovation comes out of creativity. Of course, उसके लिए तड़का चाहिए टेक्नोलॉजी का. That is what is required. Innovation. What is innovation? नया कुछ करना है, टेक्नोलॉजी है, यूं है, वो है, बहुत कुछ है. Innovation basically is based on design thinking. Design thinking, people have been churning this word. What exactly does it mean? Design thinking. Assume that some new thing is being created. It could be a service, it could be a product. It's design thinking, something new. And for developing any innovation, there is a specific methodology which revolves around design thinking. So what exactly is that? It means in simple words, उसका एक फॉर्मूला है डिजाइन थिंकिंग का कि जो इनोवेशन में तब्दील हो जाता है, बदल जाता है. इनोवेशन is a process of introducing new or improved ideas, products, services, or processes that create value and solve the problems. Very important thing is that it solves the problem and then it creates value. Creating value through what? Improved ideas that lead to development of a product, service, or process. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
In between, I will be asking this question several times because if power goes off, maybe internet will shut down. But if it happens, I will re-log in. Okay, I will again log in.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
Sorry for inconvenience because power shut off is very frequently happening now. So it involves creativity. So innovation, it involves creativity, experimentation, and risk-taking to transform existing solutions or create new ones. This part is very important, risk-taking. नया कुछ करना है तो one has to take risk. And this risk-taking ability inherently has to be there, or one can even develop. And those people become successful in developing a new venture that could be called as a startup. So creativity is the mother of all inventions basically, but it is being carried, or there is one more bonus, that is risk always adhered to this creativity. It is driven by technology, market needs, and social trends. बिकता क्या है मार्केट में, ये पूछो समझो क्वेश्चन, सिंपल वे. भाई क्या बेचा जाता है, जो चलता है, जो लोगों को लगता है वही बिका जाएगा, वही, that will only be sold. अभी the trend is smartphones. If somebody tries to sell very cheap phone, somebody develops very cheap phone perhaps, but having the buttons and no smart screen, touch screen is available, people will not buy that. So It is innovation is driven by technology, market needs, and social trends. And then we'll see what is the formula for innovation. Of course, innovation, that means nonetheless design thinking, नया कुछ कर दिखाना. So uska formula, first and foremost, that is empathize. Empathize. It means if some person is there, empathy, it means, say for example, एक भिखारी है एंड भिखारी को कैसे लगता है भीख मांगते वक्त. हमारे जैसे आदमी को समझ में नहीं आएगा what kind of insults the beggar has to bear that. So if you imagine what kind of insult the beggar has to go through, that is called as empathize. खुद को भिखारी बना के देखना, that is empathize. That will understand user needs deeply. खेती करने वाले जो फार्मर्स किसान हैं आत्महत्या कर रहे, क्यों कर रहे हैं, इसका एक रीजन देखना चाहिए. समझो किसी को तो उसको देखना पड़ेगा कि किसान बनना पड़ेगा उसके लिए. Then you will be able to understand what are the problems associated with. That is called as empathize. Then define. Identify the problem. Frame the problem clearly. देखो क्या प्रॉब्लम है सोसाइटी में. Identify the problem. Then ideate. Brainstorm multiple solutions. Brainstorm, it means not single person, I would say. Many people should come together and think on that. Many means with whom your frequency matches. Such people should come together, discuss the thing for a long time, so as you can find alternative ways for that. Say for example, if I want to travel from Amravati to Mumbai, if I may feel that, oh, there is a direct way, Samruddhi Mahamarga or highway is available, I can go that. But if it gets blocked, what will happen? I should find an alternative way that goes from this Jalgaon, Dhulia, and then Mumbai. This is the another way. There could be some more ways. 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. Brainstorming is essential. And brainstorming with those people with whom your frequency matches. So that is ideation, basically. Next 2 steps are clubbed together, that is prototype. Create tangible model. Tangible जो दिखता है वो. Create a tangible model to prepare a prototype. And the last step, that is the test. Once you prepare the prototype, gather the feedback and refine that and bring novelty in that, or bring modified or better version of that. So empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and finally it is the test. That is what is the design thinking that leads to innovation. In a simple way, I can explain through a very, very known example. रेस्टोरेंट है, उसके पास खाना भरा पड़ा हुआ है, अच्छा सा, खाने वाले गांव में है, लेकिन वो आ नहीं सकते. सो व्हाट जोमेटो थॉट कि भाई खाने बेचने वाला है, खाना बेचने वाला और खाना पकाने वाला है और बेचने वाला गांव में है. व्हाई नॉट टू ब्रिंग देम टुगेदर. सो दैट persons, those persons who own this Zomato, they empathize both way. As a hotel owner, they thought, what are the problems? And as a customer of the hotel, they thought, what are the problems? And they define the problem. कि भाई खाना बेचने वाला है और खाना खरीदने वाला है. Solution नहीं है उसके लिए. It needs to ideate a solution. And what is that solution basically? They form the company Zomato. They form the companies like Blinkit. कि भाई दुकान में सामान पड़ा है, लेने वाला है, why not to club them together? And then prototype, छोटा सा मॉडल बनवा दिया ऑनलाइन, and then they tested it. If it works, then you can leverage that, make it bigger and work on. This is innovation. Innovation always, it doesn't mean that you should explore or you should develop some new molecule, some new great technology, new antibiotic, new vaccine. Always it may not be like that, but it must create a solution to the problem through a newer approach or newer idea, and that is nonetheless innovation. There are news in the newspaper nowadays. Look, there are some of them are new in Marathi. नवोद्योजकांना नाविन्याला बळ. Those who have something new to sell, they are being supported by the government as a startup. Startup deals jump from 15.7 million to 1.5 billion 8 years. Startups सबसे ज्यादा कहाँ, तो it is Maharashtra. Total India में today, if we see, there are nonetheless 2,14,000 startups today in India. Out of that, maximum are in Maharashtra. Startup funding, women are less than 10%. Patent, it is one of the integral part of innovation basically. There are two kinds of outputs basically. One is publication, scientific output, and second, that is creative output that generally leads to innovation. I'm saying generally, not all the times. And in this patent, which is the important part of innovation, universities across Maharashtra are not on the front side. The startup story is just starting. Some different thing. How much money has been spent on innovation for developed nations and China together? They spent together, I would say it's a cumulative value 107 to 72 lakh crore rupees have been spent on innovation. Of course, very important part is that unless and until money is spent on that, innovation cannot take place. You require money to be spent on that. Nothing is free in this world. Now, many of the students out of 100, 67 students are thinking of starting new business or their startup. If we see, there are 100 companies across the globe which are innovative enough. Most innovative companies in the world. And on the other hand, most or the richest 100 companies in the world are innovative. Vice versa. Innovative company है तो पैसा है इसका मतलब है उसके पास innovations है. If we see this, out of these 100 companies, am I audible? Hello?
Sir, yes, sir.
Okay,
You are
okay.
audible.
Yeah. Thank you. So these top 100 companies, unfortunately, none of the companies in top 100 is from India. Maximum are from USA, second China, then Japan, and then Korea. And then it comes Taiwan. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 5 countries in the world basically top. Of course, there are a few other countries also. But if we need to analyze this, what exactly is happening here? Why are they so rich? It doesn't mean that tomorrow, after listening this talk or so, we are going to be rich or so, and everybody can start a company. It requires that zeal, perhaps, and so many things are there. We'll see it later also. So let us have a look at this first company in the world, that is Alphabet, number 1 company in the world, which is very rich, undoubtedly is rich. That is Google. Second company, it is Microsoft. Then third, there is Samsung, very, very innovative company. Then fourth, Amazon. Everything is available at your doorstep. That's great. Next day morning, you get the delivery of the things. Then Meta, fifth, Meta. See these companies. 4 companies are from USA and one company is from South Korea, that is Samsung. So what exactly are they doing? How did they become so rich? What is the methodology did they adopt? One of the companies in India, we can say, that is Tata. Over past 100 years or so, that company exists in India, but it is not that rich. What could be the reason? Well, let us have a look at this. Analysis, if we go for one by one, this is the company, creativity, and design. They have adapted something, creativity and new design. Key benefits or value proposition, entrepreneurial application, and real world impact. Have a look. Alphabet, AI augmented information through Gemini. So Gemini, it is so much convenient to use and at your fingertips it's available. That is something very creative. Key benefits, ubiquitous, and it is integrated very much. YouTube, workspace, Android phone, it can work anywhere, ubiquitous, everywhere. Entrepreneurial applications, Google Ads, Google Cloud AI, SEO tools, and so. And real world impact, knowledge democracy. Knowledge is available at your fingertips. With this company, Alphabet or Google, it was never before. So everybody over in the world now is just entangled with the telephone, mobile phone, or computers, and always surfing something on the Google. So it has become a word. If you are not finding anything, अरे भाई Google कर लो, something like that. Microsoft, they have their co-pilot for work. Office 365, enterprise reliability, trust, security, and deep integration. Every office has Office 365 or MS Office or computer programming. So that makes our life so easy. Operational efficiency, it's very easy to work on. Modern workplace, then it's Apple. Premium human-centric design, privacy as a feature, and seamless hardware software harmony. एंड्रॉयड फोन बंद पड़ जाएगा कुछ करके, कुछ होगा, कुछ ना कुछ तो होता ही रहता है. एप्पल will never. That's the beauty. How could they create it? They created on the basis of creativity. Nonetheless, key benefit, walled garden, high performance, secure, prestigious ecosystem. iPhone, बस स्टैंड रेलवे स्टेशन पे जाते हो तो एप्पल का फोन निकालेगा और दिखाएगा. इंस्टेड ऑफ टॉकिंग एंड ऑल दैट, he will show that I have that Apple phone, something like that. That's the prestigious. Entrepreneurial application, they have a great app store and app-based economy. And real world impact, privacy standards are greatly protected. Amazon, logistical creativity, innovation in last mile. कहां पर भी ऑर्डर करो माल मिल जाएगा आपको. That's the beauty. It was never before. We have to go to shop. Then only the things were available, but not now. Of course, it is copied by Flipkart, Myntra, and so many others. Maximum convenience, infrastructure as a service, AWS. That's a great facility for entrepreneurs, especially startup. You can rent a space on cloud to store your soft data on Amazon. और जितना इस्तेमाल करोगे उतना ही पैसा दो. That's the beauty, and that's the model they are making money. Other companies, you need to say, for example, if you hire 1 TB space, you have to pay for 1 TB. But in Amazon on AWS, Amazon Web Service. If you are using, say for example, 80 GB, pay for only 80 GB. So convenient. For small entrepreneurs, it is very convenient and cost effective. So the business has boomed like anything. Most profit making company of Amazon is AWS. And then retail disruption, global shift in consumer behavior, and supply chain optimization. Meta, immersive technology, transitioning 2D social feeds to metaverse, which was never existing. कितने लोगों से जुड़े हो भाई फेसबुक पे? तो 500, 700, 1000. इट इज अनबिलीवेबल. 10-15 साल पहले इट कुड नॉट बी बिलीव्ड कि भाई यू आर कनेक्टेड विद सो मेनी पीपल. Network effect, that's the key benefit. And access to billions of people, billions. Entrepreneurial applications, social commerce, and helping micro entrepreneurs basically. Facebook पे ad डाल दो, it works. Real world impact, if we see, it's weaving a social fabric. Samsung, hardware versatility. They have great functional choice. If you surf the Samsung phone, it surfs like a butter. Other may not be like that. Hardware prototyping, technological access. So this is how, these are the things related to creativity, innovation, and all that. That makes more money. And more money means more creativity. More creativity, it means more innovation. So it is vice versa like that. How do these companies work? Creativity enhancement promotes divergent thinking to generate multiple ideas, breaks traditional boundaries by reframing problems, uses visualization, storytelling, prototyping to spark innovation. गूगल का ऑफिस जितना मजेदार है इंडिया में कि दूसरा कोई नहीं, especially in Bangalore or Hyderabad. People have so many things to do. Recreational facilities. खेल सकते, खा सकते, कुछ भी काम कर सकते, तैर सकते हैं, खाना खा सकते, all kind of facilities. And that brings creativity, that enhances the creativity. Entrepreneurial applications helps entrepreneurs identify unmet needs जो नहीं था पहले, that has been brought to people. They fill the gap. Basically, लोगों को जो चाहिए वो these companies have catered. Encourages rapid experimentation and the most important, risk taking with minimal resources. Always there is a risk involved when entrepreneurial venture is involved or being developed. Startup hai, it means there is a great risk. Remember this thing. Supports development of scalable, user-focused business model. Amazon, AWS, Microsoft's Azure provide digital infrastructure to startup. It was never before. Creativity versus utility. If you think Apple and Meta sell creative experiences, something very new. Alphabet and Amazon focus on utility and efficiency. Focus on utility and efficiency. Key benefits, empathy-driven solutions. They thought, what is the need of the time and how can they cater? So in both ways, people tried to wear the shoes and came up with some solution. That is empathy-driven solution. Reduce failure risk. Of course, it will reduce the risk, but there must be risk. I'm not saying no risk. It is there. It is reduced risk. Cross-disciplinary collaboration. Nowadays, across the globe, people are collaborating. and cross-disciplinary or interdisciplinary is the previous word. Now it is cross-disciplinary collaborations are taking place. Say, for example, I'm a microbiologist. Microbiologists are being hired in the companies which are giving the solutions through Python or so. Maybe TCS, maybe Google, they are hiring the microbiologists. It has nothing to do with that, but it is happening. Cross-disciplinary collaborations. Agility enables quick adaptation. Agile है भाई, कहीं भी adjust हो जाता है. That is very important. And real world impact is being created, widely adapted by the startups. Corporations. Case studies show improved customer satisfaction and business growth and bridges creativity with practical entrepreneurship. I can give one very important example. हर एक को समझेगा नहीं. Everybody will not be able to understand what exactly is this, but I will make it to understand very easily. These are the two persons, Emmanuel Carpentier and Jennifer Doudna. Those did some research in 2011 and 12, and they published their research papers in two top rated journals in the world. One is Science, this one top, and next that is Nature. They focus on basic research only, no applied research. Absolutely no applied research is published by these people. Something very basic. So these Carpentier and Doudna, they did some basic research. What they did, it's very difficult to understand. What is this CRISPR RNA maturation? Oh, what is this? Perhaps few biologists can understand, not all. But I can tell you what exactly is that. They develop a CRISPR technology. This is what is the essence of this technology. And you can find here we can see that this is the gene. Every living organism has a gene. And they tried to use this CRISPR technology to which unwanted part of the gene was removed. They developed this technology. I mean to say they produced this research paper that how exactly unwanted DNA can be removed. And they were given Nobel Prize for this work. So this is the picture of Nobel Prize. They got it for this work. And why did they got Nobel Prize? Maybe the reason is further elaborated. CRISPR clustered regularly interspaced short palindromes. So this, what exactly is that? If we see this here, you can understand now. A basket of new fruit varieties is coming your way. In short span, 3-4 years only. So these berries are having no seeds as such. Seedless berries. Everybody wants seedless berries. Today, a newspaper, this is Divya Marathi in Jalgaon, published, and this is 10th March 2026. They published on the front page, The Economist, that Phale hi smart. It means cherry will not carry any seed. Blackberry, it will have no seeds because of gene editing due to CRISPR technology. 30% its sweetness increased. So this is one company in USA, Pairwise biotech startup company. Basically, they started this. So this research work, what Carpentier and Doudna developed, that has been with risk. The companies took that, worked on that, and this is the creativity.
So can you please show that slide again?
Which one?
Would like to read that the research which you were showing, research news before this slide, sir. Yes, sir.
This one?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Would like to read it if you can. So I hope the slides will be shared with us.
I will try.
Later.
Yeah, I will do.
Okay, sir.
And even if you put Carpentier and Doudna, simply you can get these papers. Of course, you need to search a little bit, but you can. I will share this. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
So that is something very great. This is the basic research work. Of course, the startups or the companies used it in a very creative way, and they develop so many things now, so many things. And this is one of the best possible way of bringing creativity into innovation. So that was a creativity. It was of no use as such, but when you use it, it has been changed to something new. People love to have that. So this is the beauty of this. Pairwise develops seedless berries. This is today's news. And this is the 4th March 2026 in USA. They developed this and they published this. Very recent, very recent. Now, after thinking on innovation, creativity, we will come to another aspect. How this creativity and innovations are being taken up by the companies or startups to develop bigger companies. And that is the startup ecosystem, basically, how it is being developed using this creativity and innovation. Here we can see, can you see this?
Yes, sir.
Ha. Oh. This is the unicorn, a horse. Generally, unicorn is a startup. A startup is called as a unicorn whose economic value is 8,500 crore rupees. 8,500 crore rupees. And that company is called as unicorn. Unicorn, it means such a horse which is having a horn over there and it can steer away. And this horse cannot be stopped by anybody as such. It means the company whose growth is very fast. $1 billion revenue they have crossed, that is called as startup across the globe. So if you see, this is the size of the economy of the country, green color. And this number 661, it's red color or what you can say, brown color. That is the number of unicorn startups in that country. So by and large, it is now these figures are a bit old, but I can say that USA, it is about $30 trillion and having 661 unicorns in that country. Second, China, $20 trillion and they have 312 unicorns. Then it comes UK, 73, 3.48 trillion. Then it comes Germany, 39 unicorns, 12 in Japan, 18 in a very small country, and in Israel, 43, France, 27. And India, our economic size is pretty small, 3.82 trillion only. We have to yet touch $5 trillion. And we have 115 unicorns because our economy is comparatively newer economy, we can say. Developing economy. And that India, if you take the economic size, GDP of the nation and unicorns, one equation can be drawn. More the number of unicorns, more is the wealth of the nations. So unicorns is direct number of unicorns is directly proportional to the wealth of the nation. Exception, that is India. And this means that जितने यूनिकॉर्न्स ज्यादा है उतना देश अमीर है. That is very surprising. And this is the reason that Indian government is supporting the startup ecosystem. Since 2016 onwards, abhi it's almost 10 years, we have been working on the startup ecosystem, the whole country as such. Honorable Prime Minister states that startup ecosystem will bring the transformation in India. And it has already happened, I suppose. So here, if somebody thinks of starting a company, of course, how will he or she start a company? Owing to the innovation. And what is innovation, or the mother of innovation? That is creativity. So some creativity should be there. And that creativity should be used for solving the problem and developing the technology. This technology that can solve the problem can be called as innovation. And this can be a startup which has that technology. So if someone starts here, then it will be like this, so many steps, so many things, and then finally one can land up here to make the company as a unicorn. It's not easy, but it is possible, because we do have 115 unicorns across the nation at this moment. Now, some of the things we can see, 2011, 11 to 2010 years, we have only 37 unicorns. Owing to the policies implemented by the government in an effective way, in a very effective way, in 2021, 44 unicorns were created in 1 year. Of course, not only 1 year, it means there was a gestation period of previous 6, 7, 10 years or so. 2013 onwards, basically. 2016, we got a new policy on startup. And in 2021, 44 startups as a unicorn. Sorry. 2022, 24 unicorns. And almost in 23 itself, 115 unicorns across India worth $350 billion. And that is helping to bring up our economy. In 2024, alone in a single year, across the globe, 38 startups became the unicorn. Just like this horse, no one can stop this horse or the company. That's the beauty of startup. You know, these are the companies, 115 companies, which are unicorn. Of course, unicorn, the company that cannot be stopped. However, half of the part, if you see, we call it as sunicorn. Soon that will become unicorn. Again, in India, there are several companies which will turn themselves as a unicorn. That is something great. Of course, there are some barriers nowadays, this war and several problems could be there. But still, there are companies which have possibilities to become unicorn. Now, it needs to understand what is happening in the society. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Present situation is like this. Information has war with knowledge. It means ample of information is available in the world now. These all top companies which we have seen earlier, Google, Meta, and whatnot, these have made n number of things available to us at our fingertips. But out of that information, how much knowledge has been grasped by us, or how much information has been precipitated in terms of knowledge? for a person. There is a war between that. Information is very high and knowledge is quite less. Not bit, quite less. On the other hand, knowledge versus skills. You may have great knowledge, but can you really apply that knowledge and work? So for example, CNC machine. He may write all those things on the paper in answer book. Yes, CNC machine is like this is the principle. But suddenly, if that person is asked, student is asked to, oh, this is the CNC machine, work on that, prepare this job. He or she may not be able to do that because it requires some skill. Skill is very important. If we go further, there is
So
a
I think
mismatch. Hello?
I think skill is something which as a country we need a lot of skill development in our country.
True.
Because a small work like a carpenter's work, or let's say a flooring to be done, it is not that perfect as normally it should be. I mean, somewhere it is missing.
Right, agree. Sorry. If we further see, there is a mismatch. What is taught and what is the present need? I would give an example of Maimonides. He states, give a man fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. And that is why perhaps Maimonides is available on the currency note of Israel, just like Mahatma Gandhi on India's currency note. So that country which invests highest in research and development, that country which has very high number of unicorns, that country has developed enormous technologies, unique technologies which no other countries is having. Of course, today those are war-torn countries also, but of course one must agree that they have something different others do not have. Fishing is a skill, and we the teachers try to give fish to our students if we are teachers here. Hence, imbibing skills is more important. Here is one example. 2009, if somebody wants to have an aerial survey, what does it need? It needs this helicopter, this pilot, this photographer or a video shooter. That was the story of 2009. What about today? It is 2019. Somebody empathize that. Somebody use the creative use of something and develop some innovative technology and develop the drones. And these drones are extremely cheap, very cost effective. Perhaps for this helicopter, 5 lakh rupees helicopter rent, 50,000 rupees for this helicopter pilot, and maybe 10,000 rupees or 5,000 rupees for this videographer. That was the cost, 555000. Today, for 2000 since 2019 onwards, to run a drone, you require maximum 2-3,000 rupees or 5,000 rupees. So if this pilot or this videographer fail to run the drone, their jobs will be laid off. So upgrading is very important for us under these circumstances. This is a simple picture here. We can see if this man wants this more money, he has to upgrade. So upgrading is essential, integral part of our life now. Even though we are teachers, we have to have upgradation in our skills, maybe in our capacities and all what we cater to our students. So learning means upgrading. Sorry, I have sore throat. Very difficult to speak actually. We are coming to startups now. What are the requirements to start a company? Look at this. Factory site. Some company formation requires some space to start a company. It needs machines. It needs some staff. It needs several permissions. It needs more money. It needs idea, technology to produce particular material or the product. Invariably, if everything is available, but if you don't have the idea or technology to produce something, what is the use of that? So this is a very important part of that. You must have this. And apart from that, you need to have, or you are ought to have, legal support. If not, even though you start a company, perhaps if you don't have the legal support, your company will be shut down. Somebody, the next door person, he will put a complaint by this so and so company is releasing some wastewater outside, or those have done something, those are making a lot of sound, or some kind of complaint that will shut off the company. And even though if you could come up after some time, there is a possibility, still there is a possibility that you may fail. It will lose a lot of money and time and bring several frustrations. Under these circumstances, it necessitates to think of a startup. What is required to have a startup? Why startup? What is the difference between a normal company and startup? That one needs to understand. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
Thank you. So what is startup? If we see startup, yes, it's the buzzword in today's economy. Across the globe, people are thinking of startup. But it doesn't mean that randomly he started a company. No, there are deliberations, there is a brainstorming, and there are several things one needs to take care of. What exactly? This is a buzzword. It consists strategy. It consists technology. It consists planning. It means research. Again, marketing, certification, customers, management, teamwork, money, and finally, one of the most important part or heart of the startup, that is innovation. That's an integral part of every startup. Unless there is innovation, company will not run. Take the example of Zomato. Zomato suddenly brought some change in, and people are very much satisfied. Flipkart or Amazon, oh, people are satisfied. Everything at your doorstep. That's the innovation. We need to understand what is the USP, what is the unique selling proposition of that company. And that is basically innovation. We need to think of this. When you think of a startup, every startup has something which is new, which is created from the innovation, and innovation that has come up from some creative work or creativity. What is that? I believe that most of us are doing research. Am I right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
True. So
Yes,
I will
sir.
bring you the difference between researcher and entrepreneur. It's a very important and thought-provoking thing for us, perhaps. Earlier, before I worked for incubation center, since before 2019, I was a layman. I was just a researcher. But now the attitude has been changed. What exactly does it mean by research? Look at this. We go through the information, try to find some gap, try to develop some solution to that, or try to answer the problem. Based on that information, we find the gap and try to give the answer. That is research that utilizes the wealth. Ways and means for quality innovation and entrepreneurship, that is research. How can you justify this if somebody asks this? On the other hand, if it is entrepreneurship, it means several things. Invariably, several things: education, innovation, employment. More or less, this is just the game of words. I would say entrepreneurship imbibes all these things, then only it becomes, or he or she become entrepreneur. How and when, that we'll see. Researcher, we talk about. Research consumes time and money. Research impedes entrepreneurship, consumes time and money. I got some research project worth rupees some 10 lakhs, 15 lakhs, 50 lakhs, something like that. And in 3 years or so, I need to spend that money and I need to give the answer to particular question which I arouse upon surfing or creating the upon the information which I gather. On the other hand, and this research impedes entrepreneurship. I don't have to sell anything as such as a researcher. On the other hand, entrepreneurs impede research. I asked one of my friends who sell clothing in Jalgaon. It's a big market, Fule market. He has a good shop over there. I told him, your shop may be demolished very soon, perhaps, depending on the local authorities and so. Try to think of newer business. Do some research. He told me, अरे forget यार, काय का research which कुछ नहीं. वो बिक रहा है ना सब मैं बेच दूंगा. He talk it like that. We the people, researchers, think of publications. On the other hand, entrepreneur think of only one thing, that is profit. So this is the quarrel between entrepreneur and researcher. I will bring you the difference in the vision. Researcher's view, it is like this. Is there anybody from physics? I suppose there could be. So if you put an ice in water, 90% goes below water and 10% that floats. If you look at that, what is the researcher's view? Correct. He or she speculate the problem. जो नहीं दिख रहा है, we'll try to find out. We'll try to find out the gaps and we'll try to give the answer for that. संशोधक फक्त समस्या बघतो. On the other hand, entrepreneur's view is like this. जो दिख रहा है, that is 90%. Although it is 10%. जो नहीं दिख रहा है उसको भूल जाओ. उद्योजक संधि बघतो. Look at this. This is a big iceberg in water floating. Only 10% it is visible. That is opportunity. And जो नहीं दिख रहा है, that is problem. So even though opportunities are small, entrepreneur thinks that, oh, it's a very big opportunity, 90%. Forget the problem. I don't want to indulge into problem. That is what is entrepreneur's view. What is the need of time? Today, the need of time is like this. We need to infuse research in entrepreneurship for higher quality. Why research? Because research will bring creativity. Creativity will lead to innovation, and innovation will be the crunches of entrepreneurship. So this is the way, and that's why there should be the marriage between this entrepreneurship and research, and they must walk like this together. Then only it will be a successful venture under the circumstances when several startups fail. Importance of entrepreneurship. Why should we pay attention to entrepreneurship? Because it creates the jobs, because it gives balance regional development, because it increases the GDP and per capita income directly or indirectly. We may not be able to understand, but it happens. Standard of living automatically increases. Exports possible. Community development is possible. And wealth creation, that is the foremost, that is possible. And that is why it is the time to think of entrepreneurship. And again, I would say, what is entrepreneurship? Entrepreneurship is nonetheless infusion of technology, innovation into entrepreneurship. And what is innovation? Basically, it is something new which making the ideas to work through creativity. Ideas, it means nonetheless creativity. It's never late. There are so many people. I will not tell all those. Coca-Cola, WhatsApp, Starbucks, Porsche, Walmart, KFC. At any age, the business can be started. And at any profession, the startups can be created. I would say that even the university teacher, college teachers can start their own company and register as a startup. Government of India has its own policy. Government of Maharashtra has also the same policy. And in our university also, that is North Maharashtra, which KBC North Maharashtra University, we also have the same policy we design, that every teacher can start their own company. That's the beauty. Provided that he or she need to pay the taxes correctly, and he or she need not have to spend the time which is allotted for their job. We need to see few relevant terminologies. Innovator, a person who introduces new methods, ideas, products that push boundaries and achieve growth. Startup, a new entrepreneurial venture that aims to provide solution to problem and meet, this is very important further, not only to solve the problem, but meet marketplace through innovative product, process, or service. Meet marketplace, it means earn money out of their company. Unicorn, we already have seen $1 billion revenue. If the company has, it's unicorn. Incubator, that helps startups to launch business and grow by providing services, workspace, management training, mentoring, access to technology, services, and funding. So all these things should be there or generally are available in an incubation center or incubator to support startup. Sorry. Startup, what exactly it is? It is something like there are two domains, entrepreneurship and second is innovation. Two domains, both are different domains. And if you bring those club together, that becomes innovation-based incubation, and that is nonetheless a startup. This is nonetheless merger of entrepreneurship and innovation. Nonetheless, the marriage between innovation and entrepreneurship or research and entrepreneurship. That is the startup. Where to nurture, maybe. Shall we take some break? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Yes,
Maybe
sir.
how much time? Maybe 7 minutes.
Yes, sir. 10 minutes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I'm not logging off. I'm just keeping it on. Okay. On this slide.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
So let us come to the point that what we were talking about, it was startup. What exactly is that? It is something like this: innovation and entrepreneurship, two different domains merged together, and that is innovation based incubation. That means startup, that means Nava Upakram. Where to nurture the startup? Before that, it is important to understand, is your company a startup? Government of India has already given the definition for startup or some conditions that needs to qualify to call a company as a startup. What exactly is that? First and foremost, the company age. The company should not be 10 years old or more than 10 years old. This is the first primary condition. Second, company type. It could be incorporated as private limited company, registered partnership firm, or LLP, that is limited liability partnership company. Turnover, in terms of turnover, it should have annual turnover not exceeding rupees 100 crore. Earlier it was just 10 crore, but government has generously increased up to 100 crore. And it should be, this is the primary and very important thing, that it should be an original entity. Otherwise, there is a big entrepreneur, company owner or director whose son wants to start a new company, and they have started a new company out of that. So that company cannot be called as a startup. Company to be called as startup, that must be original entity. It should not be formed by splitting up or reconstructing an already existing company or a business. And very, very important, that it must be innovative and scalable. Should work towards development or improvement of a product, process, or service, and or have scalable business model with high potential for creation of wealth. Here it comes the innovation, scalability. Of course, again, I would reiterate the thing that innovation, it means the idea when you make it to work, that is innovation. The creativity is nonetheless the newer idea that is bringing innovation, and that must meet scalability and earn money out of that. What are the benefits of startup? Why should we call a company as a startup? What are the benefits? So again, government signifies these important aspects of benefits to startup. First and foremost, self-certification. Company, when you form, several times you need to give your self-certification. You need not have to go to any office and get clearance. Self-compliance under 3 environmental and 6 labor laws. So this age is given to this startup. Then income tax exemption for 3 years, consecutive years, in 10 years basically. Generally, people should take this benefit when they are highly in profitable conditions. Easy winding up. Within 90 days, under Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 2016. Earlier, it was taking long time to get company closed. 6 months to year or so, and a lot of headache. But now, it is not like that. Then one very important aspect which is merged or which is value added with startup, that is patent application and IPR protection. That is fast track and up to 80% rebate in filing the patent. Moreover, I must quote it here, even though it is not stated, within a year, one can get the patent granted if the applicant is the startup. I recall when I filed my first patent in 2008, I got it in 2018. It's a long journey. It was for a natural person, intellectual property. It means the patent. In case of this startup, within a year it is given and 80% rebate exemption is given in filing the patent. Easier public procurement norms. This is the another important aspect. Get listed as seller to the government and benefit from exemptions on EMD and minimum requirements. EMD need not have to be paid. And one more important aspect, that is priority is given in the government tenders for the startups. So we have seen the conditions, we have seen the benefits, and there are government schemes and benefits, several. There are few given here, but you can scroll it out and you can find out what are the different benefits given to the startups by the government. So startup, where to grow it? Earlier also I put this question, where to grow it? It is nonetheless incubation center. How is startup created fundamentally? How is a startup created? If we see, this is the genesis, and generously, I must say thanks to Roche Innovation that they have given this picture, and I modified to a certain extent for comprehension of the students and so. So look at this. We need to look towards the scope of that. This is the starting point for development or genesis of a startup. This is the point. Basically, you need to think on what is happening, what is the literature available, what the other companies are doing, and what is missing. What is missing? You need to focus on that. It means problem exploration. One has to work on problem exploration, scope, problem space, define value proposition, fit to consumer needs. लोगों को क्या चाहिए और आप क्या दे सकते हो उसमें से, that you need to think on that. What is something unique with you, which is innovative enough that people will buy that? You need to think this way, and that is problem exploration. Then it comes solution development. I did tell you about brainstorming. Turn ideas into valuable concepts and generate low fidelity prototypes to test. Low fidelity. It may not be perfect. Of course, it may not be perfect when you think something very new, but it will work. It will go on improving. But that idea, you need to churn with the help of your friends, mentors, or parents, whoever is he or she. You need to think on that. Those people with whom you are brainstorming could be anyone as such. Of course, you need to think of whether and how to keep the secrecy of your idea. That is important. But always remember that it is not that easy that my idea will be stolen by somebody else or something like that. It may happen, but rarely, I suppose. So turn ideas into valuable concepts and generate low fidelity prototypes to test. To test, it means build it. Hello? Hello? Am I audible? Hello. Hello.
Hi, Deep. This is Subrat.
Here we come back. Solution development. Prepare a solution through brainstorming. Brainstorming is a very, very important part. One person cannot look at 360 degree. So to look all directions, all sides, what do you require? More people to look at that through different angles. So build, test, check it out, and then learn what are the flaws or what are the lacunae with your product or the service. This is the second stage. Third, business model definition. So you need to think of this, how to do your business and what are the constraints in your business. That is important part, because business development, it means just like a chessboard. From any side, anybody can come and kill you. Kill you, it means your business. So map the business ecosystem, define key partnerships, and estimate its impact. What will be dangerous for your business? What is good for your business? How to deal with that? That is development of your business model. Fourth, convince the potential sponsors and get stakeholders buy-in to invest into minimum viable product version of your solution to be tested. It means whatever you have thought, or the person who want to create a startup, he or she need to convince the people that this is my idea and you need to fund me, or you please fund me for this generous cause. I'm trying to develop my business as a startup. So if you could give money, suddenly I will create more value for that. That is pitching. It could be the banker. It could be the incubation center. It could be the venture capitalist. It could be angel investors and so on. Fifth, build, test, and learn. Iterate solution based on learnings from the market to define launch strategy. Validate sustainability of your business model. It means after pitching, you will get some more money. So with that, how will you prepare the product? After preparation, you will learn something out of that product, because customers will give the response. And with that response from the customers, you will be able to learn something. Again, if you could learn, it means you can modify the things and prepare it. Prepare a strategy to bring this modified material or product in the market or service in the market. And the next step, that is launch. Launch the product or service and track the defined metrics to refine the business for growth. Means when your product is ready, think of that. To what extent you can sell it out. When you prepare some product, it doesn't mean that you can sell across the nation, because India is very big. It's very difficult for you to get the things in your control. I mean to say transportation network, business dealers network, and so on. So retailers and several things. There is a big chain. So there you need to launch. And then finally, growth and scale. Scale solution, how to improve your business or product, capture the new markets or customer segment, and integrate the partners internally or externally. So get the dealers for your business also to expand your business, because you alone cannot go everywhere and sell the product. That's the thing. And this is how the genesis of startup occur. It is a serpentine motion basically, but rather than serpentine, it is more complex. It may not be as simple as one can visualize or see, but it doesn't mean that one cannot do that. There are several people who are doing it successfully, That's the beauty of this. Journey of a startup. If you see, India is the third largest startup ecosystem in the world. In October 23, there were 1,12,000 startups. Today, those are 2,14,000 startups across the nation. And every day, newer startups are coming and joining this community of startups. Here, there are the steps. One can see research project or idea for startup. This is the journey, step by step. Testing a minimum viable product, incremental product development, then relationship building, partnership or joint venture, then funding to scale, product launch, then measurable impact, and you will be on the top with your flag guarded. And you can win the battle here. It means you can develop your startup successfully. However, the journey may not be that easy. You need to see the facets of startup. What exactly is the startup? We have seen it, but still, this is a different way of showing that. What is there in a startup? A new creative idea that has turned to be innovation. It has a fixed goal. Yes, I want to increase the business by 40%, 50%, something like that. Innovation is always infused in that team, a team of good people whose frequency match with each other. You must have a business plan. You must have some money to start your company and run business. And you must have scalability. If your business is all time good, but there is no scalability, it makes no sense. So what is important? All these facets are very important for a startup. Now the question comes, where to nurture startups? It is very clear that no man or no woman is perfect. Nobody is perfect in this world. So how can one person have the whole knowledge? So that's the problem. So where to nurture startups? Fundamentally, it is the incubator. Incubator. What is the concept of incubator? That one needs to understand. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. So where to nurture startup? That is incubator. And what is incubator? I will show you in a simple and most effective way, perhaps. Assume, what is this? These are the eggs. Assume eggs are nonetheless ideas. Assume that these are the ideas. And if I keep these ideas over here for 21 days, what will happen? Can somebody tell me? It's clearly visible? Yes? Anybody?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Eggs will remain eggs only.
Yes, nothing will happen because no conducive environment is given to it.
Correct. Absolutely correct. And here, however, instead of this, if we could keep these eggs in the conducive environment like this, what will happen? Now one can guess it easily.
They will hatch.
They will hatch.
They will certainly, they will hatch. How will they hatch? It will hatch it like this. So when you go to an incubator with your own idea, newer idea, having some creativity, having some innovation, that can hatch up as a startup. And this startup here, you can see ideas will remain ideas only. It will be rotten later, having no use as such. But here, This conducive environment has the power to metamorphose these ideas into startup. That's the beauty. So you can understand, you can imagine the importance of incubator. Here you can see an incubator, the basic term which was created, the word incubator, an instrument to grow the weak babies. So assume that this is a weak baby. If the baby is weak, it cannot digest the food and it gets oftenly, it may be sick, very sick. So what is done? It is kept in an incubator, best possible environment for babies to grow, help them become healthy and survive on their own. All controlled environment that is provided here. Maybe temperature is perfect, nutrition is perfect, no infection, no contamination, bacterial, viral or so, and no infection through handling of the baby. So this is an incubator which takes 360-degree care for that baby and makes that baby to grow in the best possible way, and that is incubator. So nonetheless, this bag, controlled bag, that can be incubator, and this baby is nonetheless a startup. I hope the concept is very clear. What is an incubator? Generally, it is a not-for-profit organization. And 2013, this concept was brought by the then government Section 8 company. Section 8 company means it is not a trust, but it is a not-for-profit organization. It is a company. It can generate money. It can generate money, but money can be used only for the development of that company. But directors cannot take any money from that. So that's the beauty of this. That's why it is not for profit organization. It maintains ethical leadership and it provides the all kind of supportive environment like an incubator, which we have seen earlier. Maybe incubator builds a vibrant startup ecosystem by providing services to startup. So what is that incubation center providing to startups? Look at this. These are the common incubation facilities for the incubation center, like workspace, access to workspace, meeting room, computing, printing, internet, etc. Specialized facilities, scientific, analytical, phototyping, etc. Product development and testing, financial assistance. Yes, incubation center can provide the financial assistance. If you go to any banker, that bank will say that no, you have to keep something as a mortgage. Then only we'll give money. But for an incubation center, idea itself is mortgage, you can say. On the basis of that idea, financial assistance can be given. And that's the beauty. No banker can give money like an incubation center. Patent and IP support, as well as legal support that is provided to the startup by the incubation center. Then technical and business mentoring. This is very critical. Critical, that means, every business requires different kind of support. We already have seen mentoring is required. Domain expertise is required. Legal support is required. Financial support is required. Regulatory compliances are required. For that, you may require the company secretary. For your financial management, you may require the chartered accountant. And you need to learn how to do that. So mentoring will provide all kind of facilities as such. And industry and government or market connect. That is also important. That can be provided by incubation center. This is a very important thing. These are the unique facilities provided by. Mentoring is very important. I did tell you, no man or no woman is perfect, or rather to say, nobody is perfect in this world. I'm a microbiologist. I don't have any knowledge about finance. I don't have any knowledge on the legal aspects. I don't have the knowledge on the pollution control. I don't have the knowledge on the digital management or digital, you can say, maintenance of the data. And so all this kind of thing. I don't have the knowledge of marketing. For these kind of things, we need to be dependent on someone. So that is nonetheless mentoring. Mentoring is very important in every case of startup. What is that basically? Role of a mentor. To understand it simply, it is like that. Here, I suppose that everybody is a teacher. It's needless to explain, but still, this is very interesting to understand. That's why I'm showing it. Here you can see this is a teacher or the mentor who has that key, and he's the mentee or the startup who doesn't know much of the thing. He has something he knows, but not all the things. So with this mentoring, continuous mentoring, he is teaching this fellow or this startup, and he has some knowledge gained, and finally you can see the whole key has been transformed to this side, and this mentor is now disappeared. This is the concept, or this is what you can call it as graduated. Thanks to the creator of this. That is really fantastic picture. So this person or this startup is graduated. It means he has that particular knowledge which is essential to run that startup. We know we have been learning through looking at others. I know Einstein, the man who is having the highest IQ in the world so far. But do you think that he was extremely clever? Does it mean that when he was born or he was child, he was cleaning his teeth at his own? No. Perhaps his mother has taught him how to clean the teeth. That is very important. So we look at others and learn the things. I would like to show this small video. Am I audible? And is it visible?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yes,
you are
sir.
audible.
Yes, sir.
Please. Oh, I don't know, something happened.
So we're not getting the audio.
Wait a moment. Possibly now. It is not running fast, I suppose. I don't know. Once again, I will do that. So that baby is learning, looking at his father. It means mentee can look at the mentor and learn. I hope you could see that. Am I right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Maybe
Yes, sir.
it is really interesting to show. I don't know why it is not really working well. Once again, I try. So this is how we learn. We learn by looking at others. Of course, sometimes the person could be genius and he may create something new at which others can look and create their own value or create something new that could be similar to that of. So this is how is the mentor and mentee working together. Nonetheless, we the teachers are the mentors and our students are mentee. Here, mentor is nonetheless the one expert in that particular field, maybe financial, legal, and whatnot. And he's teaching to the startup how to do that. When one has to learn that. There is a structured program, generally incubation or creating a startup. That is a that is a structured program. In most cases, it is like this: call for the application. Many of the times, 360 at 24/7, one can submit the application. Then internal screening is done by the incubation center. Then it is pitched. The persons will be called for pitching in front of the incubation center, in front of the experts, and then finalization. If it is selected further, then finalization of goals and funds. So at every milestone, after particular time duration, what could be done or what should be done, that is decided. And based on that, approval for finance is given. And disbursement of the grant as per the progress. That means the progress-based disbursement of the grant. And here, this is pivotal: training and mentoring. Training and mentoring is pivotal. And then checking the progress and scalable incubation, commercialization, scale up incubation and commercialization. This is 3 to 6 months pre-incubation program. One has to basically learn how to run a startup through this. Then there is another program which is being conducted by several incubation centers based on the need, based on the type of that particular startup, based on the funding available, based on the requirement of the scale of that particular startup. And so idea, commercialization. Idea, it means make this idea to work and make it innovative enough to be used for a startup. And that startup can go further for the commercialization. I will not go into details of this, but this is the way people can go for, but this is a long journey. It is not very fast. Why research in entrepreneurship? Look at this. This is an important aspect. I did give an example that to one of my friend who is a businessman, I told him that you go for some research. He said, "अरे यार कहाँ फंसा रहा है तू? कुछ नहीं, वो चल रहा है, जो बिक रहा है वो बेच दूंगा मैं, कुछ नहीं, no research." So no, that is not the way. If you are smart enough or one is smart enough, one has to look at this. This is a very important great picture created by Bombay IIT. Look at this. Need-based product development. He's a researcher. This is the R&D lab where need-based proof of concept that is created. Need-based proof of concept. Some gap has been identified. Based on that gap, they have created some product or service. Then this is innovator. Researcher and innovator, there is a difference. Researcher thinks only of maybe publications or maximum as a creative output like patent. But he may not think of money. But innovator, he is considering the proof of concept from lab to industry is trying to bring, and money is involved in this. And this is the gap basically, or this is the trench. Initially, this trench is very small, as much as you can say negligible. What will happen? Research fail हो जाएगा, थोड़ा पैसा जाएगा, time चला जाएगा. Nobody asks much output from that. Maybe if some funding agency give me some money, I will do some research, prepare some research paper or something like that. If it gets published, I will submit it and forget it. The tenure is over. I will give the financial statements and all that, utilization certificate, and everything is finished. But not for innovator, not for entrepreneur. He or she may take that product or proof of concept for prototype development. So this is done by the innovator in the innovation center if it is available. But this range is increasing. Then prototype, once you have the prototype, this is a part of startup system where somebody prepares the prototype, and then prototype means one product which can cater the need or which can fulfill the demand, but it may not be very lucrative. It may be ugly, it may be rough, it may be crude, something like that. That will be prototype. And this from prototype to product development can be done by entrepreneur. It could be the incubator, not bio, but it could be incubator. So prototype to product, this range is increasing, and in this range, so many startups die. We have seen many startups dying in this development of product from prototype. And then further, it's the manufacturing. In this device certification, this is one big range. Regulatory compliances, you can say. Mass production, that's a big range. Then distribution is the big range. And every time the chances of failure may increase. So from product to market could be done by the manufacturer. So initially, the startup could be called as a researcher that metamorphosed or change its state as an innovator. And innovator got changed to entrepreneur, and entrepreneur got changed into manufacturer. And every time this depth of this range is increased, it means this is nonetheless risk. Here, there is very risk. Here, more risk. This is a big risk, and this is the biggest thing will be lost. Everything will be lost. That means one has to take care when you are trying to run startup. And that is why I would state once again, entrepreneurship and research should go hand in hand, and they should create something innovative product. But just making innovative product doesn't ensure that you will be successful. I have a great gadget I have prepared. I have a startup. I have prepared something very great. But it doesn't mean that it will be successful, because it demands something different or more than that of what you know. So it is like this. We indulge into research that can be done. We generally indulge into research that can be done. However, it needs to do research that needs to be done. जो कर सकते हैं रिसर्च वो हम कर लेते हैं, कर सकते हैं, लेकिन कौन सा रिसर्च करना चाहिए कि जिसकी जरूरत है, ऐसा रिसर्च करना चाहिए. Then only success of your startup may increase. So it is like this, it goes on. And this is one trench: device certification, mass production, and distribution, and so on. And this is how the journey of startup goes on. Here, if you could cross this barrier, I mean to say this manufacturer to market, if you could successfully do this, it means you are graduated. You need not have to get attached to any mentor, or you need not have to get attached with any incubation center. No advice is required at this moment. When you are at this moment, you are successful. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Every stage it needs
Yes,
research.
sir.
At every stage it needs research. Your startup or to create your startup, probably this is the questionnaire, small questionnaire one can think of and one can answer. If you are successful in giving these answers for this, then you have that capability to start your own company. That could be a startup. Who are your team members? The first question, generally the incubation centers will ask this. Who are your team members? What are the technical capabilities with detailed information, including LinkedIn profile? Why LinkedIn? That will disseminate the information. That will allow networking with the people. So this question carries very high importance. Who are your team members? Second, I must quote it here. Say, for example, A, B, and C are the three members. Initially, they thought of, अरे बढ़िया idea है हमारा, we'll start one company यार, startup करते हैं, चलो. A, B, and C. But eventually, as the time passes, A and B, when they are together, they are saying that, अरे यार वो तो C काम नहीं करता. B and C, if they are together, they will say that, अरे A तो काम नहीं करता यार कुछ. And when A and C are there, they may say that B कुछ काम नहीं करता. Do you feel that this 3-member team will survive? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that such team will survive?
No, no, sir.
Absolutely no. So one has to think on this aspect. So compatibility is a very important aspect. Second question, what is your product? Provide brief description. Describe the technology, secret sauce or magic behind that. What is that you are trying to make it? It means, in simple words, what is that innovation you have imbibed in that particular product? क्या नया है आपके प्रोडक्ट में? That is very important. What is the problem you are trying to solve? What is that problem? Unique value proposition. Describe how the things are being done. What distinguishes you from the competition? Say, for example, what is that problem you are trying to solve? It means this is the person who is standing here and want to travel this side. And there could be several people who want to go this side. What could be the solution? And that solution could be nonetheless unique value proposition of your company or the startup. It could be like this, that there is a bridge. If not, one has to travel, jump here, come down, and it is very difficult to come up. So this is the big problem. So to overcome that, you ought to have unique value proposition. And this bridge is nonetheless a unique value proposition for you. Who are your competitors? Who are your competitors? Give the detailed description of your competition. How is your product unique than that of the others? Because world is very big. So many people are involved in so many activities. You need to outsmart the others. What is something new from that of others in your startup? The next 6 question, what is your target market? Describe. Who are your customers? Size of your target market. Is there a specific reason why will यात गरम पाणी दिले बा कोमट पिण्यासारखं दे अर्धीच टाक. Sorry. Is there a specific reason why will they choose you and pay you specifically? for your product or service. That is very important. You need to be able to answer. Why should they choose you? That is very important. Then, seventh, current status and future plans. What is the current status of your product development, etc.? Provide milestones. Timeline. You need to define the timeline and objective. What is your objective for this month? What will you achieve next month? What could be the target that you want to achieve in next 5 to 6 months? Likewise, you need to give current status and your future plans. Eighth, what do you expect from the incubation center? Mention the kind of support, detailed financial, mentorship, infrastructural linkages, government linkages, etc. Funding, that is very important, means financial, that you are looking for from the incubation center. And ninth, any other details. Likewise, this is how are the questions to create any of the startup, or this is the framework. If you could answer these questions perfectly, then it means you have qualified that you are able to create your own startup. Startup development stages. Possibly, we talked a little bit about it. Ideation. What is that idea which is unique from that of others? Validation. It means what investor look for in the startup. What is innovation in your startup? That will help you to validate that. And value proposition. What is that idea that will make your company run ahead? So what is that? You are trying to solve the problem and giving a top class solution. That is value proposition. Then early traction. It means how to read the term sheets, revenue modeling and competition. I can tell you very recently, one of the what you can say startup came to me and asked, of course, the person who was just 12th standard pass and having his own company, Dharmadarsh Agro Private Limited in Bhusawal, small city. So this is an example I'm giving, the real life example, real time example, that he had to sign one agreement or term sheet with an incubation center. He came to me, sir, that fellow, that incubation center has given me the agreement and please read and tell me quickly. एक घंटे में sign करना है. He sent it by email. I check it. It was 80 pages document. You know, it was 80 pages document. How can one read it in 1 hour or something like that? And that too, complicated regulatory compliances or conditions. So it is very difficult. So read how to read the term sheet. That is again, it is critical. Revenue modeling and competition. And then scale up. Understanding, share subscription, shareholder agreement, and so on. These are later stages actually, companies coming up. This is coming in late stages, but it is there. Total addressable market, TAM and SAM. Compound annual growth rate, CAGR. All these things are very important. There are some low engagement programs one can look for. I mean to say, when you are trying to develop a startup based on innovation, your idea, innovative ideas, you need to go through some of the things. You need to understand 360-degree different kind of things related to startup growth. What could be that? This is just an example. There could be several things. Setting up smart goals. How to set up goal per week or per month? How will you do that? How much money would be required? That you need to set up. Session on how to make fair pitch deck. Simple thing. Fair pitch deck. But it requires some skill. How to present the work. Design thinking. What we are talking about. research ideas, make it innovative, and innovation to really commercializable ideas and so that empathize the things, define the problem, prepare the model, and then think of bringing it into market. So that design thinking, that is very important. Building business model canvas. How will you play with your business? How will you make it to grow? That is called as business model canvas. Then know how of startup. What are the legal ways of startup? Because this thing, compliances go on changing. So you must keep pace with that. IPR as a strategic tool for startups. Why IPR? That is intellectual property rights. If you have something innovative, the first and foremost thing one has to do is that protect your intellectual property. Intellectual property, it means Bauddhik Sampada. You need to protect. Then MSINS, I mean to say the government initiatives for startup. Underlying TRL level, technology relatedness levels for product and service development of startup. How to decide co-founders' role and deliverables. So bluntly, just he's a good friend of mine, it doesn't mean that he's a reliable partner for you. It is very important. Just being a friend, you cannot decide or you cannot come to conclusion that he's a good partner for you. Frequency matches. He need to have some knowledge. He need to have some deliverables. He will just roam here and there and you will work like a dog. That doesn't mean that he's a good co-founder for you. So that roles and deliverables need to be defined clearly. But in spite of all learnings, 360-degree learning, mentoring and all that, many startups fail. Many startups fail. Why? That one needs to understand. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. So why do many startups fail? We'll analyze that. Maybe there are some reasons. Prior to that, we'll think of this. Why should college teachers and management must work on entrepreneurship development? Why this entrepreneurship is important for us? We the teachers, why should we indulge into entrepreneurship? There are reasons. It's the part of national education policy or education quality as such across the globe. Not only in India now. This is happening across the globe since several years. Several years. You know, is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
NAC, Institutional Accreditation, Manual for Self-Study Report and Universities, Colleges and so. This is under revision. In spite of that, one must understand in the present scenario, this requires that the higher education institutions be innovative, creative, and entrepreneurial in their approach. This is the foremost thing which is stated over there in the preface. Fostering these competencies is based on this. 1.1.3, that is QNM. It states entrepreneurship, average percentage of course having focus on employability, entrepreneurship, and skill development offered by the university. Then number of workshops, seminars conducted on research methodology, intellectual property rights, and entrepreneurship. Again, it comes skill development. So marks are allotted to this. So if you see criteria number 3 at this moment, research, innovations, and extension, it has marks allotted for. Innovation ecosystem, 10 marks or so. By research, innovation, and extension, by and large, there are marks given in a different domains, basically. 250 marks for the universities. Autonomous colleges, 150, and so on. So NAC evaluates entrepreneurship indirectly under criteria 3, that is research and innovation. Criteria number 5, student support. Criteria number 7, best practices, contributing roughly 30 to 40 marks out of 1000. So this is very important. NAC is in the metamorphosis stage and may get more weightage tomorrow. I mean to say in the coming guidelines or so, more weightage is deemed to be there for the entrepreneurial exercise. If somebody is from engineering colleges, for them equally, it is important because entrepreneurship has been paid attention in the NBA, that is National Bureau of Accreditation, Manual of Accreditation of Postgraduate Engineering Programs. So here you can see innovation-based programs, 150 marks. And then curriculum design teaching here, entrepreneurship development sale also 100 marks. So total 250 marks. NIRF ranking. If you see this here again, combined percentage for placement, higher studies and entrepreneurship, 70 marks. This NIRF nowadays is very important, and possibly tomorrow funding also could be based on that. That was one of the announcements made. Then another important thing, in Atal ranking of institutions on innovation achievements. Here, separate, clear-cut major domain is given, that is entrepreneurship, because this is innovation achievements of the colleges or institutions, that is ARIA ranking. So nonetheless, entrepreneurship has biggest weightage over here. And this, in this you can find out of this almost 10, 9, almost you can see entrepreneurship mindset, innovation and entrepreneurship at higher education institutions, innovation and startups, then co-creation of innovation and entrepreneurship initiative, commercialization, supporting I&E activities, and so you can understand how emphasis is given on this. This is IIC, Innovations Institutions Innovation Council, Ministry of Higher Education, their entrepreneurship, startups, that has been paid a lot of attention. We need to see this now. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
थोड़ा लंबा खींच गए हैं क्या? ज्यादा हो गया क्या?
Nice.
नहीं करने
No, sir.
No, sir.
TRL. We need to take care of TRL. What exactly is TRL? Technology readiness level. That means how unique is your technology and that can sustain. Whether it can be transformed to commercialization or not. That is there. So there are levels given by NASA. So here we can see the sorry, I'm not keeping good health. Basic technology research, you can see here. Then research to prove feasibility. So basic technology research, that is TRL 1 and 2. Research to prove feasibility, that is TRL 2, 3. And then technology development, that is TRL 5 and 6. Technology demonstration, this is next, that is almost 6. Then system subsystem development technology, this is TRL 8, 7 and 6. Further, system test launch and operation TRL 9. It means technology readiness level. If you have a good idea, research idea, you are at the level of TRL 1. If you want to bring that idea to commercialization, you must be at TRL 9. And most of the research in India or across the globe, we can say, rather to say India, across the globe, TRL 1 level, the research dies over there. It cannot come up That idea could be good, that could be creative, but that cannot pass over here as a TRL 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. These are the hurdles, you can say. And here, at every stage hurdle, there are chances that it may get fail. So what I talk about, failure of the startup, that is possible, and it may happen at these stages, and the idea may remain at TRL 1 or maximum 2. And that's why it is extremely difficult to bring brand new idea, ekdam innovative idea, very innovative idea, to make a business model with that and to bring that product in the market. It is not that easy, because we have seen the hurdles. I will not go into details of this. Yeah. Here we can see material solutions analysis 1, 2, 3, 4, technology development 5 and 6, engineering, manufacturing development 7, 8, production and deployment 9, and operation and support 10. So if you could pass all these hurdles, then only it is possible to have that startup as a successful startup, which has been created from a basic idea, creative idea, to innovation, and innovation to further product through several hurdles. Role of innovation ecosystem, if you see, that increases the employment, creates the wealth, introduce new methods and technology. Ultimate aim of all these kind of things, that is the overall economic development. So this cartoon, this bunny is calculating, or rather say measuring the money. So that is the ultimate aim. This should be the co-founder or founder of the startup, basically. Then only it is success. However, ideation to successful business, it's a difficult path. We have seen the serpentine path, that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like that it was there. However, if you see practically, it is difficult. But undoubtedly, I must say that it is achievable. It is achievable. So here it starts the business. If somebody is a researcher, starts a business, take a leap, and it will go here, grow the team. Then further, what is that? Protect your IP, intellectual property, if you have. Then secure funding, get money for your business, because without money, you cannot survive. Then go further and build a business here. Build a business, and then again, very complicated way, business model and all that. And this is very important word, perseverance. Otherwise, owing to the complications, many people may say that, oh, now we'll give up this startup. Those people who created the big companies, high value companies, we have seen earlier, the top companies, Google, Meta, Amazon, and all these people, they created from scratch. One important characteristic that is common to all, that is perseverance. Chikati in Marathi we call it as, or in Hindi, I don't know. What is that? Can somebody tell me what is that called in Hindi? Perseverance?
Sir, लगन कह सकते हैं.
लगन, correct. लगन, बहुत लंबी लगन चाहिए, and that too in spite of the fact that there are several risks. You need to sustain under that, and then only it is possible to achieve the target. Target, I mean to say, to create a successful startup. Being all the teachers, I'm here to show you one very interesting research paper, and that is freely available. Please get it downloaded and read it. Very interesting. Entrepreneurship in polymer chemistry, ACS macro literacy. If there is anybody from polymer chemistry or chemical sciences, one can think of. This is given by Katrina Knorr, and this paper is fabulous. Entrepreneurship in polymer chemistry. Polymer, without polymer, we cannot survive today I suppose, because everywhere it is infused like anything in our, you can say, day-to-day life, in our body even. So many times, so many things as an impurity or pollutants, it is entering in our body. So creating a new polymer and to create entrepreneurship through that, that's a difficult task. Here we can see what she says. This is the sign of a electric bulb, what was created by Edison or so. That's the sign of idea. And this is the sign of what? Can somebody tell me? It's the sign of dollar or the wealth. So how can idea be metamorphosed or converted into money or the wealth? So these researchers with long survey and all that, very established research paper, very good paper, they have stated what is required: passion, strong team, funding, intellectual property protection, perseverance, and several other things are required for this. And that makes it something very unique and very difficult to pursue perhaps. But if somebody who has all these qualities can make that idea-based business into a wealth creation model, that's the beauty. However, there are chances that startup may get fail. And this Katrina Nor, she has put several reasons. Very interesting paper. They have stated, look at this, no market need. 42% of the startups fail due to this reason. जो नहीं बिकेगा वो आप मार्केट में ला रहे हैं, it doesn't make any sense. So you need to think, instead of what can be done, what needs to be done, one need to focus on the research. अरे मेरे लैब में ये है, मैं ये रिसर्च कर डालूंगा, चलो करते ही ऐसा करते, ये स्टार्टअप करना पॉसिबल है, मैं करता हूं. It doesn't mean that you will be successful. There are meager chances. So to increase the chances, what is important? What needs to be done? One has to look for that. So no market need. Startups, 42% of the startups will fail due to that. Ran out of runway. Money has been invested in a wrong way or spent in a wrong way. 29% of the startups fail due to this. Not the right team. This we talk A, B, and C. 3 persons together started the company, but frequencies, or he's a good friend of mine, and that's why we started. But nature may be different. They may not work together. So 23% of startups fail due to that. Outcompeted 90%, 19%. Lack of business model 17%. Ignored customers 14%. Lost focus. अरे ये कर रहे थे लेकिन आप बदल गए और दूसरी जगह चले गए, ये छोड़ दिया. 13% start. Pivot gone bad 10%. Lack of passion. Didn't use network 8% failed. Legal challenges 8% failed. So this is very comprehensive research paper that states why startups fail. It means how can you make your startup run in the glorious way that one can think पुढच्या स्टेज आणि मागचा शहाणा, something like that. One can read this paper if you are really interested. Role of teacher in entrepreneurship. There are several teachers across the globe. These are the companies in USA. Of course, not only in USA, in India also, there are several teachers who have started their companies. So Zenan Bao, C3 Nano, 2010, co-founder. He himself is the co-founder of a company. Conductive materials and coatings or flexible electronics. Sorry. So likewise, there are several companies which have been created by the people. In India, this is one of the best model. IIT Madras, first university-based incubation center. And you can see there were 600 teachers. Out of 600 teachers, 92 teachers started their own companies as a co-founder or founder. This is one of the best model. And these are the areas where they have started their companies. Manufacturing auto or robotics, AI, ML, health tech, energy renewables, IoT, edutech, biotech, consultancy, water, agri-tech, and so on. These are the subjects. 70 plus R&D partners across 17 sectors, 200 plus startups incubated, and so on. So there are 454 startup founders. Maybe the 2 years back, this is the story. And you can see 3 years back, sorry, this is the valuation of IITM incubation cell or the companies which are harbored in this, which are staying in this incubation center, worth 40,000 crore in 12 years. This is one of the best model developed in India, and people are following this model in India. Of course, there are several things. Maybe this is wow, in some 4 years or so, how startup ecosystem has grown. Several orders received, 4.7 lakh jobs created, 4,509 crore investments, 41,000 startups recognized by DPIIT. And so several things are there. Means these are giving the positive vibes in India to look for startup ecosystem, and teachers can start even their companies. And I must tell you that one of our teachers, Dr. Sonavne, he has started his own company, and based on that, he got job in a university in Delhi. So he's running his company. That's great. He started his company over here in a small city like Dhulia. And his college management also gave the permission, principal gave the permission, and he started his company along with his student. This is the model, and this is what is the model that will increase our GDP and call our country as a developed nation because of its creative, innovative development of the startups. This is one of the exceptional model that is harboring in our incubation center in Jalgaon University. AgriWest Private Limited. He started using model, created some get the waste material from the fields, created the coal, and that coal, charcoal basically, he created agarbatti. This is one way. He started his business like this. He created this agarbattis, selling something like 50,000 rupees per week or so. He got patent for that. Then he was, encouraged by different agencies. He got rupees 75,000 by the government. This is one of the institution in Pune. They gave him. There was a half-page news on him, Govinda Sonone and his wife. What exactly they are doing in their business as a startup. So half-page in Times of India. That's a great deal of work. AgriWorld gave him, distinguished awards. Then again, Agri Startup Award was received. Then he landed up himself into development of agricultural machinery or different machineries required in that various engineering systems also. He created this monkey and several machines he created. Even though he's electronics, MSc in electronics, he was awarded by then ambassador of Israel. He was called in, Chandigarh. He was there in the online session also with Honorable Prime Minister. And several things happen. However, in spite of several good things, there are challenges in entrepreneurship. We will just in 2-3 minutes, we'll wind up. What are the challenges basically? No infrastructure, no funding, social backwardness, lack of administrative support, weak business model, no technology know-how, and no entrepreneurial mindset. These are the challenges. But certainly, those who have a strong will can overcome all these challenges and develop his or her own startup. Am I audible?
Yes,
Am I
sir.
audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes,
You are
sir.
audible.
We are just
Yes, sir.
ending. Look at this Global Innovation Index. which is given by WIPO, not Government of India, WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization, based on the innovativeness. And so they used to publish this data, GII. I will not tell the details of this, how is that, but in 2015, 135 countries, we were at the number 81, then 66, then 60, 57, 52. Every year there was an increment of at least 3 or 4 or even more. Then 46, 40. We stuck up. Now it is 38. Now it is 38. However, this was driven by entrepreneurial ecosystem. This development from 81 to 38 position of India amongst 135 countries was driven by entrepreneurial ecosystem that we call it as startup. However, it is stuck up now. We are not going as fast as earlier we went due to this Startup India policy. Further, what is required is R&D, engine of R&D to this entrepreneurial ecosystem. Then only I believe that we can go further and break the barriers and bring ourselves into the club of developed nations. Otherwise, here without this engine, R&D engine, we are stuck up here now. We are not going ahead. What is important? It is the research and development, investment, and running these startups, creating something new, innovative, and sellable products or services using research and development activities. This demands more R&D to climb up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Participants, we will take a couple of questions. If sir permits, if you have
Thank
any
you.
questions,
Yeah.
you directly ask
Don't
to
mind.
Please, Edwin. Yes, having any questions of the queries?
So may I ask?
Yeah. Dr. Ansari, ma'am, please.
Sir, thank you so much. Your session was nice. One query I have, in the beginning, in the midst of the session where you were talking about patents and copyright, and we were talking about incubator facility. So, is it that the incubator facility will help us, guide us with those patents, or how does that go about?
See, about incubation centers generally guide, but provided that if they have the facility available with them or expertise available in that case. If not, possibly we ourselves can develop our own expertise in that field. It's not a very big deal, basically. Of course, it requires some different mindset. It requires expertise in the field of law, basically. However, we, the general teachers or researchers, can do the basic things and we can really come up and develop the things.
So with copyright still okay. Now I tried my hands with one copyright for my institute, so I understand that. Now when it comes to patent, and let's say there is some business idea that we are already working upon and converting to a startup. So patent needs to be done at what stage of that startup?
Patent, sorry?
Patent should be done at what stage of the startup?
Oh, that's a good question, I believe. See, patent, there are 2-3 things basically that if you want to use the patent or file a patent, one thing is very clear. You are bringing your idea into public domain and everybody can copy that. And everybody that it is having the territorial rights, basically patent. It means if you are filing patent in India, one can copy the material in Nepal or Bangladesh or any other country, USA, and they can use that. But in India, if they want to use, they need to take the permission from you. So this is one thing that they can simply copy. And if you want to use this facility, I mean to say, keep keep this technology or whatever is your secret with yourself. Don't disclose. Go for direct production of that. That is possible. I can tell you one example. In Jalgaon, there is one company, small company, I would say maybe 50 workers or something like that. But that man is very rich. That is Krishna Pectin. Over 15 years, he's producing pectin from sunflower seeds, and nobody in the world could crack that. Nobody. There have been so many people working on that. They really did so many things, but nobody could crack. And that company is maintaining secrecy like anything. I mean to say, the wall for that company is some 10-15 feet high, and that is isolated. Most of the people who are working over there are known people. No other person is allowed to enter inside like that. This is the way they are trying to keep their secret.
Okay.
Another way, if you are doing the patent, then it will come into public domain. Then while writing the patent or the claims, you need to take the help of some expert, legal expert, who can protect something which from being disclosed totally. There should be something in your hand. And that generally we the teachers are really very good in writing the research paper. And writing a research paper is straightforward. Say, for example, starting from Amravati or Nagpur to Mumbai, just gather the Samruddhi and go on the Samruddhi and reach there. This is the thing. But however, the law people will tell in a different way. No, not from there. नागपुर से चले जाओ आप दूसरी जगह, इंदौर चले जाओ, इंदौर से चले जाओ कौन सा कोटा चले जाओ, कोटा से सूरत जाओ, सूरत से यहाँ जाओ, and then reach to Mumbai. So it is so complicated. So as no other people should be able to copy that and keep it protected. That is the way people do. But if you, I mean to say, if you have strong will, you can do that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your inputs.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, anyone else? Anyone has any questions or other queries? If there are no queries or the questions, then we can conclude. Sir, I think there are no questions more. So if you could permit, shall we conclude, sir?
Yeah, sure. Please go ahead.
Yeah, on behalf of
Thank you.
Malve Mission, on behalf of Malve Mission Teacher Training Center, Sant Garge Baba, Amravati University, all the learned participants, those who have gathered from the across country, I extend my sincere thanks to Professor Bhushan Chaudhary sir for such a wonderful session towards this design thinking and concept of this startup from the early stage development, from the idea to the venture. We are really thankful to you, sir, because we know that rather than your busy schedule, you are always ready to take this academic assignment and interact with the faculty members at our institutions. So we are really thankful to you, sir, for such a precious time and thought-provoking session here. And I would also like to thankful to all the participants for their patience listening and active interaction during the session. And with the kind consent of Professor Chaudhary, sir, I would like to declare that this particular session will be over here. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And thank you, participants.
Thank you very much. And bye-bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.